and swaps to game. Alright, where did we? Well, recapping from what I know, Odette, my favorite character, got voted out by Frederico. And Odette could have defended against Frederico and chose not to, and instead let Frederico take her out. Very sad. Rip Odette. I'll miss her forever. Goodbye, mommy. I mean, goodbye, Odette. Um, and then Gale here kind of sucked. Scale was being a doo-doo head and was like, I must fight for the just. I can only trust the just. And was like, if I keep lying to people and I keep deceiving them so that I can live, that is actually just. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha ha. Ha 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 ha. So then we realized Scale sucked. So Scale, let's see, what'd he do? He tried tricking Frederico, which didn't work, really, because Frederico's like, nah, I'm good. And then he tried trading with Alon to get information and trying to team up with Alon. No one wanted to team up with him. And Alon pretty much, traded Frederico's regret to Scale. And then, Alon was given information after that. But Frederico's regret changed after the trade, and Scale just lost. Scale here just lost all of it. He just lost the regret. Feels bad, man. And then, he tried teaming up with Rinka, our main character. That just didn't work out. She just flat out denied him. And then he kidnapped her grandma, which is amazing. And then said, I will kill her if you don't give me your information. So then Alon here saved the day and knocked out Scale and saved our grandma. And then we elected out Scale because he's doo-doo. He big doo-doo. And another cool thing that's going on is Frederico over here. He's starting to take after Odette. A lot of his mannerisms and such have changed to be more Odette-oriented mannerisms and such. So, very interesting. I do like the new Frederico more than the old Frederico, but Miyaru has all three of his cards, so he's probably gonna get voted out. Alon at some point too, by the way. Alon is very ready to go out. Mostly to Rinka, but Frederico is trying to get information on Alon as well. And that's pretty much where we left off. Would have been more likable if he did everything he did without saying that he's being just. He would have. It would have been fine if he wasn't like, yeah, I'm being very just right now. Hold on, let me move my mic a bit. But yes, if he didn't say all that, I'm being just, I'm doing this to support justice, I must be just. If he didn't do that, he would have been fine. All of his actions, like, are A-okay in this scenario, because it's like, yeah, any person would do that. But he's being like, we gotta be just, guys. These people don't deserve to keep going because they're not just like I am. He sucks. Sometimes you need a character to root against, yes, but he is out. So at this point, honestly, all four of these characters are pretty likable. The remaining four are pretty likable. But we'll see what happens now, because what can happen now? There's only so much left, you know? And then we should beat the game today. So that's very good, actually. I think the game will start after this game will be House of Fata Morgana. I just don't know if I'll start that today or I'll start that next week. But we'll see. Alright. I make sure to open the store after school. Wait, one thing I should do. Let's hide our cursor. You don't need that. Alright. I make sure to open the store today after school. I've been feeling better now that my grand's room is all neat and tidy. Oh yeah, one more thing that happened is Rinka found an old book that looks like the current card books that they're using to elect people, but it's a diary instead, and it's very old-fashioned. It's her, like, great-great-grandmother's or something, so we don't know what's gonna happen with that just yet, but maybe there'll be some information in there. She's still reading it, but she's big struggling. Once closing time comes around, I go about my usual routine before bringing the diary downstairs to read. As always, I make sure to handle it with the utmost care. And then I delve even deeper into the daily lives of Linda and Diana. Oh, we're done. Okay, we're done with Rinka's perspective. Alon finds himself staying at a hotel today. It isn't unusual for him to switch to one over the warehouse in Yokohama every now and then. The warehouse is perfectly fine for him. It does lack the facilities required to recharge his phone and laptop, however. Not that he can deny the pleasure that comes from sleeping on a comfortable bed. I couldn't bring myself to go today. Well, he had made the decision to visit Rinka yesterday. The store she was running was closed. Oh yeah, one more thing that happened is Alon and Odette fought. They big fought. Apparently Alon won, but like by a hair. Anyways, well, he had made the decision to visit Rinka yesterday. The store she was running was closed. Today, on the other hand, he simply couldn't bring himself to go. If proof was needed for the butterfly effect of missing one's opportune moment, this would be it. It would have no influence on Alon under normal circumstances, yet he finds himself unable to operate as usual when it comes to Rinka. My next chance may be my last. He collapses onto his bed and casts his mind back to the first participant he eliminated. The one he, like, immediately eliminated before, like, she had any shot. Hey, so we finally meet. May 3rd, Sunday, 3 days following the juncture of casualty. Alon had been called out to by a lone woman. Alon had received the explanation about divine selection from Parka by this point, but he chose not to go to Japan until after the first round. The woman standing before him was Chan-Chan. She was the one that caused him to forego his decision and instead come earlier. It wasn't unusual for people he didn't know to request appointments with him, considering his position. The requests were typically ignored, however. He had no choice but to take notice when she brought up divine selection over the phone. While still somewhat suspicious, it was here he learned that a small number of people found themselves in the same situation as him. I'm so glad you came, Mr. Alon. She stood a few meters away from him, her tone as confident as they came. In Alon's eyes, she seemed like nothing more than an average woman in her early 20s. Her apparel was simple, about what one would expect of someone on vacation. How do you know me? Rather, how do you know that I'm a participant in divine selection? Come on, you know you're famous, don't you? To answer your second question, sure, I'll fill you in. Just so happens that your name card was part of my initial cards I was dealt. Not many people with a strange name like yours, that's for sure. I've actually known about you for a while, though. Do you remember a man named William Liu? It doesn't ring a bell. I can't believe we're going back to this character now. She immediately died. She barely had screen time. Figured as much. Bill, is a part of an advertising company that works with yours. He said he's met you in person, but I guess Mr. Boss doesn't have time to remember the lowly faces of all his subcontractors. The more the woman spoke, the less Alon cared to be bothered. Okay, yeah, no, that's great for you. I think this is the first time we're hearing her name. Yes, her name, but we saw her once. She stopped by Rinka's cafe to ask for directions. At the very start of the game. He was never good with these types. The ones who gradually drifted off topic the longer they spoke. Were she a regular businesswoman, he would have been long gone. But yeah, so I'm Bill's fiance. Care to get to the point, Miss Chan? Huh? Huh? How do you know my name? I don't remember telling you. I recommend withholding your number if you plan to use an alias when phoning a company. Excuse me? After he said that, Alon took out a single card. Chan was quite familiar with the card's design. 6. Name, Chan Chan. She wasn't aware of the significance behind the numeral yet, but it was clear that her own name was written on it. I'm afraid I've already bore witness to the moment a new card is produced. Hey now, isn't that cheating? What happened to protecting people's personal information? She's asking that now. Okay. Alon remained silent in the face of her panic. He was aware that nothing could come from interacting with her as if things were normal. It's just my name, though. Hard not to discover something so common. More importantly... Chan Chan, you fell to your death, correct? No way. How did you know? It was simple, really. 6. Cause of death. Fell to their death. How is it simple? How do you tell these things? He was unable to determine who the card belonged to at the time, as he had yet to meet anyone else in the Court of Fate. However, he soon realized that each participant had an identifying numeral after he came to possess possess Chan's name card. Oh, okay, so that was one of just the starting cards he was dealt. Okay. He had anticipated this by nature of his personal cards containing the numeral 12, but with this, he was able to confirm it. Once he knew that Chan was numeral 6, he was able to link her cause of death and name. Uh-oh, don't tell me, I just said something I shouldn't have. Her carelessness was a source of irritation for Alon. One shouldn't make light of their name. Of course, that's advice you'll have to consider in your next life. Alon was already an atheist, but the teachings of his parents seemed to carry a lingering influence on him. Huh? I don't know why you're acting like you know my regret, but you were mountain climbing with William while on vacation. It was nothing too difficult, more of a hike than climbing, really. However, curiosity got the better of you. It led to you veering off the designated route toward the cliff's edge in hopes of a better view. Huh? What? How could you know? Were you stalking me? Yeah, that's gross. I can't stand gloomy people like you. Even if you have a handsome face. Besides, Bill's the only man for me. As for how you fell to your death, I think it's fair to assume you slipped. Truly the definition of foolish for such a thing to happen after entering an off-limits area. Shut it. Since you love talking so much, tell me how you know so much about me. I can't tell if you're clueless or if the panic is causing you to forget. Okay. Okay. Alon made sure to gather as much information on Chan as he could the moment he learned her name. He wasn't entirely convinced that divine selection was real, but the creation of the cards and the existence of a card book that removed all language barriers convinced him not to deny it outright. Information provided one with the upper hand when negotiating. That was the conclusion Alon had reached. It was why he did everything he could to gather information on not only her, but her fiancé William as well. Though he wouldn't admit to such a thing. What's rights? What rights? Huh? What up, Synchro? Half of what he told her was information she herself had made public via rampant social media posts and updates. While the results of her fall had clearly been undone, it wasn't difficult for him to put the pieces together based on the information he had at hand. Well, whatever. Let's put an end to this farce. Chan wiped the sweat from her brow before whipping out a knife. It was a butcher's knife, around 20 centimeters in length. Her intent with it was clear as day. Oh. Oh, she did this ahead of time. Oh. No wonder Alon was immediately so bloodthirsty. Okay. I've got my life together with Bill waiting for me. I can't afford to die again. She raises the knife before dashing toward Alon. A mere 5 meters separated them. She would reach him at her speed in an instant. She lacks critical information. She does, because Alon immediately would block this. Chan was confident in her speed thanks to her having played tennis since childhood. What's more, Alon was a stereotypical rich boy. He had no means to defend himself, or so she thought. Oh, yeah, stereotypical rich boy, kinda OP. Were you not informed that participants cannot die via normal means? Alon dodged her with ease before twisting her wrist and stealing the knife from her grasp. He kept hold of her wrist, however, and brought the knife to rest against her neck. Huh? How did this happen? Let's take a time out, okay? You must not believe what the goddess said. I take it. Not that I would believe it before I've seen proof. Hang on a sec. This isn't looking good for me, is it? I mean, I'll die if you slice me up with that, but you'll become a murderer, you know? Ain't no way, she said. Dang. I'll die if you hit me with that. But, you know, if I hit you with that, if you hit me with that, you'll be a murderer. But if I hit you with that knife, I wouldn't be a murderer. Ha 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 ha. Like, does the opposite not work here? No, it's her. Synchro? Lon could hardly believe the words coming out of this woman's mouth after her own attempt to stab him. He knew there would be no point in calling her out for it, however. Her real name is Karen. Ooh. Would you like to be my test subject? Don't, please. Help! Someone help! Disastrous hardly begins to describe what transpired next. Just as Chan screamed, William leapt out of hiding. He attempted to jump Alon, but Alon used Chan as a human shield. William could make no move in that situation, so Alon threw the knife away and pushed Chan toward him. They both fell over as she slammed into him, causing Alon to look down on them both. Tonight is your final night with her, Mr. William. Spend it well. Saying that, he took out a third card. Number 6, regret, married life. No, my regrets. You are without a doubt the most foolish participant among the 12. Alon had lost all interest in Chan by that point. He picked up the knife and tossed it back to them. The last thing he wanted was to raise suspicion by carrying it around when he'd only just arrived in Japan. Neither Chan nor William saw this as an opportunity either. Their instinctual fear of him had taken over. Not even a gun would make them feel as though they stood on equal footing with him. Alon had no interest in what they did following that event. This place may come in handy. Not only was it abandoned, but no one else seemed to be squatting there either. It's neither too close nor too far from the city. Should everything check out over the next few days, he would use it as his base of operations. Flashback done. So I guess that's why he was immediately so bloodthirsty when Divine Selection started. Part of me can understand her desperation now, at least. Alon let his thoughts slip out as he stares at the hotel room ceiling. Welcome in, Tails. How you doing? Ahem. 2 hours after I began... That's not began. That's begin. Doing good, how are you? Doing good, doing good. Just been chilling all day. And I think we should beat this game today. Very excited to see how it ends, because there's still 4 participants. But somehow they have to finish off the game somewhat soon, I think. So very excited to see how it'll end, but glad you're doing good. 2 hours after I begin reading, I've made it through another 5th of the diary, I'd guess. While the diary of a girl living through the end of the Meiji period is interesting in its own right, the structure is inherently different from a novel. That makes the process of reading it pretty tiring. I did come across an interesting tidbit, albeit one unrelated to Divine Selection. They had a black cat as well. It had a leisurely attitude and seemed to be more attached to Diana than Linda. It would appear and disappear when it saw fit. By the sounds of it, it could have been Laythe's great-great-grandcat. They called the cat Leo, which is pretty similar to Laythe. One diary entry was about how it once stepped on a piece of broken glass, leaving a scar on his paw, leaving a scar on the paw of its front right leg. Meow. Speak of the devil, it's Laythe. Do you have a scar? Hey, you should watch out for broken glass. You haven't walked on some already, have you? Meow. I tried to approach, but Laythe runs off. Must have sensed something annoying was about to happen. I forgot who Linda and Diana were. Crap. One of them... That's who they were. Okay. They are the great-great-grandmother of Rinka and the sister of that great-great-grandmother. I believe it's great-great-grandmother. It might just be one great. I'm not 100% sure. But yes, it's like that. It's like the older relative, pastor grandma that used to own the diary. We don't talk about Linda. I don't know who she is. What the? Tails? What's wrong with Linda? Tried to approach but late. Okay, read that. I assume it's fine if it can still sprint like that. Following that, I close the diary and head back to my room. Rinka's just chillin'. Once I'm in bed, I start to think about what I should do from here on out. Let's put things into perspective. I have 3 main concerns at the moment. She knows what she did. Oh. Okay. Oops. Let's put things into perspective. I have 3 main concerns at the moment. First, and most importantly, finding a means for both Miaru and me to survive. I have yet to reach a conclusion, but I'm sure that figuring out the mysteries behind divine selection itself is the right approach. I can't say for sure whether or not I've made any progress until I finish reading Linda's diary. The second concern is gathering information on Alan. This is a difficult one as well, especially when I don't understand his goal. I know for a fact that he holds no hostility toward me, but I hardly think he's willing to let me eliminate him just because of that. That's why I need to discuss things with him. I have no way to contact him, but something tells me he'll come to see me soon. My third and final concern is Frederico. I know both his name and cause of death, but have nothing to go on for his regret. I've never talked to him in person, so that makes things even more difficult. Phone! They've used that phone ringtone twice, and it gets me every time. Huh? Just then I receive a text message. It's from Miaru. I've gathered all of Frederico's information. My shift starts later tomorrow, so do you mind if I come to Lion House after school? The message itself is short, but I can't help but be amazed at her perfect timing. I text back, that works for me. I figure I can use that time to talk to her about the diary as well. Is that Linda? No, Linda at this point is pretty much, dead. Linda is her great-great-grandmother, I think? So very old relative, pretty much. Stare? I haven't hit a dead end quite yet. Forcing myself to believe that, I set my mind on getting some sleep. Miaru and I head to Lion House once classes have ended. Is Naomi not here yet? Today? She had something else she needed to do, so I'll fill her in on anything important tomorrow. It's pretty rare for Miaru to ask about Naomi. Divine selection requires us to fight our own fate, so maybe that's changed her perspective on Naomi at some point. There wasn't much to what she said, but I could tell there was a slight difference in her attitude toward her. Anyway, it's just the 2 of us. Miles probably told her that I'm waiting a bit longer before giving my answer, but even then it still feels a bit awkward to be alone with her. Oh, I forgot! Miaru confessed to Rinka last stream. How could I forget the most important part? Anyways, 30 minutes after we arrive at Lion House, Miaru leaves for work. We didn't discuss much, but she told me how she met with Federico Monday night, and she was able to deduce his regret from what they talked about. It didn't happen right away, but everything fell into place on Tuesday night, which led to her being able to materialize the card. I didn't ask about the card's contents, but I asked her to fill me in later on the off chance that he's gathering information on me as well. He seems to have no intention of electing me according to her, but it can't hurt to be safe. I made sure to show Miyaru the diary too. Its existence took her by surprise just as much as it did for me. I told her that I'd pass any worthwhile information over to her once I'm done reading it. Just before she left, she offered her thoughts on it. That diary may just be the trump card we've been searching for. There's no basis to her claim, but I happen to agree. After she left, I opened the store up for business. This is a pretty chill week. Thursday already. Morning, Mao. Morning, Blet. Tube. Bletch. Morning, Bletch. Too bad we've got finals looming over us next week. Let's try and ignore that reality. Not to brag, but I haven't studied in the slightest ever since midterms. Midterms weren't much of an issue for me since they happened soon after Divine Selection began, but the same can't be said for finals. I actually considered using my card book to cheat my way through the English exam at least, but only total losers cheat. It's a fact that I don't have time to study though. That's when I receive a text message. You're not technically allowed to mess with your phone on campus, but I'll break that rule today. It's from my gran. I heard that finals are coming up. Don't forget about the store for now. Wait, forget about the store for now and focus on studying. Make sure to send me your results too. Is she psychic? What's up? Getting scolded by your gran? I don't need you reading my mind as well. A mere employee can't ignore their boss's orders. It's impossible to keep the store going without keeping in contact with her too. Running the store serves as a nice change of pace, so now I'm just depressed. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'll keep reading the diary as usual, but I guess I can avoid failing if I use the time I normally would on the store for studying. In the worst case scenario, I'll ignore English and use my card book. No, bad Rinka. Regular life sure can be difficult. They just threw that scene in, okay. Once school has ended for the day, I return home to study. I put up an announcement about how the store will be officially closed until the week after next. Seems like one of my teachers got in touch with my gran after realizing that I probably wasn't studying this time around. They're aware of my circumstances at home, so I can understand why they'd get in contact. No teacher can ignore a student's poor grades. I have to keep on top of studying once Divine Selection is over as well, otherwise I won't be allowed to keep running the store. Hey Naomi, Hey Naomi, mind if we take a break? Of course, I mind. Of course I mind. It's barely been half an hour since we started. You sure are strict today. Oh, sorry. It's just, well, I didn't quite realize how bad your studying habits are. Ooh! It was fine during entrance exams because I had a goal, but... It was fine during entrance exams because I had a goal, but I can't find the same motivation for these regular tests. That's a bit surprising, actually. Then again, you didn't exactly fare well on those English questions I quizzed you on before. Nami's doing some considerable damage to my morale today. What's wrong, Livia? Not like I can blame her. Her upperclassman is acting pretty pathetic. Miyaru has to work today too. Makes me wonder when she finds the time to study, since she's also got Divine Selection to worry about. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Let's just focus on yours for now. I'll let you take a break after an hour. Okay, let's do this. There's no point in avoiding it, so I decided to stick my head into some books. I used to study with Mao a lot during our first year, but we normally ended up just chatting. Just chatting?! That's so me, for real. Usually people don't break after half hours of study. No, normally not. I mean, you know, sometimes half an hour is already pretty long. You know, half an hour is a long time if you really think about it. Half an hour, that's like 1/48 of your day. Which is a lot. Rinka kind of... What's up, Wander? I used to study with... Okay, just chatting. In that regard, properly studying with someone like this is a pretty novel experience. Take a break, we'll blame Linda. I know we're blaming Linda. I don't want to disappoint Naomi either, so I'll focus for at least this first hour. She has the spirit. Yeah, exactly. Amazing spirit, right? I knew you could do it. You've earned a little break now. An hour and a half later, Naomi finally offers me entrance to the oasis known as a break. It was supposed to happen at the 1 hour mark, but I couldn't bring myself to mention it when the time came. Knowing her, she probably didn't want to interrupt me because she thought I was focused. Equally admirable and depressing considering that wasn't the case at all. We spend the break talking and snacking. The topic switches to divine selection at some point. I tell her about how Miyaru has gathered all of Frederico's information and about the diary I found. After mentioning it, I head upstairs to grab it. I place it down right beside my card book. It's almost like a before and after comparison. Here it is. What? Wow, a book over a century old? It really does look the same as your card book too. And it's entirely handmade? No wonder we couldn't find anything about the design. Do you mind if I smell it? Huh? Just a quick whiff. Do I need to put gloves or something before touching it? I never bothered to do that, not even while reading it. You might want to treat it with a bit more care. Also, do you mind if I read it once you're done? You sure you want to when I'm gonna talk about the contents after I'm done? That's fine. Reading something this old is thrilling in and of itself. I have to give her that voice. For that section, I have to give her that voice. Huh? What's up, Livia? She's just excited about the book. Seeing Naomi this excited is pretty surprising. At the same time, I realize that the diary will be in peril if I leave it here. Back up to my room it goes. She couldn't keep her eyes off it as I took it away, too. Guess it puts just how much she loves books into perspective. Sorry, I got a bit carried away. Back to your normal self, I see. Let's keep studying. That said, we settle on another hour of hitting the books. We study until around 8 p.m., taking infrequent but always welcome breaks. I should probably get going now. Naomi starts packing up to leave. She can't stop herself from smiling after learning just how much Rinka dislikes studying. It has no effect on her impression of Rinka, but seeing this side of her has been a nice surprise. To Naomi, the day was endless fun. What's more, a certain desire has continued to blossom within her as the days have gone by. The desire for things to continue like this, for her memories of these days to remain intact. Naomi isn't a participant in Divine Selection, that's why retaining her memories carries the same value as Rinka and Miyaru's survival. I also need to go now. Have to test in 5 minutes. Good luck, Livia. You can do it. I believe. There's no end to the burden caused by these feelings of her. Would you like to study together tomorrow as well? I'd love to. Mao and Miyaru might join us too. Thank you, no worries. Good luck. Rinka gives her answer with a smile. Great! And Naomi responds in kind. Alone time? After exiting Lionhouse, Naomi spots a nearby man muttering to himself. Shock overcomes her the moment she sees his face. Closed for several weeks. This isn't good. It's Alon Scorpion. Numeral 12 in Divine Selection, one of the 4 remaining participants. Naomi has seen him once before at the hospital when dealing with Keiko. Keiko? The hospital? The name Kamebuchi Keiko causes her mind to flash back to two disparate memories. One involves Naomi collapsing from anemia after paying a visit to the hospital. The other involves going to the hospital with Rinka to approach Keiko and learn more about her. Following this, she was attacked by Alon, who had the same goal in mind. What's more, the things she's heard from Rinka are mixed into both memories. The confusion causes Naomi to collapse to her knees. She can feel her mind She can feel her mind failing to parse which memory is real and which is fake. You're... Noticing something is amiss, Alon rushes over to her side. He seems to remember her clearly. Are you okay? She cannot comprehend why he's showing concern for her. It might have made sense if he considered her Rinka's underclassman, but the genuine tone of worry in his voice is confounding. The Alon she is gradually beginning to remember was never this kind. This realization causes her to suffer even more. Rinka's still inside. She somehow fights through the pain to speak. Strangely enough, she doesn't feel that she should keep him away from Linehouse at all costs. Okay. Memory issues. Around 10 minutes after Naomi leaves, someone else pops into the store. An unexpected person in an unexpected situation to boot. Get a bed and some water ready. Huh? Alon is carrying Naomi with one arm, cradling her neck and the other behind her knees. The surprise fades once I notice that Naomi doesn't seem to be feeling right. This isn't time to ask questions, so I get some water ready and take her upstairs to my room. The idea of having Alon come into my room isn't all that thrilling though, so I ask him to wait downstairs. People Sag Alon. They got this intense music just for Naomi. They did. But I guess it's mostly because Alon showed up. Once I come back down, I notice Alon standing there with a bitter look on his face. How is she? She's conscious, but it seems like a migraine. I've given her medicine and water, so I'll check back after she rests for an hour. I make sure to call and let her mom know. I tell her that she's sleeping here at the moment due to her not feeling well. Well, thanks for that, I guess. Why did you help her? I noticed her ready to collapse outside the store. I couldn't just ignore her. That's surprising in all honesty. Sorry, but I thought you were a colder person. Perhaps that's not the wisest thing to say to someone who willingly knocks out nurses and eliminates participants without a second thought. But now he's helped both me and Naomi. That's why I feel comfortable enough to speak my thoughts. You're finally here to discuss things, aren't you? The fact that he's here means he has business with me. I expected him to come, though I didn't think it'd be this early. I'd assume it would be either Saturday or Sunday. Whoa! An Alon CG! We don't get a lot of those. Indeed. I'm here to provide the answers you seek regarding my actions. There was a certain connection I made that night in the hospital, when you stood up to me, despite how little you could do. The look in your eyes resembled that of my younger sister. There's a certain gentleness to his expression as he admits this. I have 5 younger siblings. 4 of them are much younger brothers, but my only sister is just around your age. Her name is Did you have to add that? Was that necessary? Was that like a requirement? Was that required? Was that needed, Alon? Okay. Hey now. Still, you two are inherently similar. Your strength of will, your tendency to put yourselves at risk by letting your emotions take over. I'm certain that my brothers will grow up to be like me. That much is obvious through both our bond as family and as men. On the other hand, I worry for Amrita. I can only imagine how she will handle work and marriage with that personality of hers. My card book begins to shine all of a sudden. One card materializes. Number 12, Regret, Sister's Future. Having seen the gentle expression he shows from time to time, I'm not very surprised at the card's contents. If anything, it proves how well I've come to understand Alon. Why would you reveal your regret to me? Because I want you to live. But it's fine. This is a decision I've made for myself. I won't give my life for free, though. I want you to shoulder the weight that accompanies it, and finally bring an end to our story. He tells me about his past next. His mother died from illness when he was still a child, while his father was killed due to a grudge involving shady business practices. Alon soon took over his father's business connection. This song is nice. Alon soon took over his father's business connections, discarding both his name and religion in the process. Even his country's traditions soon became a nuisance to him. He built his own business from scratch and turned it into an undeniable success. The larger the company grew, the more I sacrificed, the more people I threw by the wayside. I may have changed my name, but I still took after my father when it came to making others hold a grudge against me. Poison was my cause of death. A similar assassination method to that of my father's, ironically enough. There's no change in his tone as he discussed how he was killed. He's just giving us all this. My card book shines once again, materializing his cause of death card. That's awful. There are far more assassinations covered up. There are far more assassinations covered up the world over than you would expect. The same will likely happen to mine when I'm eliminated. He mentions that he had to deduce his own cause of death after it had been undone. Nobody would know they've been poisoned until after they kicked in, I guess. Nobody would know they'd been poisoned until after it kicked in, I guess. Your each and every action reminded me of Amrita, from the way you refused to abandon those in need to how easily influenced you are. That fierce determination of yours when it came to not only your friend, but your grandmother as well. You wanted nothing but to save them, isn't that right? But I'm not your sister, Alon. I know that. However, the similarities are undeniable. There's little I can say when I don't know his sister personally. Alon presses on, unconcerned about how perplexing this whole scenario is for me. My thoughts are likely irrelevant to him. This isn't the logical side of Alon talking. These are his emotions. Would you have gotten a bad ending if you chose a different choice during the phone call? I think so. I think we would have just gotten eliminated. Maybe? I don't trust a single person in my company. That's why I left a letter stating that the next in line will be one of my family. Age-wise, this would fall to Amrita, hence my worry. You see, I'm still not sure how well she will do in a position that involves dealing with the ugliest sides of people. I can't imagine someone my age being the CEO of a huge company. I thought the same at first. Meeting you has helped me assuage. Assuage. Great. Meeting you has helped me assuage some of my concerns. She's aware of her shortcomings and yet entirely blind to her own strength of heart, much like you. Dang, this is just a call-out. This is just a Rinka call-out. Both of you hold the ability to move others if you doubt. If you doubt that for even a second, then look no further than myself as proof. People like you will have no issue finding people to whom you can entrust yourselves. His gaze is locked onto me as he speaks. Our eyes may be meeting, but it's not me he's looking at. He's using me as a window to see his sister. I'm not nearly as amazing as you're making me out to be. Besides, I don't have it in me to shoulder a responsibility like that in the first place. No matter. I've made my decision. That company may not fare any better in her hands, and she's likely to fail along the way. That's fine, though. I trust that she'll lead in a way. I'll trust that she'll lead it in a different direction than I did. Most importantly, I can't see anyone willing to kill her like they did me. So long as she's able to lead a long and fulfilling life, that's all that matters. Alon. I still have my concerns, of course, but I also have hope now. Surely you understand the significance of that. His expression changes once again to one I've never seen before. Whoa, unbelievable. I never thought he'd have it in him to express such a brilliant smile. Look at that smile. He's such a happy boy. He's such a happy boy. Look at him. Look at that big smile. I've never seen Alon so happy in my life. Alon is never this happy, actually. Alon normally hates everyone and everything. In fact, who is this person? Who is this? Who is this? Never thought he had it in him to express such a brilliant smile. His every word and action in relation to his sister shows how much he cares for her. I have no parents or siblings to speak of, but I can tell this is how those who do feel about them. What are you smiling for? I didn't realize I am also smiling until he points it out. He's strict, but kind and reliable. He seems a bit desperate, despite his intellect, trying to hold back on the baby-killing jokester. Alon when he sees a baby. Alon when he sees a baby and a participant to threaten it, and a participant to threaten. Oh no. Part of me is envious of Amrita for getting a brother like him. Haha, what a weird situation. No reason, I guess. Right. Who'd have thought that I'd ever come to think about him like this? Well, I guess it's my fault. I never bothered to try to understand him after what happened at the hospital that day. But he'd always been kind to me after that. At Shigetsugu's home, when he helped me stop you, and even when he saved my gran. I'm at fault for never seeing him for who he really is. What happened to seeing how far my mindset could take me? I've already seen it. That's why I'm here now. Alon pauses briefly before posing a question. What will you do about Hebinata Miharu? His question takes me by surprise. Well, not the question itself, but the realization that he truly does understand me. There's no reason for me to hesitate, though. I only have one answer to give. I'll ensure that we both survive. Good. That's what I wanted to hear. Amrita would no doubt say the same. How about some coffee before you go? I can guarantee you'll like it. That sounds good. It is supposed to be a simple offer, but my wording may have given it more weight than intended. I doubt Alon fails to catch it either. Okay, it shouldn't take too long. I'm going to make this the best coffee I've ever brewed. Ain't no way this is his last meal. The intention is this is your last meal, isn't it? And my last meal, you get one last drink and nothing more. No words are exchanged as he drinks his coffee. It's not an awkward silence or anything, words simply aren't needed. Our relationship doesn't extend beyond our status as participants in Divine Selection. We're not friends, we're not lovers, we're not enemies, we're not even siblings. But that's why this works. I'm not much of a coffee fan, but I'd be lying if I said that wasn't pleasant. I like how there's all these cute Japanese anime girls and then just a lot. There's been other characters, like if you look... I mean, everyone else is dead, but we have Odette here. We have Shigetsugu. Scale. Frederico. Who's not Japanese? It's, Alan, Sonia, Odette, Federico, Scale. I kind of forgot him. Because he just kind of existed to get slapped up. You! You're right, you! You. And Chan? No, Chan-Chan's Japanese. But she's spoken a foreign language. Chan-Chan might not be Japanese, actually. Because when we first met her, she'd spoken a foreign language. And they called her a foreigner. Okay. So not everyone, you know. Alon's just the last one standing. Well, I guess Alon and Federico. Thanks. He pauses, stands, and then continues. It's about time you see how she's doing. Yeah, I was thinking the same. Only you could make the decision to live your life to its fullest while shouldering the lives of others. Anyone else would see them as little more than a burden. I might have thought that way under normal circumstances, but those burdens have helped me to realize that I'm not alone. Two people can't comprise the same body, though your belief that you're not alone despite this is part of your strength. I'm certain you haven't been alone either, right, bro? Bro? Who? Oh, please. I've already made it clear that Amrita far outclasses you in every respect. Still, your claim is one I'll have to deny. It wasn't until I accepted your way of life that I was able to trust in Amrita. I have a favor I'd like to ask of you. Go ahead. I abandoned my roots and my past when I came to Japan. Thus, I have nothing I can leave to you. Anime girl immunity. She is actually just carried. She's eliminated. How many eliminations has she worked for? 2? Did she even? No, she didn't even work for Scale's elimination. She just worked for Keiko's and no one else's. And she didn't even eliminate Keiko. It was Alon. Thus, I have nothing I can leave to you. In exchange, I ask that you remember, not just myself, but the miracle that led to our paths crossing. Aren't you going to go see Amrita? That's of no concern to Shishimai Rinka, I believe. I give Alon an understanding nod in response. I'm certain I would have hesitated to elect him had he given me a proper answer regardless of what it was. Rinka's role is really to be a good person, not really a capable one. Yeah! It's just, she's just good. Not useful. Unfortunately, not useful. He's made sure to put a wall between us. I understand why, though. That's his way of making things easier on both of us. His objective accomplished, he takes his leave. My eyes remain locked on him even as he fades into the darkness outside. It's because I know that this is the last time I'll ever see Alon Scorpion in the real world. Ooh. Are we getting 2 elims this week, then? Not long after he leaves, Naomi comes downstairs. Naomi, are you feeling better? I'm fine, yes. More importantly, I have to apologize to you. She pauses before pulling her eyes away from me. I heard your conversation with Alon. He's so much more kind than I thought. I want to thank him for helping me, but it's too late. Don't worry about that. That's all I can think to say to her. He has to have known that Miyaru collected all of Federico's cards. Now he's made sure that only you and she remain after the next round. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I'm going to forget everything about him once he's eliminated, aren't I? Not just about him helping me, but his kindness as well. That's why it's my job to make sure I never forget. In that case, please tell me about him after the fact. Make me remember what I shouldn't. Of course, I wouldn't be able to handle it all if I didn't. Nami grips my hand tightly in hers. Her memories take a considerable blow since she's helping me despite not being a participant. Though that makes me question why the system that rewrites people's memories is so flawed. If Parka's the one who made it, then I want to lodge a complaint. It's far too cruel. There's more to life than the beat of one's heart. It's our experiences that make us who we are. Isn't the dude a killer? Why do they feel bad? He hasn't killed anyone. No, he hasn't killed anyone. He does attack babies and threaten babies and attack nurses, all for the sake of achieving a goal, but he has not committed murder yet. Sad backstory. It is actually a sad backstory, isn't it? It really is the sad. You know what? Yeah, no, the sad backstory really carried him. That's why changing or making people forget those experiences is just as bad as outright killing them. Do you mind if I stay overnight? I'm still not feeling too well, honestly. Sure, I don't mind. Just make sure to tell your mom first. She's obviously faking it. Not like it matters to me, though. If anything, I don't want to spend the night alone. Naomi, get out of my house. Naomi, get out. Get out, Naomi. We don't need you, Naomi. We have so many other opportunities with other people, Naomi. Leave us alone. Saturday, 2 days later. Yesterday passed without issue. The four of us studied together after school, and then I did my usual diary reading at night. I told Miaru about Alan too. Looks like I'll be electing him, while she'll be electing Frederico. On a superficial level, things have gone far smoother than they have in weeks past. There weren't any huge incidents like with you, nor was there any need to make deals with people like Odette. Things aren't so simple deep down, though. Man punched a baby, but we should mourn his death. He didn't punch a baby. He would have. And he did threaten multiple babies in order to extort information from someone. But he hasn't. And honestly, his sad backstory is why we should mourn his death. And how nice he is to us, the protagonist, and no one else. The significance of the upcoming elimination is all the greater now that we've gotten to know and see their development. We may have exaggerated the baby killing part of it. Just a little bit. It's not like we made a whole joke about Alon when he sees the baby just punching emotes. No, that never happens. The significance of the upcoming elimination is all the greater now that we've gotten to know and see their development. There's no point in being depressed until the time comes, though. Instead, I try to brighten my mood before heading to school. To school? Upon my arrival, Mao greets me with an eerie grin. Morning! Guess what day today is? July 7th, so... Oh, Tanabata! Bingo! They've even put up some bamboo over in the cafeteria, so let's go hang our wishes. It's a bit embarrassing, but okay. I'm surprised you care, though. Normally, you're not interested in the stuff going on at school. Sometimes I feel like it, you know? You're coming too, Miarun. I'll write one if Rinka does. Alright, now to rope Naurin in as well. There must have been a Tanabata feature on TV or something. That aside, it's relieving to see Mao act like this. Well, it'd probably be a relief if she was in her post-all-nighter mode as well. The male character is dead. Back to cute anime. Not dead yet, you know. You know what's interesting? Mao has lived these like 10 weeks, this entirety of this game so far, having not known anything about divine selection. Once we've written and hung our wishes, we start to make our way to class. The faculty set bamboo up in the cafeteria that's shared between our and the college campus, just like Mao said. She being chilling. She is! I wish she was more involved, but it is what it is. A surprising number of people are participating, which leads to me taking a peek at some wishes. Most are relationship related. That's weird to me that she's just chilling. I mean, I guess that's fine, sort of, but it's like, I just assumed that she'd be a little bit more active, considering she was one of like the first 4 characters that we saw in the game, you know? I just kinda thought so, you know? Frog. Mouth. Oh no! But actually true! Welcome in, Aslano? Please correct me. I know I'm saying it wrong. I am pretty sure I'm saying it wrong. Please correct me if I am, though. Aslano. But not bad. Okay, Aslano. Okay, got you. Ooh, not hard. Okay, yeah. Good way to break it down. Nice. Thank you. Welcome in. Hope you're doing well. So, what do you all write? What happened to keeping it secret? Some people think the L is an I. Oh. As the like cheese or something? Oh. I just assume no one capitalizes in the middle unless it's spaced out. So that's why I just assumed it was an L for me. That might just be a me thing. But got you. Oh crap, I skipped! No! Very common. Got you. But welcome in, Aslano. Hope you're doing well. Can I just call you Lano? Are you chill with Lano? For a simple reason too, we're shy. Let me make one thing clear, Naomi. You might not have meant to see what I wrote, but you did nonetheless. I don't need to explain what will happen if you tell anyone, do I? Okay, so I've come across an issue where I skipped very important dialogue of her wish, so I'm going to believe in the skip button. Go! Most people just say as or as. Okay, I'll just go with as. Got you. Oh yes, welcome in, hope you're— No! There's no log button. This game does not have a log button. It is actually so sad to me when a visual novel does not have the log button. I've tried, I've hoped for so long to find a log button. But there isn't. There's a summary, but no log. And yes, Fatal 12's stream. I realize this game isn't that popular, but it's nice. Interesting game. Just means it's a skill-based VN. Yes, it's a competitive visual novel reading. What'd you all write? What happened to keeping it a secret? We make a point to keep what we've written to ourselves for a simple reason we're too shy. Never mind, okay. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. My lips are sealed. Oh, caught a glimpse, did you? It's a loyal servant's duty to tell their queen everything, you know. Sorry, but I can't, no matter what. Surprisingly not mainstream. Yeah. Gorgeous game. Yes, the art is so pretty. The art's so pretty for this game. But I guess, it might be because it's a kinetic visual novel, so you don't have like too many choices in what you can do. There's a very few amount of choices. I guess choice-based visual novels do perform a little bit better. Miru gives Naomi an exaggerated glare before transitioning into a smile. No choices. There's a few, but it's not like very, very choice heavy. Like let's say actually, I'm not sure. Not that familiar with VNs beside Katawa Shoujo and DDLC. DDLC counts. So I'm not sure how this compares to most VNs. I think pretty similar, technically. DDLC kind of breaks that fourth wall, which makes it very popular, and just its storytelling with that is also amazing. What's... oh crap. What is that? What's Katawa Shoujo? Katawa Shoujo. Not on Steam. Very similar, yes, in that aspect, very similar. Katawa Shoujo. Oh, I've heard of this. This was a Reddit released game, right? Kadomo Shoujo is an eroge, famous one though. 4chan, that's what it was. Yeah, where they got a ton of people to work on it together, right? I heard a story about it. Oh. Okay. As for me, well, I guess there's no point in reminding myself of something I wrote. Just a few more nights of sleep and it'll finally be summer vacation. I wouldn't say a few when it's over a week away, but sure. You haven't forgotten about our promise to go see fireworks, have you, Rinny? Should be around this time next month. I haven't. Let's make sure the four of us go together. There's a hint of gravity to her words. It's not often she sounds like that, so it leaves the rest of us speechless. Naomi ends up breaking the silence. Yeah, I love fireworks, so I'm really excited. Miyaru and I nod in agreement. Alright, now Rin's in charge of getting up early and grabbing us a spot then. I'll do what I can. We'll all go there together for sure. If Rinka says so, then it's the truth. My reluctance to say it in the first place is why I forced myself to make that claim. It's a much more personal wish than what I wrote earlier, but also a more earnest one. Once the day is over, I get ready for bed. As for the diary, I'm almost done with it in terms of pages. Tomorrow's session should be my last. I couldn't find a second volume after looking around, so tomorrow marks my last look into the daily lives of Linda and Diana. When I think about that, I recall what we talked about earlier on in the afternoon. Pretty far. Yeah, we should be finishing this stream, I think. If everything goes well, I think we finish the stream. You got some endings? No. I have not. I have backtracked to make the right choice. We're in the end game now. Every time I felt like a choice I didn't like, I'm like, yeah, you know what, I'll just pick a different choice. I have not followed through. Something really interesting. We're in the end game now. We are. We should be finishing off Alon and Federico. Got pigeonholed into a bad ending. Did you save over? Didn't have a choice about it. Did you save over? It was like question mark. Oh, reality can be whatever you want. It's not even about saving. I had no choice. Oh, really? I had to restart? What? Oh no! No! Dang, that's crazy. Reality can be whatever you want, yes. After this game, I think the next one... Okay, I have 2 visual novels prepped. I don't know which one I want to do just yet. I'm thinking Fata Morgana. But instead, there's also... You and Me and Her, a love story. So I'm not sure which one I want to commit to first. I heard You and Me and Her has a very similar idea to DDLC. Fireworks, huh? I talked to Miyaru about it before. Back when we were alone at the theme park. Back when I was the only one who didn't know anything about divine selection. Oh no. A flood of memories came back to me all at once. I must be tired. I feel my eyes begin to water up as my emotions involuntarily pour out. I want to go. I want to go with everyone. My thoughts turn to screams, and then I remember that it's the middle of the night, so I end up smothering my face with my pillow. It helps to muffle my screams. It's also sudden. The fear of losing what I have at the moment has just hit me out of nowhere. I don't want anything up till now to be undone. I fall asleep at some point, unable to sort out my emotions. Rinka's going through it. I mean, fair enough, but still. Oh! We're back to Frederico! He's been MIA the whole week trying to find info on Alon. Frederico returns to Japan from India on Sunday morning. Damn it! Can't believe I only managed to find his cause of death. Once in India, he visited both Alon's company and his family. According to his company, Alon was out on private business that wasn't to be divulged to anyone. As a result, he kept all contact with the company to a minimum. What the heck, Retro? You're sick! Bedridden. What up, Retro? Welcome in. In exchange, the vice president was in charge of all important decisions for the time being. This led to Frederico's discovery of an anti-Elan faction within said company, not to mention their connection to a certain competing company. Putting two and two together with what Miyaru had told him, he was able to deduce the background behind Elan's death and materialize the card. Hi Fade, what up Retro, how you doing? The big issue was with learning his regret, since no one there had any valuable information related to it. His visit to Elan's home proved to be entirely meaningless, too. Never expected to come across someone like her. Oh, Elan's sister. A girl there realized what Frederico was up to. Her name was Amrita. Their surnames might be different, but she was apparently Elan's sister. She showed no reservation in telling Frederico to leave the moment she saw him. Frederico knew that Elan had plenty of enemies. He never would have been poisoned if that weren't the case. Thought you were playing only up? No. Fridays are visual novel days. I did start stream on accident without changing the information. I just ended and restarted at that point because it was like 2 seconds into stream. But yes, Fatal 12 Day. We should be finishing Fatal 12 today. Ah! What's more, those enemies of his would visit his home in order to uncover any potential weaknesses. Frederico used this knowledge in an attempt to threaten her. It was to no avail, however. She did nothing but glare at him in response. What? Retro! Thank you, Retro, for the redeem. What up? It was to no avail, however. She did nothing but glare at him in response. Wait, why doesn't the jacket work? Well, I'll just do it manually. Oop. Thanks for taking off the jacket, Wander. Yes. Frederico realized right then and there that she was a stranger to the concept of fear. She was undoubtedly aware of Oh, that's just an issue. Okay. She was undoubtedly aware of her brother's bad side, his merciless attitude toward others, his valuing of skills and competence above all else, and how many had lost their jobs due to both of those traits. Even then, she was wise enough to prevent his potential enemies from learning anything about him. Her situation was full of contradictions, and yet she stood resolute before Frederico and his threats. Frederico himself likely would have resorted to a number of horrible means to force information out of her back in his mafia days. But this time he gave in. The lack of both any backing from the organization and confidence that she knew anything about his regret card caused him to do so. More importantly, the look in her eyes made it clear that she wouldn't budge through normal means. Man. Who did that girl remind me of? Not Odette, that's for sure. There was something familiar about that look. Frederico's inability to remember who it reminded him of bothered him. Well, whatever. She may have been a looker, but she's just a kid. Gotta admit that I don't see her faring too well in the future with a personality like that. That's the same thing Alon said! Oh no. Apart from that, the fact remained, Frederico was unable to obtain Alon's regret. He gave himself a set time to return to Japan for 2 reasons. One was to prevent himself from losing his resolve, and the other was to ensure he had enough time for one last-ditch effort. The only thing left for him at this point is to find and question Alon directly. Finding that asshole is the main issue. The train rocks as he tries to discern Alon's location. Trying to move and nod as much as I can. Guess I fell asleep at some point. Waking up only to remember my outburst last night feels anything but good. On the bright side, it proves just how much of a toll this whole thing has taken on me. I open my window and take a deep breath of fresh air to collect myself. Oh man, guess it makes sense for me to go out like this. Rodrigo chalks up his current situation as one benefiting a loser like himself. He is unable to get in touch with Alon now that Gale's gone. He has visited a number of places in hopes of finding him, but to no avail. He wasn't even at the warehouse where he met with Odette and the other girl. In the end, he finds himself at the national park in Shinjuku, the final destination. He doesn't know why this park has such a fancy name, but he doesn't care. What he does care about is the fact that Alon's not here either. Just means our fates ain't linked. That's it. That I ain't even gotta say such a thing makes me sick. That I even need to say such a thing makes me sick. His pace may seem leisurely, but he spent the day running around on foot. Time simply won't allow him to slow down. He's running so hard that he's gotten covered in sweat despite his level of fitness. He has done all he can to triumph over Alon. It's a level of effort that he's long forgotten. That's why he feels an odd sense of satisfaction despite having nothing to show for it. Might as well grab some booze and drink until I pass out. The decision made, he walks off into the night for his final day. 1 hour later, Frederico returns to an area close by. In doing so, he notices a certain cafe. Guess I wouldn't mind some coffee first. He hasn't had any espresso during his whole trip. It won't quite match the taste of what he's used to back home, but he finds himself wanting some after so long. Of course, it's Lion House. The lights are still on, leading him to believe the shop's still open. I'm surprised. This is his first time here. This is his first time talking to Rinka. This is gonna be his first time talking to Rinka in real life. Thus, he struts over to its entrance. The day turns to night. I sit down at my usual table with the diary. I've got some coffee with me as well, but I'm being extra careful not to spill it on the book. I didn't spend the whole day studying thanks to I didn't spend the whole day studying thanks to having to take care of some chores, but hey, it's nice to finally sit down and relax. Fade trying for the anime girl immunity, I see. Of course! I need my immunity. I don't get to do that often these days. At first, I was reading through this diary to find information related to divine selection, but somewhere along the way, I found myself simply enjoying it. I can see why Naomi loves to read so much now. He's getting close to the anime mom curse. Hold up. I think it's not that many. It's only an action animes where there's a anime mom curse. The rest they're pretty chill, I will not get eaten, hit by a truck, killed, decapitated, not me, nope. Safety, dying of illness, won't have that one either, Safety, safety. We love our safety. Okay. After taking a sip of the coffee, I open up to the page I have bookmarked. Soon after, I hear something shouting outside the store. Someone. The hell? Why is it closed when the light's still on? Way to ruin my impression of the place. The door is closed, but I can hear them loud and clear. What's more, the voice sounds familiar. Truck-kun will meet you one day. No! Truck-kun's already met me. My lore is that I got isekai'd. Oh no. I close the diary and duck behind the counter to better scout out what's going on. Standing outside is none other than Federico Carminati. Why is he here? Didn't he settle things after his discussion with Miyaru? I prepare myself for the worst, though something feels off. He isn't addressing me directly now that I think about it. In fact, it may be safe to assume he's here by coincidence, judging by what he said. He's just upset that the store is closed. There's no need to overthink things in this situation. What the? You? Seems like he noticed me. I bet he never expected me to be running a cafe, much less the fact that I'm simply trying to read a book. He stands there and stares at me, mouth agape. I decide not to say anything to shatter his silence. Shortly after, he grins from ear to ear before erupting in laughter. The way he's laughing, it's a familiar sound. Odette's laugh. Frederico can't hide his surprise at the turn of events. Oh, and her theme? Dang! Inside the cafe he's about to visit stands none other than Shishimai Rinka. It's the first time they have met one-on-one in the real world. Fate must be up to something for this to happen on his last day. Her presence within the closed cafe could mean she works there, but Federico is more inclined to believe that she lives inside. That doesn't matter to him, though. Instead, he finds himself excited about a certain revelation. That's who she reminded me of. Rinka's staring Federico down, clearly wary of him. The look in her eyes brings someone else to mind. Amrita, Alon's sister. They both share the same resolute gaze. He had always wondered why Alon seemed so concerned with Rinka, but he figured it had nothing to do with his regrets. But he was wrong. Oh, is Federico putting... Ain't no way! This chance discovery seals the deal for him! Alon's regret is related to her. His excitement turns into a sense of joy he has never experienced before. He has won! At the last minute, he finally possesses all of Alon's cards. He has succeeded in outdoing someone he wanted to beat. Cheers to you, kid! Federico then takes his leave without bothering to enter Lion's house. Okay, that's it? That's your only interaction? Rinka stands there alone and puzzled over what just happened. Okay. What was that all about? Federico randomly decided to wander off while I was giving him a silent stare. I'm not even sure what he wanted. He looked incredibly happy for some reason, though. That sure was frightening in more ways than one. I'm not sure why, but there was something unsettling about the way his expression switched from anger to surprise and then to joy. It didn't seem like he was rejoicing over obtaining my information, at the very least. Maybe I'll take a break from reading today. Perhaps it's for the best, since he might try to come back. Sucks when I'm almost done with it, but oh well. After returning to my bedroom, I focus on prepping myself for tonight's election. Is she... Why doesn't she just read upstairs? Yo, what up, Sakuna? How you doing? This flame shirt, you should sell it. Rinka's flame shirt? Hold up. I have to go back to here to see it again. It is a really cool design with the clock and fire. The clock symbol, the clock with the Roman numerals and fire. It's a really cool design. Anyways. How you doing, Sakuna? Welcome in, welcome in. Yeah, it's really cool. I wonder... I wonder if they've made merch for this game. Probably not. I believe the developer's working on a new game, too. Good evening, my lovely little slaves to fate. That's the 10th time that I've had to listen to her voice. There was some backer merch, I think. Oh, that's cool. Parka addresses the court of fate as she always does. I'm well aware of the cruelty being masked by her divine tone, as well as the reality that I have the same cruelty within me. 4 remain, but who will survive until the end? I'm guessing you'd prefer a girl if you're gonna use us as your host. Goodness no, I view all genders equally. Says the goddess that went on about how I must reek of booze. Did I? I'm afraid I don't recall such an exchange. You little... At it again, I see. I can't say I mind it tonight, though. Holy crap. Seeing you smile might just be the creepiest thing I've ever experienced. Alan and Federico have no issue engaging Parka in senseless conversation. That's been the case since the beginning, in fact, especially with Federico. That's right. Tonight's the last night I get to see this. I don't feel sad about it, just empty. I can't say for sure how Miharu feels, but at the very least she's chosen to remain silent like me. We're finally nearing the end of Divine Selection. I do look forward to seeing what fate has in store for you all. Allow me to begin tonight's election, Revolvo Clock of Fate. Her sly grin signals the beginning of the election procedure. My place as numeral 1 is one that I detest. I'm always the one forced to make the first declaration as a result. Well, numeral 1, I elect numeral 12. I make sure to look Alon in the eyes as I say so. I'm using his life as a stepping stone for my own. It's a truth that no realization can change, thus I have to accept it. He smiles upon hearing my declaration and nods. Next is numeral 2. I elect numeral 3. Things are proceeding as expected. Federico nods in response, his expression an odd mix of satisfaction and displeasure. I understand now just how incredible it is for him to remain that composed. And yourself, numeral 3? Who, me? Sure, I've got an election. And it's got your name all over it, Talon. Good grief. Can you please refer to him by his numeral? Hey now, everyone knows each other's names at this point, so it should be fine, but okay, I'll obey your rules. Numeral 12, I'm electing you. Very well. Parka nods and then turns to face Alon. He raises his voice before she can prompt him, though. Allow me to elect Federico Carminati. Oh dang, we're doing everyone electing. Heavens, must you be like this too? Please wait until I ask before you make your declaration. That was my way of accepting his provocation. I elect numeral 3. Very well. Do allow me to stress the importance of adhering to the rules, however. Federico and I have elected Alon. Meanwhile, Miaru and Alon have elected Federico. All 4 of us face duplicate elections. This isn't a situation I had anticipated. I get that Federico wants to elect Alon, even if it means causing that situation, but I honestly didn't think he had all of his cards. I'm not quite sure why Alon wants to elect Federico when Miaru is already doing so either. This entire situation has me slightly bewildered. I can't see this being a tactic to make us back off. It should be clear at this point that I won't hesitate to earn election priority. What are you thinking? Well, quite the clash of wills we have tonight. Allow me to handle this all in order. Sure. Go ahead. Yo, Miaru, I ain't too fond of letting that asshole be the one to put the nail in my coffin. Still, I still wish I could have spent a wild night with you, but hey, you'll at least be the one to put an end to this for me, won't you? How many times must I tell you not to speak? I have a role to carry out. Federico ignores Parka's distress and tells Miaru that he's leaving it to her. What's more, Alon turns to speak to me. I share the same sentiment as him. I would be ashamed to call myself Amrita's brother if he were the one to eliminate me. I clench my fists as I listen to his words. I finally understand his thought process. It's not a logical decision at all, but it's one I can understand. Men truly are hopeless. Is that what you were hoping I'd say? I ain't really into that sort of thing, but sure, that works. I didn't expect you to think about things this way. It's in my nature as a brother, which is all I will be at the moment. That's enough. I need you all to follow proper protocol. Parka actually raises her voice at us. How unusual. There's no anger in her tone, though. If anything, I think she's excited. It's an abnormal situation. One where a myriad of emotions are all crossing paths. Numeral 1 and 3's election of numeral 12 shall be our first priority. As you know, revealing a personal card will allow you to obtain election priority. What will you do, numeral 1? I'll reveal my name card. I'll reveal my regrets. I close my eyes and Parka chides Federico for ignoring protocol again. My actions are essentially throwing mud in his face after he helped me, but that's okay. What I'm about to do is through my own will. I'll reveal my cause of death then. Heh, I'm fresh out of cards to reveal, so I guess I'll let you have the rights to eliminate him. I won the moment I gathered all 3 of his cards. Hell, I should thank you for giving me the final push I needed. So that's why. I finally understand his actions from last night. He must have learned about Amrita somehow. I've never met her myself, but the similarities must be authentic if even he is able to make the connection between me and her. Still, it doesn't feel real for him to thank me. I never did anything for him. He's the one who obtained the answer he was looking for on his own. Very well. Up next is numeral 2 and numeral 12's election of numeral 3. We never did have the pleasure of meeting face to face. Indeed. You help. Indeed. You helped Rinka out, though, didn't you? I owe you my thanks for that.
Spare me your gratitude. I'm sure you've been told that I'm not fond of such niceties.
I have every intention of earning election priority. What will you do?
I have 3 cards remaining, but the last thing I want is for him to haunt Amrita if I eliminate him. You may have the right. As for us, how does continuing our bout at a later time sound, Federico Carminati?
Tch, that sure ain't gonna sit well with me. How about we just call it a win on both sides?
No.
Oh, come on. No talking amongst each other. How many times must I repeat myself? This is the most emotion Parka has shown. I love it. Parka halts the conversation for us. Next, she begins the process of bringing 2 lives to their end. With that decided, numeral 1 and numeral 12, numeral 2 and numeral 3 allow me to proceed on with the election procedure. The Court of Fate rumbles following her exclamation. I'm up first. My platform makes its way to the upper stratum, as does Alon's. Alright, eliminating Alon. Alon and I face one another upon completing our ascension. He remains silent, albeit with a peaceful expression.
I already told you everything there is to say during that night.
Yeah. His current silence compared to that night... Compared to the night he's referring to says it all. That silence is soon disturbed by Parka. Oh my, done chatting already? I must admit I expected you to express the same anguish over this as numeral 1. Everyone has a surprising side to them, right? Indeed.
Indeed.
Oh, granted. I shan't complain about everything proceeding smoothly. Do begin your election, then. I open up my card book once she shuts her mouth. My cards float out in response despite the majority of them being useless now. Do you know all of Rinka's cards? Name, Shishimai Rinka, cause of death, asphyxiation, or suffocation pretty much. Strangled. Asphyxiation. And then, regret is wanting to live on, pretty much. It's like wanting to make the fullest of her life. Her daily life, yeah. Oh, okay, yeah. I think you get that midway through the game? My cards float out in response, despite the majority of them being useless now. His name is Alon Scorpion. He was killed with poison.
If there's one thing I regret, it's not using my position to present you with a diamond that you no doubt would never be able to afford.
You being sarcastic now.
To make up for it, allow me to teach you a magic phrase, one based on my belief that Amrita will become the next CEO. A time will come when you require such jewelry. This phrase will allow you to purchase some for a remarkably low price.
He chuckles to himself before continuing.
You wet the bed until you were 13 years old. Say this to her, and you'll be able to afford any jewelry you desire.
That's messed up. Actually messed up. What the heck, Alon? Alon! Leave her alone! Leave her alone! Akira! Sister catching strays. She's not even a part of this. I can't help but crack a smile. He cares for his sister far more than I imagined, an overprotective big brother through and through. To be honest, I'm a bit jealous.
I must admit, being elected under these circumstances isn't too bad. Go on, finish your job.
Yeah. His regret is his sister's future. My cards begin to shine in response, floating into the middle of the Court of Fate. Once there, the light engulfs the entire space. It's then that I hear his last words.
Then again, you've no need for jewelry when those eyes of yours shine brighter than any stone.
Ain't no way, he's dressing us up. Alright, we get to see Alon's death. The scenery switches to that of a hotel room. Alon was going through documents. Not just paper documents, but files stored on his laptop and tablet as well. Room service arrived shortly after. It was coffee. Alon didn't normally partake, but his secretary recommended it, if he needed a way to keep himself awake. They claimed the coffee here was especially good. He took a sip. Full body paralysis followed mere moments later. Only then did he notice just how many people had to have worked together through their shared hatred of him. His time was short, however. He lacked the means to judge them for their decision. Only the outcome mattered, and how it was a fitting end for someone who had thrown so much away. But in the end, his heart remained one. But in his heart remained one regret. He hadn't seen his dear sister in half a year. A child could grow like a weed in that little time. If only he could have seen that growth, her baby steps toward adulthood. It's the sad backstory that makes up for threatening babies, isn't it? Ooh! My consciousness returns in what I'd guess was 5 minutes. I wasn't surprised by what I saw. It all made sense based on what Alon had told me. One question lingers in my mind, though. Why did no one see how kind he was? Do you see all of what I see? Memories are beyond my realm of expertise, I'm afraid. What's that supposed to mean? Allow me to show you the cards in numeral 12's possession. Please consider which you'd like to obtain as you descend. It's his own fault for not being an enemy. His complex character can be boiled down to a Cisco. That's so accurate. That's so accurate. Oh no, that actually is him! That's so him! You're right! Ahem. Wait a minute. My attempt to stop her is in vain, as she has already disappeared. Following that, my platform begins its descent. Rinka's platform returns to the lower stratum not long after she leaves. Miru looks her in the eye and nods. Words aren't needed between them now. Her own platform begins its rise after this. Frederico follows suit. I don't think I've seen Miru ever eliminate anyone. They face one another once in the upper stratum. It's the first time they've done so since their last encounter in the real world. Frederico is the one to break the silence. There's something I wanna ask you. What is it? You a lesbian or something? As far as I can tell, you're in love with that squirt. This is not the question Miru had anticipated. She may have gotten angry. I guess everyone. Wait. No, Frederico's the only one to call. I guess Mao's called it out that Miru likes Rinka. Mao and Frederico, I think. I don't think anyone else has actually called her on it. She may have gotten angry under normal circumstances. Being asked in such a blunt manner, renders her completely speechless. Did Odette? No, Odette only professed her love to Miaru. But Miaru rejected her because she likes Rinka. Odette, I don't think, caught on that Miaru likes Rinka, but Odette did profess her own love to Miaru. Guess it doesn't matter when this is the end for me. Oof. Guess it doesn't matter when this is the end for me. Not really true if you could get her regret. Oh, but Frederico's kinda done, you know? Frederico should know her regrets, if Scale figured it out. Do you make it a point to sour people's impressions of you whenever you leave? Yeah, he's pretty done though. No need to feel embarrassed. Can't claim to understand why some people are... Frederico! You're sick! What do you mean you can't I guess... I don't know. Frederico, why are you talking about this? By the way, it's funny. He said Amrita was too young for him, but he keeps trying to raise up Miru. I know! They're the same age! No, Miru's older! Wait, Miru's a year older, actually, because she got held back a year. Miru's a year older. But still, same range. Does he have her cards? You can check. I don't think he'd do it. I'd imagine he would not block. No, she's 2. We got name, cause of death. He doesn't have her regrets? Scale had her regrets. Did Scale not have her regrets? No, Scale definitely tried electing her. He wouldn't know her regret because he didn't know she liked Rinka. But Scale tried electing Miaru. So Scale should have her regrets, is the thing. But even Scale doesn't have it. Interesting. Anyways. Scale, yes, but not Frederico. Even Scale doesn't have it, though, is the issue with the books. I don't know. No need to feel embarrassed. Can't claim to understand why some people are gay, but it ain't weird or anything to me. Yo! It ain't weird to him. Let's go! Thank you, Frederico. Oh, I think it's because they did some good acting. I don't think you can elect people without knowing all the info is the thing. Because Miaru had to block all of Scale's assault with her cards, you know? With her cards on him. And that's the only way. Need all cards. Yeah. Not sure. I guess we just don't fully know her regret, so then they're not telling us. They're not just gonna show it to us in their card books just yet. Hell, I'd have taught you a technique or two if you said so earlier. Miaru responds to his joke with an icy Frederico, please. Frederico, it's time to stop. I was Scale missing from the card screen. It was there. I just pressed on him. When you press on people, it hides their faces. Like so. Oh, okay, yeah. I see. Yep. There's no animosity behind it. However, just her silly way of responding to a silly joke. Is that all you wanted to ask? Why do you feel free? Why do you feel free to talk a bit longer if you so wish? Nah, I'm good. Nothing left to say there. Nothing left to say, is there? Okay, I guess, Frederico. You're right. Oh, Frederico, you're done? What? Okay, that was a very personal question you immediately asked her, Frederico, but yeah, no, that's cool. I guess you're done. Neither of them are surprised by Parko's sudden appearance. While somewhat displeased, she continues with the procedure. Do select your cards then, numeral 2. Oh wait, maybe I have seen Miaru before. Who did she elect? I can't remember. Miaru opens her card book when prompted. His name is Frederico Carminati. Parka enjoys surprising them. Parka always appears to surprise them, but yeah, she enjoys doing it. I wonder what happens if you get here and then, like, don't select your cards. I wondered, would you just get set back down? Oh yeah, this ain't about me, but there's one last thing I wanted to say. That beast of a woman never forgot how to enjoy life. Even after all she'd been through, she even threw away an easy chance at survival to save me. But then I up and died anyway. My point is, well, just remember that people like us lived our lives the best we could. What's important is that you enjoy the ride, so don't you dare go killing yourself again, got it? That was not a speech I expected out of Frederico. But you know what? Very cool. Didn't Odette have all of Frederico's cards? Did, but chose not to block. Odette just chose to die and let Frederico live. Maybe Parko just points at them and they cease to accept. Maybe. He was crushed to death. Parka said that she can change fate last time, so make sure to take advantage of that if you both if both of you and that kiddo make it through to the end. Let your desires take priority a bit more. Don't worry about your image. Your looks will keep you covered there. His regret is success. Oh. Oh. Oh, I thought it was Odette, but oh, it's success. His success at eliminating Odette. Oh. She bites her lip as she reads out his final card. She has no idea what emotion she is feeling right now. I don't know where I'm going after this place, but I'll pray that you two have a great relationship. The Court of Fates is once again engulfed by the light from Miyaru's cards. Frederico ended with a good character development. You'll love to see it. The scenery of a sinking ship unfolds. The ship's captain leapt toward him. Her body coiled with his immediately after. The ship's components collapsed at the same time, crushing him underneath them. His resentment toward both his failure and something else accompanied his death. Sorry, but I don't need your prayers. Sorry, but I don't need your prayers. If anything, they'll just make things worse. There's no need to fool yourself, Miyaru. Stop it. You were only allowed to call me by my name when I was your vessel. Is that so? Wait a minute. Your only method of observing the real world up until divine selection was through me, wasn't it? In that case, how have you been keeping tabs on it up until now? Your friend is waiting below. Miyaru's platform begins to move after Parker ignores her question. It helps her to realize something, though. She is getting ever closer to an answer. Because she disregards all questions. Any questions that she doesn't want to answer, she will not answer. What is she, an answering machine? Miyaru returns from the upper stratum alone. Oh? Hold up. Did he actually get it? Oh, he got Dino? Oh, I guess I have to learn Dino. And he sticks to landing. 19 and 59. Holy crap. Okay. Damn. Damn. Okay. Guess I'm learning Dino Skip. Cool. You know what? Dino kind of cleans up my back half of the run, at least, so that's not bad. Ah! Thank you, Jay, for letting me know. Also, welcome in, Jay. Miyaru returns from the upper stratum alone. Her platform settles next to mine once more. Thus, only us and Parker remain in the Court of Fate. What up, Becky? Nice, 1959. That's insane pace. Guess I'll learn Dino. Guess I'll practice Dino. We do it. I saw. Congrats. That was an insane run. When is the competition happening? Over a period of time? It's over a period of time. Pretty much until the end of July. Sad to see you do it. I'm gonna have to practice it. I did not get the upwards boost of Dino. I got the sidewards boost, but I did not get high. I did not get the high boost when I tried doing Dino. I'm not sure. The seemingly endless space somehow feels even bigger. Also, welcome in, Eggy. Hope you had a good stream, which, looking at that clip, oh, I think you did. 20 minutes, damn. The seemingly endless space somehow feels even bigger now. Well done. Have you decided which card to take? Gonna have to chill a bit and eat, but I'll be here all good, have a good food. Not like anything's worth it. Maybe I'll take numeral 6's name card. It belongs to the woman Alan eliminated on the first night. I've never met her, but learning her name should allow me to remember her. I'll take a page out of Rinka's book and have numeral 7's name then. She must have understood what I was going for, the name belonging to the man Odette eliminated on the second night. I'll ask her about it later, that way I'll finally know the names of all 12 participants. I'll be able to remember every last one of them. Oh, I see. I see the cards are useless to you at this point. Maybe, maybe not. Can you end it already? I want to go get some proper rest. Yes, yes, very well. Parka gives an apathetic response before returning to the center of the Court of Fate. Tonight's session resulted in 2 eliminations. I bid you farewell for now. I might not like her, but I can't deny how pleasant her voice sounds. Divine selection. It won't be long before this cruel ritual is finally over. Achievements! 10th week. Morning. I'm stricken with a sense of loss upon waking up. My alarm rings after I've spent some time staring at the ceiling. Rip 2. Actually, rip Frederico and Alon. I've managed to wake up before it went off somehow. I checked my phone only to notice a direct message from Miaru. It's about the card she obtained last night. Ro, huh? Wonder if he's Chinese. He was that chubby old man, if I recall. I'm not sure what sort of life he led, but I can only assume he'd gone through his fair share. Oh yeah, we did start in China when we were going through the perspective of Odette and Frederico. But then they also went to a different city in between, right? I forgot what city they went to. I'm not sure what sort of life he led, but I can only assume he'd gone through his fair share. I sent her numeral 6's name as thanks. Her name was Chan. She was probably in her mid-20s, judging from her appearance, although her desperate plea for someone to help her stood out the most. Her life must have been at its highest point for her to react in such a way. Every single person had led their own lives. Sounds obvious when I've come to appreciate that reality much more. I get a follow-up text from Miaru as I'm thinking. Final starts today, you ready? What? I spew an unintelligible sound in response. Looks like she has more to say. What? There's no need for us to rush, it's just us left. Let's get exams out of the way before we think about how to handle Divine Selection. Both Alon and Frederico were eliminated during last night's election. Miaru is right, we can take our time to think things through once we're done with the exams. Alon. Curiosity gets the better of me, which leads me to do an online search of his name. His position meant that even Japanese news outlets would report on his death. It was labeled as a death under unknown circumstances at first, but now it's being chalked up to suicide. There's no way he'd commit suicide. Anyone who knew him would agree. His death occurred 2 months ago now. It's too late to try and do anything about it. Not like anyone would believe me if I did. It's not like it affects my life in any way, but it still frustrates me. A lot of unexpected things to play out this way, though. That means there's a more important issue to consider now. Now we're actually in the endgame. I was premature. No, it's always the endgame. Amrita. Per the contents of his will, the position of CEO will be taken up by the late CEO's younger sister. Apparently there were plenty of arguments over it, but she got appointed in the end. She even changed her name to Amrita Scorpion to carry on his legacy, and is working hard with the support of others. I guess people aren't thrilled with this show of nepotism, judging by the comments of the article themselves. Doesn't matter if I know she'll forge a path ahead without giving haters the time of day. There are photos of her in the articles, too. You can tell she's still young, but she certainly is gorgeous. I'm not really sure how we're similar, but I can take pride in Alon's claim that we are. Okay, time to move on with my own life. I've decided to put reading the diary on hold until I'm done with finals. Much as I want to finish it, I'd rather not come across something important right now. It'd kill my ability to focus on studying. I enjoy a nice big stretch and then get ready for school. Free at last! An arduous 5 days of exams finally comes to an end. The time spent at school was short due to each day being limited to 2 subjects, but that didn't make it any less grueling. Mao. Miaru and Naomi made sure to drag me to the library every single day, to the risk of me not studying was just too great. Sure, I started late, but I definitely didn't spend any less time studying than anyone else. In fact, I'm feeling pretty good about the results this time around. The price I pay in return was a dear one, however, leading me to sprawl out over my desk the moment I hand my last exam in. Thank God they time skipped the exam. I know! I'm exhausted. All we have left for today is homeroom, so now I've got to wait for the teacher to arrive. I sense Mao approaching. She's probably going to notice that I look like I'm dying. You sure look beat? I am. I haven't studied this hard since our entrance exams. That's an issue in and of itself. A monkey could have gotten better grades than you before these finals. Savage. The first half of my first year went well enough, thanks to what I learned while studying for entrance exams, but it's been downhill ever since. I can't even offer Mao a witty comeback, when even she's been outdoing me. What did I even do with my time? It's not like I had the store to worry about or anything. You did go all out, this time at least. Yeah, so please, let me rest. No can do, princess, right, Miarun? Indeed, apparently the four of us are going to karaoke after school. Ugh! I take it... Ugh. I take it Naomi's coming as well. Yep, you're opening the store tomorrow, so we gotta go crazy today. Karaoke! Pog! We never did get to go after culture festival, so now's the time to make up for it. That combo. A culture festival. Alright, we couldn't go due to Naomi getting injured from the accident. That happened back then. That's how events were rewritten. Mao had something planned for the week after as well, but nothing came from it in the end. This might just be the best time to cut loose then. But I'm still exhausted. Let me rest. I made sure to keep it a secret so you could focus on studying. I'm on your side here, but we'll have to convince Mao for- Wait, I made sure to keep it a secret so you could focus on studying. I'm on your side here, but we'll have to convince Mao first. That sounds more exhausting than just going. Oh well. Talking Mao down when she's raring to party is too much of a hassle. It's been a while, so I guess I'll have fun. Dum dum da da dum 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 da da. Ah, my throat's killing me. Same here. Where do you get all that energy, Mao? Going to bed nice and early did the trick. You made sure to study as well, though, right? I do not comment on rumors and speculation. We end up staying at the karaoke place until 7, which is when free time ends. After grabbing some food, we make our way to the nearest station. I haven't gone all out like this in a while. I'd be lying if I said it wasn't fun. Likewise. I whispered that to myself, but even so, Miaru chimes in as if to say she heard me. Mao went wild when she wasn't singing. Naomi actually had a pretty good voice when she overcame her shyness. Meanwhile, Miaru outright refused to sing. My voice was completely forgettable, but for some reason, Miaru kept taking pictures and videos of me. She tried to be sneaky about it, but it was hard not to notice. At least I know the reason why. Miaru approaches and tugs ever so slightly on my left sleeve. Oh. Mao takes immediate notice and grabs Naomi by the arm. Hey, Naorin, I think I left my phone back at that place. Weren't you using it just a second ago? You must be hallucinating. So hey, mind coming with me to go get it? Rini and Miarun, you two can head home first. There's no need to drag me. Despite her pleas, Mao drags Naomi back along the path we were just walking. Get wrecked, Naomi. I mean, oh no, poor Naomi, ha 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 ha. It's just Miaru and me at the station. There's no need to wonder why either. Can we go somewhere else for now? Sure, how about Tokyo Tower? Just like our last night out together. Thank you so much for the follow, Az. Thank you. The park where we first met might have been more appropriate, but it's closed at this hour. Both of us figured that we should avoid Lion's house too. That's why it feels right to go back to where she confessed. We're going back! We don't say anything on our way there. We just stand side by side, taking in the sounds of the train carrying us to our destination. It gives me time to sort my thoughts out. I'm aware that I've made her wait far too long. 2 whole weeks and 4 days, that's how long I put it off. Her decision to not rush me for an answer also means she's had to spend all that time worrying about it. Very long wait, yes. I have an obligation to answer her now. Maybe that's not the right way to put it. I just need to be honest with her about how I feel at this moment. That's why I spend most of our journey thinking about my answer. Well, I've already settled on the answer itself. I've just got to figure out the right way to tell her. Do I get to choose? Please let me choose. Our silence continues until we reach our destination. Tokyo Tower really is lovely when it's all lit up. It feels like a different experience in summer compared to spring. I'm not quite sure how to kick the conversation off with Miaru. I decide to just roll with it with the first thing that comes to mind. So, let me apologize for making you wait this long. It's fine. Mao told me it takes some time, plus there was a divine selection and finals to worry about. I promise you'll get an answer no matter what. Just Give me some time to think it through, please. I was prepared to wait when you fumbled your way through that answer upon my confession. Seems like she remembers exactly what I told her. Hearing it repeated like that is embarrassing. I should mention something as well. Actually, it was all Mao's idea for us to be alone after our day out. I figured as much. But well, it's true that I've wanted to hear your answer as well. Of course. Miaru tugging my sleeve was her way of saying that it's something she sincerely wanted. She must have been overwhelmed with emotions when she did so. Worry, hope, anxiety. Now I understand. Now I better understand all that she's been going through compared to before. There's something else I need to tell you, but it might take a while. Are you okay with that? Yeah, go ahead. It's about the contents of my cause of death card. I want you to know about the events that led up to my choice to take my own life. It's unfair of me to expect an answer from you when I'm still keeping secrets, so I want you to make your decision after hearing about me at my worst. Don't respond just to my confession, but answer whether or not you can accept someone as horrible as me. Sure, although I should make one thing clear. I'll never think poorly of you no matter what. I won't hate you, nor will I reject you. That just won't happen. Miaru nods in response. I feel that this goes without saying between us nowadays. If Miaru's willing to open up, then she will. All I need to do is listen. Whoa! Cool CG. Very intense music. Let's see. I skipped a majority of the details when I told you about what happened between the time I entered Amica and met you, so allow me to fill that gap. This will be entirely from the perpetrator's point of view. There's no taking back what the victims went through, and they can't be judged for their hatred. As you know, I'm not too fond of my mother. This wasn't always the case, however. Miaru tells me about her mother's past. This must be crucial in understanding her frame of mind. Regardless, even the perpetrator has lived their own life before that point. I just happened to be born on the after side of things. She prefaces her story with this. It's not the first time I've heard about how her father took someone's life in an accident. She told me about it way back when at the park, too. He may have been responsible, but that doesn't mean he felt nothing over it. I'm sure his wife felt the same pain he did. My mother stayed by my father's side even after the fact. She went so far as to shoulder the burden with him and worked hard to ensure that they could start a new life elsewhere. She pauses for a moment before continuing. At some point, though, her mindset changed, likely prompted by my father's suicide. She was likely bottling up plenty before that, so maybe it makes sense that losing him caused the bottle to burst. While her despair may have been one factor, I'm certain the main reason was her belief that she had been betrayed. She had given her life to support him following what happened, and yet he threw his own away. He abandoned his responsibility to own up to and live with the consequences of his actions. Meanwhile, my mother was separated from the sin she shouldered with him. She was finally free, if you will. Miaru's mother began looking for a new partner. Eventually, she fell for a younger man at her workplace. Miaru made it a point that her mother was pretty beyond doubt. She looked young despite both her age and everything she'd been through. It made sense for her to enter a relationship with someone younger. I met the man once myself. He was accepting of her being a single mother, and they got engaged before long. She was so happy then. She would make my favorite meals for dinner. The way she chose her clothes whenever she went out resembled that of a girl going on her first date. We were hardly wealthy, but she always made sure I looked fashionable. I really did love her back then. I knew about her financial situation, though. That's why I studied hard to get a scholarship at Amica, knowing it would allow me to get an education without putting a strain on her. I figured she would have been married for a few years by the time I'd entered university, so we would be in a much better place financially. The Mishima family had a bright future ahead. Her mother never neglected her parental duties, not even while indulging in her newfound love. She was betrayed again, though. Apparently the man told her that they should break up, despite him having given her an engagement ring. It must have been around August he fell in love with one of the new hires at their job. Their relationship had been going on for over a year at this point. One couldn't easily regain the feelings they'd lost. This was likely the final moments of my mother's life. Everything she did afterwards was never really her. That's what caused her to change. Essentially, she stopped caring about everything, including me. My birthday, my tastes, everything. It all became meaningless. I'm not sure if neglected is the right word for this, but it's the first that comes to mind. It's basically a type of child abuse that involves not giving them the proper care they need. She'd do nothing but complain if I tried to say anything to her, and she'd started drinking alone at home. She wasn't working full-time, and yet she would only ever do the bare minimum of chores. Drastic changes have the power to sway people's heart. Our relationship, before all that, made it all the more difficult for me. It was around that time I started slitting my wrists. It's also when I did it on a regular basis. I just wanted to hear her care about me again. I didn't mind if she didn't buy me stuff I liked, or if she didn't do any chores. At the very least, I wanted her to acknowledge my birthday. At the same time, I found it odd that her anger was directed not toward me, not toward the man, but that toward the woman who took him from her. She may have seduced him for all I know, but it was still his decision to betray her in the end. I can understand why she wasn't angry at him when that seemed like the natural reaction. In terms of victim and perpetrator, I thought the man was definitely the latter, with my mom the former. At the same time, I may have held some resentment toward my mother for the vulgarities she uttered about the woman in front of her own daughter. She could do little else but bottle up the stress caused by both her mother's neglect and the resentment she felt. Ever since the winter of my first year in middle school, I spent my time thinking of ways to hurt myself, more to grab her attention. While my meeting with you when we were kids helped support me, 6 months passed with me in a destructive state of mind. It was in my second year that I met Mao. That was a turning point in my life. Apparently Mao was keeping her distance from her classmates as well, albeit for different reasons. She hated the groupthink amongst the girls in her class, stuff like their decisions to ignore people if they didn't join in on bullying others. Nowadays, that's not an issue since she can brush off anything she doesn't support, but that wasn't the case back then. That's why she kept her distance instead. It was so she wouldn't get forced into doing anything she didn't want to. Mao was never any good at judging the right way to interact with others at the time. Well, I was even worse. Mao showed no effort to avoid Miaru after learning about her self-harm habits, nor did she get angry and try to lecture her about it. She didn't even try to understand the reason behind it. According to Miaru, that was exactly what she needed. Mao's the one who told me that I didn't need to love her just because she was my mother. It was okay for me to hate her. That sure sounds like Mao. Miaru nods quickly. I finally came to hate her thanks to that little push. I accepted that she wasn't worthy of my respect at that moment, despite our past relationship. This is a long story. I didn't think there was this much. Dang. Okay. Fine whether you love or hate someone. It's fine to switch from one to the other too. In the end, it's all a personal choice you make for yourself. I can see Mao saying something like that. Even then, there's still times where I broke down and slit my wrists. The frequency at which she did so dropped dramatically, however. Knowing she wasn't alone gave her peace of mind. I'm sure I can give a general summary of what happened once I entered high school and fell in love with you. Yeah. She briefly explains that her self-harm actions had stopped around that time. The scars from before would never go away, though. That's why she started to wear clothes with long sleeves, even in the heat of summer. And then, when our second year started, Naomi appeared. That was another turning point for her. I started to spend a lot more time with Naomi after we met. Now that I think about it, it's impressive how close we got in such a short time. 1 month in, and I already wanted to go to a theme park with her. It was completely normal from most people's perspective, I guess. Just another facet of one's daily life. Miaru couldn't see it that way, though. I was always the one by your side up till then. Mao would never act as the third wheel because she knew how I felt about you, but the same can't be said for Naomi, you know? To be frank, the more time I spent with you, the more time you spent with her, the less time you spent with me. Miaru makes that clear as day. I don't blame myself because I don't really agree with the idea of having to spend an equal amount of time with everyone, nor can I blame Miaru for her perspective either, not when I understand where she's coming from. One day, Parka appeared in my dreams to tell me what fate held in store. Naomi would steal you away from me. Parka did? Why would she? I had an odd dream that night. I'm still not sure if it was one Parka showed me, or one that manifested from my own anxiety. It was a dream where you and Naomi were in a relationship. Me and Naomi? My mind goes blank for a moment. First she mentions Parka, then a dream where me and Naomi are in a relationship? I don't know where the possibility came from, but it's certainly not one based in reality. I'd rather not interrupt Miaru, so I make sure to withhold my commentary for now. I had this dream on the night of May 2nd, the juncture of casualty. The day all 12 of us died. Let me make one thing clear. That dream wasn't what led me to commit suicide. I'm confident I could get over it so long as you were happy. She makes sure to tell me that she'll be fine no matter how I respond to her confession. She won't resort to suicide even if I say no. That's how she felt following the dream too. The issue was with the emotion that her dream gave birth to. I found myself outraged.
These hands of mine have been dirtied for a long time now. You coming to face me now doesn't faze me at all. Hell, I welcome it even.
Exclamation mark slap fade.
I can't believe the TTS said that for you. What the heck, Retro? Thank you for the resub. Thank you for the sub for 5 months. Dang. Thank you. I can't believe you used TTS for that. Thank you, Retro. Sheesh. Long time. I need water. I can't believe you made TTS slap me. That's messed up. I found myself outraged at Naomi. I hated her for it. Most of all, I envied her. But thank you, Retro. I appreciate it. That's when I understood, though, why my mother's anger was directed at the woman instead of the man that abandoned her. Her blood flows through my veins, making it possible for me to turn out exactly like her in the future. The realization that I had been denying my lineage through my hatred made me want to die. This was different from when she was slitting her wrists. She didn't want anyone to notice her in this situation. I just didn't want to be alive anymore. That's an emotion I simply can't understand. Yeah, her whole regret card is wanting to live a daily life. We're fundamentally different people after all, and it's not limited to just Miaru and myself. Not being able to understand parts of another is what makes us all unique. How do you feel now? Divine selection helped me in a way. The fact that I was able to kill myself proves that I understood exactly which part of me I hated. Her hate was so strong that it even applied to herself. She was able to denounce that side of her and find the will to bring her own life to an end. Those actions gave her some form of hope, it seems. Committing suicide proved that I still have a will and self-control that in turn allowed me to forgive myself. That's why she was determined to survive divine selection until I appeared in the Court of Fate. She made sure to stress that. Alright, that's the tale of Hinata Miaru up until her demise. I'd like to hear your answer after taking that into consideration. She turns and faces me once again, telling me all that may have required even more courage than her confession. She didn't sugarcoat the horrible things she thought about Naomi. She knows how much I love everyone in our group too. That's why she probably didn't want to accept her feelings toward Naomi. Doing so would lead to her not being able to spend time with me. Besides, she didn't actually despise Naomi. Her envy stemmed from the fact that I had been spending more time with her. I didn't get why she didn't want me to make a decision until I'd heard this. It just proves how much she loves. Oh, I can get why. It just proves how much she loves me. She's serious about this. Let me confirm one thing with you. And because she's so serious, I need to be serious and ask this too. You said that only one person can become Parka's vessel. Thus only one person can survive. I still disagree. If there's still even the slightest chance that both of us can survive, that's what I want to bet on. Linda's diary and an outcome where we are unable to elect one another are both parts of my belief. I want to fight back as much as possible. How do you feel about that? She casts her eyes to the ground to show that she's thinking. It's not out of hesitation. She wants to be confident in her response. I don't want an answer based on logic. I want one based on her feelings. She probably understands that. My priority is your survival. As for my own, I'm still not too sure. I appreciate your honesty. She responds in kind to my trust in her. She should know the answer I'm hoping for. I've changed my mind. Let's look for a way to survive together. That isn't the answer she gives. it kind of makes me want to shout at her, much like I did when she first said it at the start of Divine Selection. Her resolution is the same now as it was back then. It's somewhat relieving, though. She's still the same person I've always known. Well, here I go, then. My nerves get the better of me once it's time to answer. Big decision. I can feel my heart ready to explode. Mira's face may even be more flushed than mine. Even I'm beginning to wonder how I remained so calm until now. It's only natural to be nervous. This is no doubt something that'll change both of our lives. What the? What the? Saving. What the? Give her an answer. I accept. Well, I'm fine with dating you. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, not everyone will enter a relationship with someone of the same gender, even if they're Wait, what? Rinka, can you repeat that for me, please? I love you, that's for sure, but I'm not certain if I'm in love with you, as it were. I mean, I've never experienced it before. If dating you helps me to figure that out, then I'm down. Is that an acceptable answer? She freezes up, her mouth almost hitting the floor. She looks like she wants to say something, but she can't find the words. In the end, she finally manages to crank out a coherent sentence. I'm so happy I could die. She's smiling, her face beat red. This isn't her usual smile either, it's one she can't stop from spreading. That just reaffirms how cute she is to me. I can't help but match her smile, knowing that I'm about to enter a relationship with her. Let's go! I can't believe they allow you to I can't believe they allow you to pick wrong in that scenario. That's crazy. I wonder what happens if you pick the other option. Herm. It's that Mao cheering. If anyone else sees me right now, they probably think I was a creeper. I'm gonna fall for her. Yes, Mao. That's what I think at the time, at least. We walk back to the station that night hand in hand. Strolling through the nighttime scenery like this feels nice. Interesting that there were 2 steps in that decision. Yeah, you could put it off, and if you don't put it off, you could reject her. It shouldn't look awkward for 2 girls to be holding hands. Still, I feel a little shy about it. Let's go! Anyways, we better figure out a way for Miaru to live. It'd be very awkward to get in a relationship for 2 days and then, uh-oh, guess who up and died? Wonder what would happen if you procrastinated more. I do too. I get ready for bed once back home. Way too much has happened today. First I finished my finals, then Mao dragged us all out, and then I had to finally give Miaru an answer. I've done it. She's officially my first girlfriend. It's weird saying that when I've never had a boyfriend. It's not weird in a bad way though. I'd be insulting Miaru if I thought it was. What's important is that this is how I really feel. I really should sleep for now. The store will be open for the first time in a while tomorrow, so I need to get up early. There's a lot to be done. I've messaged my gran as well, so all that's left is to shut my eyes. It's fortunate that the next election isn't the last. We'll still have a week to work things out if nothing comes from this. As much as I want to finish the diary, I'm better off getting some rest. Alright, we're putting it off more. Let's go. Love that. Morning already. Drag myself out of bed and stretch. I'm opening up the store for the first time in a while today. There are a lot of preparations to make, so the store is only going to be open from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. Once ready to face the day, I make my way downstairs. Miaru pops into Lionhouse during the afternoon. Guess she's off work today, kind of unusual considering it's a Saturday. I thought she would have been proved wrong and the election would be moved ahead. We still have a day before before anything happens, you know? There's a good chance. When are you closing the shop today? Around 4. I figure it's only fair since I opened the store late. Okay, in that case, want to go on a date once you're done? Sure, no Huh? A date? I answer right away, but my brain has a slight delay in processing what she just said. She wants to go on a date, something couples normally do. What? It's decided then. I'm assuming you don't have any other plans. I've been itching to go to the aquarium, to be honest. The last time I went was back in elementary school. There's one about half an hour away by train. That's open till the evening. Let's meet there. Okay. A single syllable is all I can manage thanks to my embarrassment. So if I turned her down, would we just like read our book in peace today? Somehow it's never hit me that we're dating for real now. We held hands on the way back last night, but well, I was kind of going with the flow, I guess. I hear the hospital is a good It's the best date spot, honestly. It fixes so much, you know? For anyone that doesn't get that, we played Needy Streamer, and all my dates I did a Needy Streamer were to the hospital. Amazing date spot, honestly. Solved so much. I'm not sure what the actual dating process is. Miaru walks out while I'm caught up in my own thoughts. It seems like where and when you meet is just as essential for a first date as everything that comes after. My nerves and embarrassment make the next 3 hours of work a struggle, to say the least. Guess we're going to the aquarium. Later that day at 5 p.m., I make my way to meet Miaru once I've closed up shop. It's still pretty bright out during this time of July. I don't think I've been this nervous in my life. My thoughts slip out. It's amazing how the idea of this one date can get me so anxious when we've hung out countless times before. The last time I was at an aquarium was in elementary school as well. Now that I think about it, my gran took me to one pretty far out. I remember being amazed at the sight of a whale shark. The pattern on their back has been compared to that of a night sky full of stars. I remember thinking, thanks to that the aquarium was kind of like space, the sort of association only a kid would make, really. It might just be the ideal place for us to begin our new relationship, though. I mean, my understanding of love is about the same level as space. That was so corny. That was so corny. No! Why'd you say that? No! Ooh. Ooh, that hurt to read. Honestly, that hurt to read. We enter the aquarium around 6 and leave, just as it's about to close for the night. Oh, we don't even get to see the aquarium. Honestly, her understanding of love is pretty much the same as her understanding of everything else except coffee. True. It wasn't too big of a place, but the effort put into every display was remarkable enough that they kept our attention the whole way through. Holding hands the entire time was pretty embarrassing, but part of me stopped caring thanks to all the sea creatures. We made our way to a nearby restaurant for some food afterwards. That was great, wasn't it, Rinka? Yeah, the jellyfish were pretty enough, but getting to see stuff floating around with them like stingrays and manta rays was nice. I didn't even realize there was an aquarium there. It was the sort of place where kids, families, and adults alike could enjoy themselves. Apparently it's a popular date spot as well. The nightscape from inside was beautiful too, so I could understand why. I spent more time watching you enjoying yourself than I did the exhibits. You're just too cute. Come on, are you trying to embarrass me now? She says the stuff even when other people are within earshot. I shoved some of the lettuce wedges that come with my hamburger steak into my mouth to distract myself. Chances are that was the exact sort of reaction she was hoping for, though. Not that emo combo. Despite knowing this, I can't stop myself. She's got me wrapped around her finger. Are you planning to open the store tomorrow? She poses her question once we're done talking about the aquarium. Yep, what makes you ask? Ah, well, I was planning to stay over at your place tonight. You what? I want to go to the theme park tomorrow too, mainly because going next week might not be the best idea when we'll have the final round of Divine Selection looming over us. Well, it makes sense. She could stay at my place so we could get up nice and early for it. The suggestion came out of nowhere, but she thought it all through. She's probably taken tomorrow off work or asked someone to cover her shift too. Not that she'd admit to it. It's rare to see her have both days of the weekend off. So that's the only explanation I can think of. It hurts to admit, but I have no reason to open the store if I don't want to right now. Every single day is precious now. Having acknowledged that, I decide to take the day off myself. That being said, I don't mind you staying over, but it's a bit too early for us to be doing, you know, that sort of stuff. She must be going through her bucket list. Maybe. That's a pretty fair assumption. Miru blushes profusely in response to my timid claim, drawing her eyes away from mine. She follows up with one of her standard chuckles before whispering something to me. I never expected you, of all people, to bring that up. Don't worry, those things hadn't even crossed my mind. Huh? Wait a minute. So I'm the one with a questionable thought process, basically? All I could do is shovel more food into my mouth and choke as a result. Extra doubts. Once back home, we shower and hop into bed separately, might I add. I doubt I'll be able to read that diary tomorrow at this rate. That's fine though, I'm not opposed to this. Spending time with Miru is fun, pure and simple. Maybe that's what dating entails, just enjoying time spent with your partner. Good night, Rinka. Yeah, good night, Miru. We're waking up early. Fortunately, I'm able to fall asleep fast thanks to my tired nerves from our date. Lathe? Cat god moment? No? Okay. Good morning. You sure slept like a log. Morning. How come you're ready this early? Not only has she gotten dressed, but she also has her hair all done up as well. Seems like she woke up an entire hour before me, which means she barely got any sleep. She looks perfectly fine despite that, though. I've never seen that outfit she has on before today either. I don't want to distract you while you get ready, so I'll wait downstairs. A thought comes to my mind as I watch her walk off. She's somehow more gorgeous than usual today. How do I look? I made my way downstairs after getting ready. Seeing Miru dressed up all nice makes me want to do the same. My clothes looked really cute when I bought them, but I never could find the courage to actually wear them till now. Stunning. She says this without reservation. Rinka's wearing like a hoodie and a skirt, and Miru's in a whole formal sun dress, sun hat. That's insane. I think Rinka believes that they could definitely both live, while Miru believes that she will definitely die. Yeah, I think so. Well, she said that for sure. Miru still is on the side of can't change fate, will die. And Rinka has definitely wanted to be like, yeah, we can both live. She says this without reservation. I don't take such compliments very well, which causes me to look away from her out of embarrassment. Anyway, we make our way to the station since we're both ready. Our destination is Stardust Kingdom, the same place we went to in May. Back then, there were 4 of us, but now it's just Miru and me. It's pretty busy because today's Sunday, but it's not near as bad as it was during Golden Week. Helps that summer holidays haven't started yet. So, what should we do first? I'll go wherever you want. If anything, I'd rather follow you around for today. But really, now I'm not too sure. She probably memorized where all the attractions are and what events are going on today, just like last time. That's why she should be able to plan out the most effective route based on where I would want to go. But I don't care about efficiency today. Last time we planned things out based on what all 4 of us wanted to do, so today I'm happy going anywhere you want. Alright, there are 5 things I want to try. Sit with you on a thrilling ride, go through the haunted house, watch the summer parade, buy matching souvenirs, and finally watch the nighttime parade with you, much like we did last time. Not many people come to a theme park with only 5 things in mind, but okay, sounds good to me. I'm determined to be proactive today, so I summon all my courage and grab Miru's hand. Having done that, I gently pull her along toward the entrance. Oh, and it's nighttime. And it's night. We successfully clear 4 of Miru's goals right when 8 p.m. rolls around. I handle thrill rides pretty well, so I wanted to go a second round on the free fall. Miru didn't take it too well though, so I scrapped that idea. The haunted house was less about trying to scare you and more about letting you enjoy the concepts behind horror-themed stuff. We managed to get to the front row for the afternoon parade. Amazingly enough, we got a bit wet since it had water spraying all over, but the weather was warm enough that we dried off pretty quick. As for souvenirs, we got a pair of mugs with our names engraved on them. Ooh, dang, they got their names engraved? Needless to say, we were both thrilled. They're packed in one box, so I'm in charge of carrying them. It's an important duty, if you ask me. All that's left now is the nighttime parade. Technically, that's where everything began. I learned last time that mainly couples come to watch it. That's fine, though. We're part of that crowd this time. Thanks for coming today. I came because I wanted to. There's no need to thank me. Do you remember what happened last time? Of course. I stand right by Miaru and wait for the parade to begin. Things sure have changed since then, huh? Becoming participants in Divine Selection was crazy enough, but who would have thought that we'd be the final 2 remaining? It's no mere coincidence. It's all due to your iron will. Yeah, I'd be insulting those who've been eliminated if I denied that at this point. It's not just that, though. Your resolve helped to create the situation. I'd hope so. Thinking about you is what helped me reach this point. The fantastical scenery of the theme park almost makes it feel like I'm dreaming. This feels so much like a goodbye moment, you know? Like this is the end type of moment. Like, after this point, everything is downhill. I'm not confirming that. It is just a guess, but it feels a lot like it, you know? It feels a lot like it. The fantastical... Okay, bye-bye. Though that might sound a bit ironic coming from someone who knows what the dream world looks like. Guess the biggest change of all is that we're dating right now. It was your confession that helped me find the confidence in myself. Funny how that works, huh? Ha 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 ha. Quite. Is that... Ha 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 ha. Quite. Especially when the same applies to me. You can never truly understand yourself without the help of others. I've gained a whole new perspective through Miru's feelings towards me. My outlook on the world has changed significantly after a mere 3 days of being in a relationship with her. I'm not sure the world's full of things. I'm sure the world's still full of things I still don't know. I mean, sitting beside Miru right now is making my heart race, but I still don't know if it means I'm in love with her or not. Hey, Rinka. What's up? Want a kiss? Then again, I already stole your lips when you were asleep last night. You what? You what? She followed up with what I said. Huh? She did what? This is why she woke up an hour early. You what? I'm teasing you. Oh, okay, Miaru, I guess. Thanks for teasing us, I guess. Ha 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 ha. Sit down. I'm teasing you. I'd much rather save my first kiss for when you're conscious. The worst part is, now, I'm not convinced you're actually kidding. Either way, we probably shouldn't right now, if I have to ask outright. I'm sure it'll happen naturally when the time feels right. My heart almost stopped for a minute. Kissing in my mind is, well, a pretty advanced step in a relationship. It's a whole different ballgame from holding hands. I'm not sure I can even make a comparison that represents the difference well enough. The illuminations around us finally fade, which signals the beginning of the parade. I feel Miaru's presence beside me the entire time, making the experience all the better. And we're back! We leave the park around half an hour before the gates close. Miaru comes back to Linehouse with me to pick up her stuff. She left it all so she wouldn't have to drag it around the park. Divine Selection is tonight. The plan is for her to pick up her stuff and leave so we can both relax before it starts. Miaru has a stern look on her face as she's about to leave. I have a suggestion I'd like you to hear. About Divine Selection, I guess. Correct. I've been thinking about it all week, but today helped me to finally sort things out. If we want to try out your previous suggestion, then tonight may be our only chance. Why do you say that? Let's say you elect me and I protect myself, but Parka avoids the exchange. We still have an entire week to figure something else out if things come to that. Her proposition makes sense, so I nod. I'd been considering the possibilities of how Parka would settle things if neither of us could elect one another myself. Stuff like this, stuff like the number of cards we have, how many cards we've acquired thus far, they could all become factors. Oh, does Miyaru want us to vote her? Uh-oh. It's entirely possible that Parka has the power to void an entire election too, considering her position. I think we're gonna elect Miyaru all innocently, and Miyaru's not gonna defend. If the scenarios I've considered end up happening, the last thing we want is for it to be during the final round. We could trap ourselves. In that case, today is the best day to try it out. Who knows, it might just cancel the entire ritual and force Parka to return to her own world. It's not guaranteed, but the possibility is there. Okay, let's go with that. Thanks, I'll see you in the dream world then. Miyaru leaves afterward, looking satisfied. Wait, I forgot to give her the mug with her name on it. Oh well, I'll give it to her at school tomorrow. I don't like this! I don't like this! This is bad! This is not gonna go well, is it? Oh well, I'll give it to her at school tomorrow. I head up to my room with that thought in mind. Oh no, oh no, oh no. The best way to get Miyaru to want to live is for Naomi to threaten to... True! Once in bed, I recall everything that's happened since yesterday. I went on my first date with Miyaru to the aquarium, and we went to the theme park today. It's been a special weekend, to say the least. The idea that I'll have more experiences like this down the line makes me smile. I'm glad I gave her an answer. It's only been 2 days since we started dating. I wonder what else we'll do from here on out. Meow. Layard sneaks into my room. I invite it to bed since I'm in a good mood, but it brushes me off. It turns around and makes its way back out of the room, but not before stopping to look back at me. It keeps its eyes locked on me for quite a while. No! 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 Rika, we're gonna fail! We should have answered her. Of the 12 platforms present in the Court of Fate, only 2 remain that participants are actually standing on, Miyaru and my own. A strange sense of sadness pervades the endless dreamscape. As usual, Parker's voice cuts straight through those sensations. Good evening, my lovely little slaves to fate. Perhaps that's a little overdramatic when only 2 of you remain. Neither of us react to her comment, causing her to press on. The cup thing was the most obvious flag I've seen! The biggest red flag! It's the biggest death flag! Confession, acceptance, having a choice to deny her, having a choice to wait till later, the dates, the mugs, the forgetting to give the mug. Tonight serves as the penultimate round of divine selection. When I saw the cup thing, I was like, oh no! Actually. Which of you will shoulder the burden of those who fell before you and become my vessel, I wonder? Well, neither of you seem intent on rushing things along. This is rather sad, I must admit. We had quite the rowdy crowd this time compared to past elections. How many times has divine selection taken place by this point? I never did bother counting now that I think about it. Let's see, I believe this marks the 12th. Imagine that. So much for not counting. Miyaru sighs before speaking. There's a special meaning behind being the 12th time, though. I always figured that the 12 weeks and 12 participants was just due to 12 being a good round number, like how a year split into 12 months, a clock into 12 hours, and so on. It's a common phenomenon the world over. The same can't be said about the revelation, though. It's too big of a coincidence for the number 12 to reoccur this much. Then again, I'm not sure if 12 is a lot in this case, since I don't know how much time passes between each selection period. Pardon me, I shouldn't indulge in too much chit-chat. Now that I think about it, something doesn't add up. Parker's always mindful of time passing during in this procedure. She never just lets the participants talk till they're blue in the face. She always forces things forward eventually. Why would she do that if this place is supposedly cut off from the normal flow of time? Allow me to begin tonight's election. Parka begins her announcement before I can ask about it, however. The clock at the center of the Court of Fate begins to move shortly after. Will we have an election from you tonight, numeral 1? I elect numeral 2, Miyaru. Oh-ho? A hint of surprise washes across Parka's face. It soon swirls into a wicked grin, albeit for just a moment. Perhaps she's realized what we're planning, as she knows we're friends. Here I was under the impression that neither of you would elect the other. I do hope there are no unscrupulous plans behind this. Then again, holding doubts towards participants isn't part of my duty. Oh no, oh no, oh no! Okay, no, everything's fine. Everything will be just peachy. Will you be electing her in response, Numeral 2? Maybe we could just stop here. I won't. I make eye contact with Miaru. She nods ever so slightly in response. Maybe we should just... too late. No. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. She nods ever so slightly in response. With that decided, numeral 1 and 2 allow me to begin the election procedure. We've placed our bets. Our platforms begin to gradually ascend toward the outburst stratum. There's not much left to say at this point. Pick your cards and I'll protect myself just like we planned. Yeah. Once we arrive, we go over things before Parka appears. This whole ordeal just might come to an end right here. Although unlikely, the possibility does exist. All we need to do is make us both incapable of becoming Parka's vessel. She won't be able to exist in the real world without one. She might be able to remain within the Court of Fate, but honestly, I don't care what happens to her. What's important is ensuring that we both have a future. That's why we're doing this. Are you both ready? I'm not ready! I counted this both! I'm not ready! We've almost reached the grand conclusion. I must admit, I'm rather thrilled at this prospect. You still have an entire week after this to reach your final destination, although that seems to be of little concern to you. Well, rather petite. Compared to numeral 2, you may prove to be an appealing vessel nonetheless. I don't think you're in any position to judge my appearance. Goodness, you're not under the impression that your values apply... You're not under the impression that your values apply to divine beings such as myself, are you? That would be silly. I had a nerve, didn't I? Knowing that Miaru is going to protect herself helps to keep me composed. Part of me does fear Parka's reaction based on how pleased with this situation she is. Thank you for the hydrate, I need it. Okay. We can do this. It'll be fine. Everything is going to be fine. Nothing could go wrong. Right? Right. Alright. Part of me does fear Parka's reaction based on how pleased she is with the situation she's in. We won't get anywhere without trying, though. Can we get this over with already? Miru's on the same page as me. Parka pouts for a moment, but she quickly adopts a grin instead. To proceed, numeral 1. I nod and flip open my card book. Picking out the 3 cards I need is an easy task. Her name is Hebinata Miru. Her cause of death is suicide. Her regret is Shishimai Rinka. I speed right through the election this time. Once I finish, Miru opens her card book. I can't see too well thanks to the light, but I assume she's getting her cards ready as well. You've opened your own book. I see you're planning on defending yourself. Thanks, Rinka. Thanks, Rinka. Opening up my card book should give us a few extra moments. Huh? A cold chill runs down my spine. I have no idea what she's implying. Well, I mean, I do. I'm just trying to convince myself otherwise. There's no way I can accept it. There's no way. Miaru. Taking our relationship a step further really made me happy. I'd be lying if I said I had no regrets, though. I told you, didn't I? My only goal is to ensure that you survive, even if it costs me my life. You've still got my cards, right? Come on, use them! My mind's a mess from the sudden change of events. I can feel my emotions going wild. I've done nothing but lie and keep things from you. Please forgive me. I don't care about that. I don't care about that. Just do what we planned and pick out my cards already. If you do, then... Let me be blunt. I want to ensure that you survive no matter what. But I want you to live as well. We've still got our whole future ahead of us. That's precisely why it's time for me to step down. I'm the one who chose to kill myself in the first place. I never had any right to prioritize myself over the other participants. How's the game, King? We are in a very bad section. So you see the girl on screen, Miyaharu? She just became our girlfriend 2 days ago. We went on 2 dates, and then she made a plan. And now she's not going through with the plan and opting to die instead. We're losing. We are losing. We are not winning. No, we're not winning. We're crying. No! Yep, that's where we are. I hope you had a good food, Eggy. I never had any right to prioritize myself over the other participants. You said you forgave yourself. I did. Then why? This is the answer I reached. This has got more twists than my Korean drama. True! This is the answer I reached. I'm willing to die in order to change your fate. But you're wrong. That's not the answer I want to hear. I'm not. My love for you is how I reach my answer. You say that like I don't feel the same. I knew for sure that I was about to fall in love for the first time in my life. Wait. I knew for sure that I was about to fall in love for the first time in my life. Thanks, Rinka. It was obvious you felt that way, so I was satisfied. Don't be satisfied. We haven't even kissed yet. That's not the reason. That's one of the reasons I said I'd be lying if I claimed to not have any regrets. Then she closes her card book, a sign that my plea has fallen on deaf ears. There's no pain or anguish in her expression. She offers only a sincere, beautiful smile. You understand the implications of closing your card book, correct? Do you even need to ask me that? Wait, Miyaru, I'm not... Rinka. Rinka. Miyaru. Farewell. No. I've made my choice, so I pray that we meet again. Knowing the end was near made those 3 days we spent together all the more worthwhile. Pog, Rinka, what the? Don't do this. Don't leave me. The cards I chose begin to move as if my will has no further say in the matter. I try to reach out and snatch them back, but to no avail. Park, I'm begging you, make it stop. At the very least, delay it until next week. It's okay, Rinka. You'll be the only one who knows about the 3 months we spent together following the start of all this. Just the idea that only you know certain sides to me makes me happy. What's there to be happy about? My 3 cards make their way to the center of the Court of Fates. Once there, light pours forth from them. Calling this place the Dream World couldn't be more appropriate. The time I spent with you until today really was a dream to me. So please, live. Live your life to the fullest. No, don't! No, wait, no, it was a misinput! Calm down, it was a misinput! My overflowing emotions caused me to collapse onto my knees. There's no way for me to stop it. Miyaru is going to die again, and there's nothing I can do about it. There are sides to you that only I know as well. I'm even thrilled that I have you all to myself right this moment. I can't even see her through the light anymore. Now we get to see her death. All sorts of special experiences await you from here on out. Should a time come when one of them surpasses what we had, then... Miyaru's voice fades away as she speaks. Hey! My mind grows cloudy following that. The scene shifts to that of a lone girl. The type of person with a tendency to beat themselves up in the face of any misfortune. In a way, they cut her off. Be your own girl!
If I see you with anyone else, I will haunt you for life.
Oh no. I can't believe they cut her off. This led to her desire for pain, a desire that never abated. She came to learn about the wickedness in people's hearts, the insatiable parasite known as jealousy. What's worse, she learned that she herself was a host for it. She decided to reject herself. Rejecting oneself while trapped in a mental prison was no simple task. It was something that could only be accomplished through death. Knowing this, she chose to put herself to rest. Her limp body and blood-drenched covers were reminiscent of a princess asleep on a bed layered with flower petals. Well, now what? No! We should have read the book! Miaru. Damn, she's dying in style. Dang. I'm unable to bring myself to my feet, even after returning to the lower stratum. Miaru has been eliminated. I saw the moment of her death as a result. The same happened with you, Scale, and Elan. I elected all of them to keep my own life. And I even did it to Miaru. I sacrificed what's most precious to me. Parka explodes into an evil grin. What's so funny? I can't contain my anger. How dare she laugh in the face of what just happened? The sheer vigor with which I shout at her sends my tears flying off my face. Her laughter doesn't let up, though. It doesn't take long for me to realize that her evil grin is directed right toward me. Finally, the time has come. I've waited so long for this moment. For when I could finally claim you, Shishimai Rinka, as my vessel. How else would you suggest that I express my joy over this? Fear begins to take hold. My every instinct screams at me that Parka is dangerous. That fear, interwoven with my grief over losing Miaru, causes my entire body to convulse. Oh? Perhaps you've realized what's about to happen. Hardly surprising when we now effectively share the same body. What? I see no need to explain myself to someone who can figure that much out themselves. What's important here is that my desire shall finally be fulfilled. Enough already. I've lost someone dear to me. I don't care anymore. Just tell me what you mean without any of your usual crap. Very well. Allow me to delve into the inner workings of divine selection ever so briefly. Giving into my own despair, I finally rise to my feet. Parka seems to interpret that as my intent to listen, which prompts her to continue. To be clear, divine selection is a ritual that can alter fate. It is the sole way to alter the deaths you all faced. When whoever serves as my vessel loses their life, I twist the fate of all 12 people linked to them. This requires making use of the infinite worlds that exist, each based on the possibilities birthed from every choice ever made.
She's using multiverse theory!
From those, I seek worlds where each of you survived and then string them together. This goes against the natural order of things, causing a counterforce to activate in turn, which attempts to restore existence to normal. A counterforce? I can't help but question her terminology. I have to know. Why were we granted this glimmer of hope in the first place, if it's possible that it'll be ripped away from us by this counterforce? Perception plays a fundamental part in the world's structure. An apple is only an apple by nature of everyone seeing it as such. Should everyone come to believe that apples are oranges, then every apple in the world should follow suit. In other words, your existence is only supported by someone's belief that you exist. Let us assume for a moment that the world's primary course is fixed and your death in it is a certainty. Attaching to it a world in which you survive would result in a paradox. A paradox where you're alive despite being dead. Canon event! The world will attempt to rid itself of this paradox by returning to its previous state. This is the counterforce. In other words, the fates strung to the primary course by force will attempt to return to their individual branches. So what you're saying is that there's a branch out there where Miaru's alive, right? Can you shift us over to that one? I'm sure you're aware by this point, but that isn't possible. I myself am no absolute being with control over everything. What about shifting us to a world where only Miaru survives then? I take that over the... My apologies. I seem to have given you a sliver of hope, but I'm afraid that too is not possible. The world in which numeral 2 is alive returned to its regular state the moment you eliminated her. As such, it has already distanced itself from this world. I currently lack the ability to bring back a world once it has split off. Miaru was your former vessel, right? She can... She said that you even talked to her in her dreams. Don't you care or feel the slightest bit of sympathy for her? Those are feelings beyond my ken. I view my vessel as a means to remain in the real world. Nothing more, nothing less. I wish she'd get stuck here forever. That cannot happen, I'm afraid. 12 weeks is the time limit when it comes to remaining here. And if you exceed that limit, the possibility of that happening no longer exists in this world, thus I see no reason to divulge the answer to you. Not that you would understand it anyway. Parker takes one step toward me following that. My body has stopped shaking at this point, but one thing remains steadfast. I know for a fact that she isn't human, she really is a goddess. Her piercing gaze alone is enough to make me freeze. What's the point of all this then? What is it that made you do... what is it that you made us do? Worry not, I'm about to show you the answer firsthand. I feel my world shaking. I feel my world shrinking with each step she takes toward me. Then out of nowhere, the situation takes a sharp turn. What the? The court of fate begins to collapse following a tremor. Suddenly, I panic. I'm bound to get caught up in this as long as I'm here. I know how to leave the dream world on my own, though. There's nothing to fear, my dear. The crumbling world soon begins to light up. The light gradually gathers around Parka. The Court of Fate is a system designed to gather the collective existence of you humans. A somewhat simple description, but I doubt you would understand if I put it that any other way. When a participant is eliminated, only the acknowledgement of their prior death remains in their original world. Their feelings and what they experienced during divine selection do not. Instead, they become fragments that are incorporated into the Court of Fate itself, hence why I address you all as slaves to fate. You, however, are no longer a slave. You have earned the right to become my vessel. Parker shows no concern for the world collapsing around her. The light grows stronger and stronger with each step that brings her ever closer to me. There's little I can do besides remain motionless, unable to understand anything that's going on. I have nowhere to run while I'm stuck on this small platform. My only choice is to watch as she approaches. The dreams of those 11 shall now become the foundation of my power. Using this power, I will perform a miracle, one that allows me to exist in the real world. That's your reason for giving us hope? That's no different from toying with us. Everyone before me was nothing but a stepping stone for your own sake. And? Is there some issue with that? You're a heinous monster. I have no reservation in calling her that. Hello everyone, so the game has at least 11 people die to beat the game. So this game has at least 11 people die to beat the game. Well, they technically already died, but they gotta die a second time, pretty much. In order for one to make it out and be allowed to be brought back to life. But now it seems like Parka is a very big bad. Welcome in, Ether. How you doing? I have no reservations in calling her that. Sorry, Gran. There's no two ways about it. I hate the being before me with every fiber of my existence. Fine, just do your thing. I'll be able to curse you forever as long as you're a part of me. Parka extends her hand out to me. Her palm is so tiny, her arm so slender, they seem like they'll snap just by touching me. I extend my own hand in response. Parka doesn't take mine in hers, though. Her hand goes straight toward my chest. After making contact, it sinks into my body. In this moment, I witness her merging with my own body. The light surrounding her envelops me. Upon closing my eyes, I see a number of dreams. I'm not sure if I'm remembering them or if the light is responsible. Chan and Ro, who were eliminated without me ever knowing anything about them. I'm sure they had their own desires in the face of the brief hope they were given. Keiko, who entrusted her feelings for her child to me, I'm sure she and her husband shared those feelings, hence why a letter was never needed in the first place when naming it. I'm so sorry, Sonia. You wish for our happiness from the bottom of your heart, but I'm the only one who survived. I promise I'll show Pasazir more of the world for your sake at least. Shigetsugu, who loved you as if he were his own grandson. Our time together was brief, and though I never really came to like them, I can't say I hated them. I can't say I hated him. He had his own convictions in all this, not to mention the things he wanted you to learn. As for you, I can never forgive him for killing Naomi. The despair he went through is something I can't let myself forget, though it represents the tragedies happening all across the world. That's a name and a half. Shigetsugu. His name represented his desire to live a normal, simple life, similar to my own, yet with a much heavier weight to it. He simply wanted that which he never had, so I can't hate him despite what he did. Odette, whose strength never ceased to amaze me. She had accepted her fate. I'm certain death is simply the end result of her life, after all. Her resolve to not look back is what allowed her to leave on her own terms. I can't condemn Scale for his attachment to life. That's why my only option was to eliminate him by my own will. I may not have been able to condemn him, but I could never see eye to eye with him. I've only met Federico in the real world once, but his realization that he had been victorious left him shivering with joy. I'm not too sure about his life and how it played out, but I have no doubt that, to him, it was worth it in the end. Alan, whose sister I resembled. His way of life was something I could never accomplish. That was precisely why I thought he was incredible. And Miaru, who taught me more about who I was than anyone else. I don't know much about being in love, but her confession was no doubt a turning point for me. One so major, it changed my entire outlook on how to live. Miaru. Grief overwhelms me once more now that Parka's done with her explanation. This is different from what happened with Naomi. Miaru won't come back no matter what I do. I know that I'm going to feel even worse than I do now when I wake up in the real world. Even so, I need to live on. I'll live my life to its absolute fullest. Oh, but I'm afraid that won't be possible. A voice rings out. An incredibly annoying voice at that. Hold on, are you coming back or are you a sacrifice to bring the others back? Others are dead, 100%. The goddess Parka we have become the vessel for the goddess Parka, and I think she has an evil intention, aka she'll probably just take over our body. Is what it's feeling like at the moment. But we're technically supposed to be the winner and supposed to live. I stressed how important it was to me that you became my vessel, did I not? Let me share why. The voice gradually becomes more distant, but I already know. It's so I can claim your body as my own, of course. I know, because I've been longing for you ever since I met you, numeral 2. Ever since you met numeral 2. Your meeting her was as much of a miracle for me as it was for her. Ensuring that the two of you remained bounded together following that was a simple feat. Your fates had already been intertwined after all. Imagine a spiral in which you both served as the primary components, drawing yourselves toward one another. Ha! I want to hear the voice for this section, I'm gonna be honest. Let's turn the voice back on. Ha! Finally grasped my own consciousness. Parka's speech is a bit fuzzy, but I can more or less understand her. This has to be a different process from what she did with Miaru. Your very birth was the result of fate being twisted. I just wanted to hear her laughter, I'm gonna be honest. You may have not realized, but a sliver of the power accessible to my vessels already flowed within you. I'm gonna take her voice from her. If she laughs again, I'll turn it back on though. That's why both your mind and body share the same essence as mine. Allow me to show you the product of a true miracle. One that wasn't possible with any other participant. Then again, I doubt you'll be conscious by that point. If I had to describe what I'm experiencing right now, I'd liken it to having my insides thrown in a blender. The foreign object whirling around within me makes me want to throw up. If my understanding is correct, then she has one thing in mind. She wants to take control of my body. That theory soon becomes conviction. I shall become a resident of the real world through your body. The most terrifying language for a deity to speak. What the? Through your body. She really is trying to take control of me, but I have no special powers of my own to speak of. There's nothing I can do to stop her. Even so, I can't sit by and let someone wrest my own body from me. Not even Miaru was robbed of this. I won't let you have your way. I know my mind is being taken over, and yet I am able to remain defiant. It doesn't change anything, though. Parka's will eventually overtakes my own. Oh, I got an achievement for that. 11th week. Oh, ouch. 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 The glow of the morning sun wakes me up. I never would have guessed that light could sting the body this bad. Myths portray sunlight as a force that can roast humans alive. Now I understand where those ideas come from. Not that I feel any discomforts. Life and pain walk hand in hand. I have yet to experience the latter, but I truly believe that to be the case. Meow. Well, if it isn't Leo. How have you been? Have you been well? Leo! Is Parka, Linda, or Diana? Hiss! Also, her eye color changed. Leo hisses at me before scurrying off somewhere. Quite the odd attitude for a cat that was once rather fond of me. Well, this won't do. I should take a moment to calm down. I have become Shishimai Rinka. Did you know that snakes shed due to eating a plant of immortality after Gilgamesh left it? Did you know that snakes shed due to eating a plant of immortality after Gilgamesh left it somewhere to do something else by accident? I know that Gilgamesh got robbed of his immortality by a snake. I did not know I did not know the follow-up for the snake after that, but I did know that caused a whole shift in Gilgamesh's point of view in terms of like how Gilgamesh treated things and worked on things, pretty much. Part of the mythology. I know more about Gilgamesh than I know about the snake that stole from Gilgamesh. Mostly because of fates. I am present in her home. Thus that cat cannot be Leo. Caution will be key. School seems to be on the itinerary for today. Well, everything should work out once I've made my way there. A uniform is required at her school, as I recall. Never became immortal since it was stolen before he could even test it. Yeah, I think he went to go take a nice rewarding bath after his nice long trial to seek out immortality, and then yoink! And then I believe he just shifted mindset for the better, because he used to be a way more ruthless king before that. Relying on fate memories, I attempt to locate my own. Other preparations are required before leaving, but those seem to come naturally. I suppose these can be explained away as habits. I take a look at my new self in the mirror. Took me basically to get the pity summon to get Assassin Tamamo Koyanskaya. Oh, I'm not pulling for her. I'm saving till September for Summer Kama. I have 400 quartz at the moment, and I'm waiting. Don't stop believing. Thank you, Norax, for the Don't Stop Believing. How are you doing? We just got our body taken over. Someone is furious at me that I'm talking about saving in Fate Grand Order right now. They are livid that I don't even play the game, and yet I'm saving for characters. Anyways, Shishibai Rinka's eyes were once blazing rubies, but now my lovely amethyst eyes have taken their place. Doesn't you have yellow eyes? Fancy as they may be, I doubt many people will take notice. Well, all will work out just fine. Waiting for New Year's. Next for foreign, Koyanskaya, who I believe will be in the event. Ah, I just want Summer Kama. Her art looks so pretty. I barely even play. I just summon. We all will work out. Well, all will work out just fine. I want to see her go to school. These are my real eyes, after all. How you doing, Norax? What's with your eyes? Did you start wearing colored lenses? Koyanskaya's neat. I also like Jacques de Molay. Did not know that one. Boop, 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 boop. We put that into Google. Jacques de Molay. Saber. Ooh. Cool appearance. What's up, Eggy? Eggy, we got possessed! What's with your eyes? Did you start wearing colored lenses? Oh, bother. Who could have thought that my eyes would so quickly become the primary topic of conversation? This calls for but one course of action. I shall play the fool. Oh, is something strange about them? No, but there's a bigger issue than your eyes. When did you start to sound so elegant? It's not like you. Wait, I'm not mistaking someone else for you, am I? This simply won't do. My life as Shishimai Rinka has only just begun. The adorable girl panicking before me is Hitsuji Naomi, my junior 1 year below me and someone with whom I seem to have a very good relationship with. Perhaps it would be best to imitate the style of speech she's so accustomed to. Let's see, Shishimai Rinka spoke like this, as I recall. What's up, Naomi? You're acting kinda weird. I guess it's you after all, but I feel like I'm getting more and more confused. Actually, do you mind if I ask why you've come to school on a holiday? My adaptation seems to have worked. She has given up on trying to make sense of things, but as for her current question, I was rather forceful in my means, so I'm not quite used to assessing Rinka's memories yet. After a pause, I finally find a somewhat useful excuse. I forgot. Well, that's very you. We finished our finals last week, so we have until Thursday off. Time for Nami to punch God. You think? You think Nami would? Whatever, why are you here then? I'm returning a book to the library. I was thinking about checking another one out while I'm here too. Mind if I join? Might as well since I'm here. Really? 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 It's rare for you to visit the library. Once in a while's fine. I'm getting the hang of how to talk like her. Displaying around 1/3 of my emotion seems to do the trick. Rinka's not one for books, judging by Naomi's reaction. Quite unlike my actual self. It's taking some effort to conceal my glee. What sort of books await me within, I wonder? Kinda wanted to hear Parka trying to sound like Rinka. When did I save last? Oh. Ooh. Uh-oh. Oh. I mean, she's only getting it down, you know? She doesn't have it 100%. We can listen to the next time. The library is a facility within the school where students can borrow all manners of literature, it would seem. The word itself implies as much. The librarian is present despite it being a holiday, too. What an admirable sort. Nami returns her book first, and then sets off to find a new one. Half an hour later, we seat ourselves at one of the public tables. You sure took your time picking one out. Nami sounds vaguely surprised. Alas, my grasp on the concept of time requires further polish. And Shakespeare? I didn't know you liked his work. Wonder how this sounds. It's a bit lighter than how Rinka normally speaks. It's a bit softer toned. He's okay. I once disliked his works, but they speak to me more now. My current interest may be suspect, but all I must do is make them seem like a natural growth. Keeping one's desires at bay is detrimental to both body and soul. We spend time making small talk following that. The concept of small talk befuddled me before now, but engaging in it with Naomi has proven quite the fruitful experience. Must be Rinka's VA trying to sound like Parka, right? I think so. Or Parka's VA trying to sound like Rinka. All we can do is discuss minor trivialities from our lives and the like. Now I understand how most people interact. I must say though, being able to enjoy the conversation without it being at the expense of others is lovely. Nami attempts to address me, her expression ever so meek. Meek is a rather funny word, isn't it? Perhaps I should try my hand at such an expression, a meek goddess. Quite the juxtaposition, well, former goddess. Oh, how did the world get rewritten with Miyaru dead? It's about time we go to the theme park, isn't it? Not to imply that I've forgotten about Miyaru, but it's just that this is why we don't keep voices on. It's just that Mao seems so sad she hasn't been able to suggest it herself either, so I'm only here for Parka. Please, Nami. We've planned on going in the first place, so let's just go. We can cry our hearts out together and remind ourselves that we still have each other. I have no intention of becoming Miyaru's replacement. I just want to see you two cheer up, even if only a little. What a lovely girl she is. She must have been quite fond of Numeral too. Ah, my mistake. I should refrain from referring to her as such in my current state. Miyaru took her own life on May 3rd in this world. Over 2 months have passed, and yet their grief has not. Of course, I would never make such an observation aloud. I happen to know precisely how Shishima Rinka would respond to this. Hehehehe. Boop, 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 boop. Go!
そうだね。気を使わせちゃったね。ごめん。でもありがとう。マオには私から声をかけるよ。
It's definitely Rinka's voice actor, but they're definitely softening their tone compared to what Rinka normally speaks like. Yeah, you're right. Sorry for putting you through this, but thanks. I'll talk to Mao about it. Alright. Her eyes are twinkling with joy. She was able to overcome her own grief quicker than the other two due to knowing Miyaru less, I presume. Forcing those who suffer from grief outdoors is an important skill in its own right, I must say. This is a phrase my grandmother apparently would say often. Having checked out a book, I finally return home. It seems that my eyes will prove to be no issue as long as I act as though all is normal. The issue comes from within. Quite a nice saying. I'm doing rather well if I do say so myself. How long is this section? Once home, I decide to change into my pajama attire. They are somewhat revealing, yet so very comfortable. I leave the book I borrowed from the library on my desk. There's quite a lot on this desk, really. By no fault of my own, I must add. A stuffed animal, a letter with nothing written on it, and a key. No, a keychain. Goodness, that hurts. I'm assaulted by a sudden headache. My surprise at the pain causes me to revert to my natural speech. I must take care that this doesn't happen in public. I feel myself wanting to not look at these for reasons I cannot quite understand. Were they important to me, perhaps? I try to recall, but it feels as though the memories remain off limits. Well then, making my way downstairs to read this book seems a novel idea. This is a cafe from what I recall. What was the keychain? What was the keychain? Let's see. Letter was Keiko. Patsazir was a stuffed animal, right? Not a keychain. You didn't give us anything. Alan didn't give us anything. Odette didn't give us anything. Miaru didn't give us anything? The keychain might be Patsazir or Miaru gave us something, I think. A rather fine location for some reading. Goodness me, how bitter. Oops. I revert to my speech pattern again. I place the blame squarely on this wretched coffee. Cafes should be all about tea, and yet there is nary a drop in sight. Not but coffee as far as the eye can see. I attempt to make some myself, but the taste is just too much for me. Running this store also seems to be part of my daily life. A fact that leaves me both anxious and excited. The store has remained closed for some time now, so cleanup is necessary. As such, I take some time to wash the dishes, cutlery, and the like. All this I can do out of habit. I seem to have been quite the hard worker. Now then, is it time to check for anything missing? Huh, isn't this? I noticed an unopened box whilst checking the cupboards. A rather heavy one, at that. I assume that more cutlery is contained within. Far be it from me to make use of new goods. Thinking that, I open it up. Ah! A sharp pain stabs through my temples once more, far worse than the previous episode. Another headache, I presume. Odd, considering I am supposedly not one to suffer from them often. Perhaps it's simply not yet used to this body. I'm simply not yet used to this body, leading to premature exhaustion. Akira! Akira! Leave me alone! Leave me alone! Akira! Akira! I should finish with haste and sleep early tonight. I have a long life ahead of me. It would be a shame to overexert myself at this stage. 2 mugs. The mugs! 2 mugs are within the box. I take them out to inspect them both. I take them out to inspect them. Both have mascots printed on them, although they don't seem to be made for children. I'm willing to assume they're not for use within the store. Upon closer inspection, I notice 2 names inscribed on them. Rinka Shishimai, that's me. The other says Miaru Mishima. A pair of mugs for good friends, I assume. Curious as I am, I'd much rather avoid another headache today. I can attempt to recall at a later date. Give it back! I hear a voice addressing me. Well, it's one I've been trying to ignore, but perhaps I should give it some attention now. It's coming from none other than myself, after all. No can do, my dear. All that you were now belongs to me. The pain caused by my headaches worsens, leading me to collapse. Oh? Is Rinka gonna punch God? I was able to keep our promise. What promise might that be? About there being sides to myself and Miaru that only we know about. It's only a matter of time, I'm afraid. The memories that you want to keep from me will unveil. The memories you want to keep from me will unveil themselves the moment I grow accustomed to your body. Sorry, but they won't. It's my body, so it's about time you give it back. Adete's theme! Quite the slow one, aren't you? My consciousness has already overwritten yours by this stage. Funny how you can say that despite me being able to talk to you right now. Even more hilarious is that you're the one who gave me a hint in the first place. Sounds slightly different. Sounds slowed down. I wonder what it's called. Rinka. Oh, it's called Rinka. Okay. You said something about my birth and fate being twisted, right? If I was born with a power similar to yours, I should be able to copy what you did to me. That... no. Such a feat will prove impossible. I used the energy gathered within the Court of Fate to implant my consciousness over your own energy that you lack. Trust me, you're in for a surprise. I know what's going on with my own body more than you ever will. Cease this at once. Should your consciousness remain intact, then it will be in a similar state to when I was housed in a vessel. You should count yourself blessed to have avoided complete erasure by my part. I'm sure you understand the possible outcome of trying to reimplant yourself. Don't worry, I won't fail. That energy you used was never yours in the first place. Are you implying that you have come from each participant's feelings? Are you implying that it having come from each participant's feelings, making it somehow special somehow? The power of friendship, it is! It is! The energy lacks free will, my dear. Surely you've never attempted to hold a conversation with the electricity. Never know until you try. Failure will result in your complete erasure. You won't even be able to appear within the dream world. A clever individual would be satisfied with what they have. You may observe the world from within me. Besides, I'm having ever so much fun. I can't afford to give that up now. Shut up, that body's mine. I'm going to get it back. Very well, then allow me to obliterate every last trace of you tonight. Oh? The results of our finals served as the last chapter of my first semester as a second-year student at Amica. Mao comes over to bother me while I'm taking a peek at them. Yo, how'd it go? Red eyes! Managed to get over 60 for every subject. All that studying paid off. Dang, that whiplash. Oh, good for you. I share my results with pride, but Mao looks away from me. That makes it obvious I managed to outdo her this time. I use this window of opportunity to snatch a report card from her, only to be shocked by what I see. Well, I mean, I'd hate to rain on your parade after you studied so hard. She managed to score about 10% higher than me on every subject. Wait, hold on, I was looking up fate summoning stuff. Did you gain back control of yourself? Maybe? It looks like it? Wasn't exactly shown, but it looks like it. She said she didn't want to rain on my parade, but I know that's not the case. She just wanted to take me by surprise. The proof is in the pudding being her grin in this case. Anyway, let's forget about exams. What do you want to do for summer holidays? Naurin's going on vacation with her family around the end of August. Said she's gonna start going to cram school too. Youngsters these days sure work hard. We'd already agreed to go to Stardust Kingdom next Friday. We have nothing else planned though. None of us are in any clubs, so there's little reason for us to come to school during summer. Nami will probably drop by the library every now and then, but I have no intention of joining her. I tried to read that Shakespeare book that's sitting at home, but it's pretty boring. Alright, I think we're back. I'll probably see Mao a lot, but I'd rather all three of us be together if we're doing something special. There's one thing though. Something we have to do no matter what. Something I promised back then with her. We need to go see Thank you, Norax, for the Don't Stop Believing. That jump scared me. Whew. Thank you. We need to go see the fireworks display, just like we promised. With Miaru. Oh, and thank you for the stretch as well. And hydrate. Thank you. Thank you, Norax. Huh? Did we plan on doing that? What the? No gunshots. Why are we shooting guns? Bad. I'm kind of foggy on the details anymore. We did. Don't worry. I'm sure Naomi remembers. Oh, really? Okay. Guess we did then. Today will be the first time in a while that we've all gotten together at Lionhouse. I'm still not sure which parts of my memory are correct in relation to the current world. I wanted to startle you because it seemed fun. Gunshot doesn't startle me as much. It's Ayaya that's probably the most startling to me. I think Ayaya is probably the most startling to me. I'm not sure which parts of my memory are correct in relation to the current world. But the thing is, I don't really care. Not now that Miyaru's gone. I'd rather look to the future than think about the past. Okay. No description of how we won? I keep the store open until evening, and after that I spend some time relaxing. I think back to that night, when I spoke to Parka following the 11th election. I'm sure my existence was on the brink of fading away, but I was able to re-establish dominance thanks to Miyaru. Our knowledge of sides to us that no one else knew helped me keep control of myself. That's the only reason I can think of. Parka may know more than I do, but it's possible that she doesn't exist within me at all anymore. I am, and forever will be, Shishimai Rinka. Right, time to sleep. It's that time of year when I start to get sick of how warm it is. Meow. Lathe plops in as I dive into bed. It jumps up and curls beside me. Tonight would have been the night of the final election. I never did find out what would happen if Miyaru and I had elected one another. I couldn't bring myself to finish the diary either. Not that I'd be able to decipher the English in it now that my card book disappeared along with the Court of Fate. Nami lost most of her memories regarding Divine Selection too, so I doubt she'll take much pleasure in Actually, this is Nami. She'll probably love to read it, even now. I might just be the only one left who knows about Divine Selection. That's fine. No one else needs to know. My knowledge alone should be enough to support someone. Mainly myself. Am I crying? Nah, I can't do that. I've long since exhausted my supply of tears. Watching Phineas and Ferb, exploding pizza. Ayo, I haven't watched Phineas and Ferb in so long. It's so long, actually. I think I'm dreaming for a moment, but it turns out I'm just in the dream world, where a voice I've become ever so familiar with speaks out to me. Wow, I gotta say, I never expected a mortal to set foot in our domain through their own power, even if for just a moment. You aren't the first, admittedly, but the last time it happened was under extremely special circumstances. Not to discredit your effort, of course. You erased all traces of Parka while proceeding through the end of Divine Selection. If that isn't an accomplishment, then I don't know what is. Pardon me, erased isn't quite the correct term. If you have Disney Plus, binge it as soon as you can. I watched a lot of Phineas and Ferb when I was way younger, but I watched too much. You ever watch too much of something, especially cartoons, and then you just can't watch it anymore? That's kind of how a lot of cartoons went for me. Like, I can't remember a lot. Phineas and Ferb was definitely one of them. I think Johnny Test became one of those as well. SpongeBob as well, for sure. I think those three are the ones I remember the most at the moment. Strange Man Who? We don't know who this is. He still hasn't had a name yet. I can only imagine that for SpongeBob. Yeah. Did he take control and erase the Psycho Goddess? I think so. Pardon me, erased isn't quite the correct term. Watched so much that with my mother and father to a point where even my father can quote it, and he rarely quotes any show I watch. Ah, nice. I don't know, for me I just can't watch anymore. I feel like I can't watch a lot of things anymore. Very into anime and reading stuff at this point. Did you have a theory that this man is Lathe? I did, because of the eyes. I'm sure you understand the meaning behind that little clarification. Now then, perhaps it would be best for me to explain things to you. I don't need him to. I don't care about the past anymore. My eyes are set solely on the future. He seems to understand what I'm feeling, which explains his sudden smile. This will be the last time we ever meet, so I was hoping we could talk for a bit longer. Aside, allow me to pose a question. Are you aware of what remains within you? Saving the game. Haha, I love saving the game. I am not. Perhaps that's a bit much even for you. See how long I've watched? I can even quote many songs by heart, such as Gitchy Gitchy Goo, Ain't Got Rhythm, Rubber Bands, Rubber Balls, etc. Ah, nice. Perhaps that's a bit much even for you. And gut rhythm is a banger. It is. Squirrels in my pants, though. Rubber bands, rubber balls is one song. I don't think I've heard that one. I remember squirrels in my pants because what it abbreviates to. Perhaps that's a bit much even for you. Oh, I mean no offense. As I said, the fact that you're able to make it this far is an achievement in and of itself. You see, the goddess's power itself lies dormant within you. I believe Parker referred to the energy as fragments of people's feelings, but make no mistake, it's an energy far beyond human understanding. It's unfortunate that everything came to a close during the 11th election. The miracle that is about to unfold would never have occurred had you reached your final destination. You currently have the ability to alter fate, albeit only once. This doesn't surprise me. It's something I had already anticipated. It's felt like something irregular has been inside me for the past week. It's the same feeling as when Parka forced herself into my body. There's only one condition, however. You know, the counterforce that exists to restore order to fate. It will activate after your alteration. And that's where I come in. I have the power to make the world forget about this, and am more than willing to do so once for your sake. I really wish he wouldn't be so roundabout when explaining things. There's no way I'm going to understand any of this, so I wish he'd just be blunt. Girls in My Pants is harder for me due to it being rap. More or less, but I can sing it quite well. Also, RBRB is from The Summer Belongs to You special. At least watch all the specials, like the Star Wars and Marvel ones. Oh, also, it even got a new movie, Candace Against the Universe. Either I can't watch more. Either I can't. I physically am incapable. I actually just don't have TV anymore. My TV is solely used for consoles and nothing else. Also, I'm not particularly motivated to watch is another issue I have with watching stuff. I haven't even caught up with a lot of the recent anime. I've been reading stuff. 5 obsession with Fadeless Verb. Yeah, that's all good. Just cannot share in that. You've gotten pretty harsh, haven't you? Perhaps a result of having to overcome that long and arduous trial known as divine selection. You have 2 choices available to you. The first is to create a world where all participants are still alive, rendering the primary juncture of casualty obsolete. Makes sense, consoles are important. All memories of divine selection will be erased as a result, your own included. The world would attempt to revert itself back to its current state, were you to remember. The second is to do nothing, except that you have this power available to you but make no use of it. You may be able to attune yourself to the dreams of others for a while. Eventually, however, your body will grow accustomed to the power that sleeps within you, leading you to forget about it entirely. I myself will have forgotten about you by that time. You may not be as smart as a monkey, but your ability to remember things far outclasses mine. I don't bother to ask how he knows about a conversation I once had with Mao. Either way, this makes things much easier to comprehend. I just have to make a choice. As for me... What do I do? Alright, I can't be held accountable for decisions. Slash poll. Pick for me, because I can't. Alter fate. Do nothing. Alright. Have fun. New game plus time. Alright, have fun. I'm not choosing, you guys are. Which means everything will be fine. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Want some exploding pizza? I don't want my pizza to explode. Why would I want my pizza to explode? If you're gonna do both, I want to see you do nothing, but if only choosing one. I'm gonna do both! I just want to know which one to pick first. This will be what we consider the main route of choice, other than the one we'll swap to after. Alright, Ultra Fate, I guess. I'll do it. I'll make it so that none of this ever happened by my own hand. Well said. In that case, all you must do is make a wish. I do as he says. Being alive is all that matters. Even if it means both me and Miaru will forget about those sides of each other we came to know. Even if it means forgetting all about the other participants. Even if it means forgetting about Nami's conviction to shoulder my burden with me. Even if it means forgetting about how I fell in love with Miaru. Even if it means forgetting about the time I spent with everyone. Want a banana? They're delicious, nutritious, and full of potassium, just like human souls. I'm tired of bananas. I've eaten too many bananas. That's fine. Farewell, Rinka. I pray that you find happiness in your future. Good things are bound to happen so long as we're alive. Ah. Is that the end? Oh, crap! That's the credits! Oh. Okay. Gonna take this off the VOD track so I don't get copyrighted. Quickly bring it off the VOD track so I don't end up blowing up. Alright, perfect. Streamer issues, am I right? That was the ending? I guess there's not much you could do with that ending, right? Huh. I'm just sad. We just undid all of what we did in this whole game. Does that count as a win? I guess? It's just... we haven't fixed anything, have we? Miaru is still gonna be depressed. Because she said she needed divine selection to, like, get over it. Or, like understand herself more. And then we won't be going out with her anymore. So her feelings will still be just her own and not shared. Huh. Frederico will never move on from his mom. That doesn't sound great, but Adete will be happy, I guess. Alon will still worry about his sister's future. Keiko will be able to name her child. That's cool. Shigetsugu will exist. You probably still a child soldier. That's not a good outcome either. Scale exists. Scummy businessman. Scummy. That's it, right? It's not a great ending. It's not really a win. Do you want an exploding peppermint? No exploding things! Hey, Olivia. You back from your interview? Hopefully it went well. Depression for chickens. What the? Imploding? No exploding or imploding. No explosions of any sort. Just test? Ah, how was the test? Hopefully you did well. What the heck? Okay, we're doing this again. We're fixing our mistakes. What happens if I do nothing? She'll just be like, uploading? What is that? What's floating? Ah, what up, Eggy? Harder than my degree final test. Dang. Hopefully you did well. What up, Eggy? Huh. The song's a bop. Floating is when something neither explodes or implodes. So it doesn't so there's no boom. Try my best. Yes. Nice, nice. Oh! There's more. Hold on, let me drag the game audio back to the stuff. Haha. Hee hee. Hoo. I made it up. Ah. It takes me a while to drag myself out of bed upon waking up. I feel so drowsy today. I let a groan slip out while taking a big stretch. Today is the first day of summer vacation. It's also Marine Day, a public holiday. Nothing special has happened up until now. That leads me to hope that maybe something will during summer. Oh, and Rinka doesn't have motivation in her just daily life either. I go through my usual morning routine while daydreaming about such a possibility. Can't change reality with wishes, though. Part of me knows that I'll just spend time with my friends doing the same thing as usual. I'm not quite sure why I've chosen to come here today. I feel like going for a walk, and before I know it, here I am, at Shinjuku National Park. I've been here with Gran plenty of times, so it's kind of special. It's kind of a special place to me. The view of the clock tower from here is great too. Excuse me, I'm looking for a hotel to stay at. A woman approaches me while walking around. Seems like she's a tourist. It's actually pretty common to run into foreigners here. You may want to get out of the park first if you're looking for a hotel. Wait, this is a park? When did I even get here? Bit of a weird thing to say when you need to pay to get in, but I stand with her while she whips out her phone. Beside her is a pleasant-looking man. I can only assume it's her boyfriend based on how comfortable he seems to be with her. Or maybe he's her husband. Oh, she's the only happy they have. What language is she speaking? I think they said English when they were in the cafe. I'm pretty sure it was English. Well, I guess she's speaking Japanese here. She was speaking English in the cafe, but I guess here it's Japanese. Hey Estelle, good morning. How are you doing? How is the crafting of mining? Who's dying today? Oh, you don't even want to know. God. Oh, Estelle, you missed a lot. How do I recap this? Alan and Frederico died. We accepted Miyaru's confession to go out with her. And then Miyaru suggested, that Rinka votes Miyaru and Miyaru defends it so that they can have, like, so that they can hold off until the final week. So Rinka does that. Miyaru doesn't defend it and just chooses to die. So Miyaru dies. Parka possesses Rinka because she's the only vessel that she could actually possess and take over fully. So Parka inhabits Rinka's body and starts living as Rinka. Rinka comes back from the grave in consciousness and is like, nope, Parka, you suck! And then yeets Parka out, disintegrates her, Thanos snapped her. We the best music. Parka dies. And then... where do I even go from here? And then... Rinka starts living her day like normal, and then the strange man in our dream shows up and he's like, we can reset everything if you want. We'll just pretend like divine selection never existed, and all the memories, all the emotions you've made, all the cool stuff you've done through divine selection, we'll just undo all of that, and you'll just have to live your life like that. So I couldn't vote, so everyone voted for me, and we altered fate, and now we are living our sad life of everyone still alive, but no memories to boot, and that means we're not going out with Miyaru anymore either. And yeah, that's pretty much all you missed so far. Haha. What the? Oh well, guess we'll take a walk around here first. Let's go, Bill. Thanks for the help. She's probably the happiest of this outcome. Saying that, they skip away. She seemed like the kind of person who just went with the flow, so it made sense that she'd randomly wander in here. The man with him was smiling about it, though, so it must be a healthy relationship. Wait a minute. How did I talk to her just now? She was speaking English. A language I'm hardly fluent in. Oh, okay, she was speaking English. No! Things only get stranger from there. Now, this is a lovely place. Over here, a man in a suit. He starts speaking to his family after that, but in Chinese. I can't understand a thing they're saying. I noticed an interesting duo after some more walking. They seem pretty spirited, to say the least. Madge friend. Hey, mind explaining why we're wasting time in a place like this? You know what? Good ending. Huh? Yeah? No reason, dumbass. We're just spending a fair bit of time in this country, ain't we? Might as well enjoy the culture while we're stuck. Guess we ain't got a choice. Since your boat sank, I ain't complaining though. Can't see any of them chasing me all the way out here. Odette, she's back! But damn, that Italian wine they sell here is way too expensive. You probably went to a crappy bar then. Let me take you to a real nice dive later. As thanks, you can foot the bill. Yeah, this is a good ending. We got to see our guy. And yeah, like hell. Now, who's the photogenic pair? Mind if I snap a pic? Hey, might want to wait for an answer first. Don't worry, I'm not posting any of these online. They're all pretty tall people, but you could mistake them for high school kids with the way they're acting. This is still sus to me. I won't trust it till it's over, save, actually. It's funny, they've just met, but I get the feeling that they've known each other for years.
I'd appreciate it if people weren't so noisy in a place like this.
Dark-skinned young man complains about them from not too far away.
Amrita keeps going on about wanting to study here, but perhaps I should change her mind personally. This is the sort of country it is.
Japan's quite the lovely place.
Okay.
So, my baby's 3 months old now.
Keep him away! Get him out! Run, Keiko! It's not worth it! You gotta escape! He's... baby! Run! He breaks into a smile.
I can't. If he smiles next, please, please no. Just like him and so. Are they all in the same place? They are. They're all in the same park. No, run, lady, run!
Are you telling me why?
You seem awfully stressed, so it's just my way of helping you relax. No one wants to spend a holiday feeling like that, right, Haruki?
I'm here on business.
He's smiling. No, stop. No.
Get him out! His character progression reverted. He's back to the same old man who threatened the baby in the first section of this game. Get him out! Leave her alone! Akira!
Would you like to hold my baby to relax? Feel strong. Never change, Alon. Never change.
Oh, his character progression's been reverted. Run, Keiko! I'm here on business, actually. I could say concern isn't warranted, but perhaps it would be wise to let myself relax while here.
Today's full of conversations between randoms. Odd as this seems, I doubt someone's going to pop up and explain the reason why to me. Anyways, time to watch Masamune-kun have fun. Ah.
You're down in the dumps, aren't you? I made out pretty well today, so let's get some ice cream.
Oh, they're together! Have fun, Ether. Okay. An old man and his granddaughter pass by. The girl has a golden key attached to her backpack. Gonna lurk? Yep, have fun. Next, I hear the energetic voice of another girl. Claudia! She seems to have overheard the conversation that just took place. Father, I want to eat ice cream as well! She's walking along with her parents while carrying a stuffed animal. They seem like a wealthy family, but more importantly, a happy one. Say hello to the nice lady over there, Passazier. She makes her teddy bear bow at me. I don't deal with stuff like this very well out of the blue, so I just bow back. The keychain was you, Shigetsugu. Yeah, the golden one. The golden key chain. I forgot about that. I just remember you being a pain in the butt and nothing more. Whoops. Don't know if that's an appropriate response, but she's already run off to catch up with her family at the ice cream stall. Today's quite a lively day in the park. Kind of feels like I've fallen into Wonderland, but whatever. Who cares? What up, Jay? Wait, you're still alive, aren't you? Jay? Mr. Bo? Yeah, what the? Leave me alone! Akira! Just as I'm about to head back home, I notice a familiar figure, Miaru. I sneak over toward her before planting myself down right next to her. You're not as stealthy as you think, Rinka. Yeah, I know. What brings you here? I wanted to see you. Oh, same as always then. I lean in close to her. She's pretty tall, so I end up resting my head against her arm. Rinka. I feel exhausted for some reason. Miru's face lights up a bit, but eventually she leans in toward me as well. There's nothing special about today. We're just living out our normal lives. It's our one and only shot at life. A black cat sits with its back toward the sunset. Meow. With one mew, it resumes yet another one of its leisurely strolls. Like a dream world. Okay, you know what? That's not a bad ending. Get ending 3! Okay. Next. We do nothing. Ayo. Yes. They're okay, you know what? Good ending. Hey, they got back together. You'll love to see it. Alright, do nothing. I'm surprised you even need to ask. I'll let things remain as they are. Well said. In that case, all you need to do is forge ahead through your own grief. I can't deny that it hurts. That's part of life, though. I would never have come to understand myself if I were alone. Falling in love is what helped me to do so. It's thanks to the time I spent with everyone else that I am who I am now. That's fine. That's how it should be. So please don't leave me. Farewell, Rinka. Be sure to treasure your roots. Don't let these memories fade. Alright, and then this is the other ending, I think. Wait, I'm only on ending 3. How many endings are there? Out of just curiosity. Can I skip this? Oh. I make it a point to remain here all day. CG! Apparently I need to be at this specific place today anyway. That's why I made some coffee for myself. I was given a plastic cup. That's used for takeout samples, so I decided to give it a try. I should let Naomi try one of these next time I see her. This place is special to me. Many important things have happened here. It's where I first met Miaru. It's where I spent time with my gran. It's where Naomi said she'd shoulder my burden with me. And it's my final destination. The place where all 12 of us were supposed to gather. I trust that my choice is the correct one. My memories of Miaru remain as a result. Today served as the end of divine selection forever. I still feel that power within me, but like the man said, it's only a matter of time until that fades away. Is there any meaning to the days that happened, but were undone? It's a sudden question that comes to mind, but it's one with an obvious answer. There isn't. All that remains now are my memories of those times. Man, I'm bored. My thoughts are spoken aloud involuntarily, and I cast my gaze to the great blue sky. Oh, okay, that's just the Fatal 12 ending. Oh, people sad. Okay. I mean, it's a more acceptance-oriented ending, I guess. Ending 2, Fatal 12. Ah! Thank you for the Don't Stop Believing, Dorax. Well, I was hoping to see a secret Amrita ending. I don't think we're done. I got ending 2 and ending 3, but I haven't gotten ending 1. Which means there's still more game left to play. Alright, load it up! I'm pretty sure what do I do? Okay, if I give her an answer and I turn her down. Sorry. Sag, I believe in the Sag. No, we're not done yet. There's more to be played, you know? That's all I can muster for my answer. All color fades from her face for a moment. She speaks up after a moment of silence. Thank you. An answer is all I wanted, so I'm satisfied. Don't worry. Things will go back to normal starting tomorrow, isn't that right? She dashes towards the station after a question, not giving me any time to respond. I have the right to chase after her. Her emotional state is obvious. I'm the one responsible for it. I can't just accept her feelings, though. I'm still not sure about my own, but most importantly, I'm scared of our current relationship changing. I'm so sorry. My apology falls on deaf ears. It's okay, there's more. There's a lot of minor characters that didn't get art, but she did for some reason. Amrita? Yeah. But I guess because she ties a lot of importance to Alon's backstory, to be fair. And also is involved with Frederico for a bit. Maybe there's more to her. Anyways, I'm so sad I had to turn her down, but it's for the ending, you know? Maybe this is the ending. I make my way home after that. The nighttime scenery makes the journey back even more painful. Like, we didn't even get to see Rika's We actually didn't, huh? I get ready for bed once back home. Way too much has happened today. First, I finished my finals, then Mao dragged us all out, Okay, I'm gonna skip whatever it lets me skip. Oh, and I answered her. My answer hurt her. I really should sleep for now. The store will be open. Whoop! A sigh after finishing up the day's last customer. The day's coming to an end and I don't feel any better. I think it's because I realize that I'm using work as a means to keep my mind off things. Hey now, it ain't right for the owner to sigh like that. Mao, who I don't even remember entering the store, makes one of her patented jokes. I glance at her face before sighing again. Well, I guess it's understandable. So you heard. It's only appropriate after I set the whole thing up. She makes her way to a table and sits down. Now I see that she's brought a lot of stuff with her. Queen Mao has come to bestow upon thee her prized collection of manga, enough to last you more than a night. Phew, sure was heavy. She then digs out a pile of manga from her bag and lines them all across the table. Oh, and I'm staying over tonight as well. The homie! The homie! I'm here! Really? I'm pretty sure Miru needs the company more than I do. She's working today. She seems she lined up a bunch of back-to-back shifts knowing that she'd get rejected. Besides, all I do is read manga next to her while she cries. That ain't no good. Pretty sure she'll be doing the same thing here, but I decide not to point it out. Hearing rejected come out of her mouth forces me to better realize what I've done. I outright denied the possibility of entering a relationship with Miru. Not like it's a sin, but there's no means for me to repent either. She's hurting far more-
Wow.
Thank you for the wow. That was unexpected. I forgot I had that one. Thank you. She's hurting far more than I am. I know that, but I can't get over what I've done. That's why I've been sighing so much. Sticking with you is the best for me. It was the first time you've been confessed to, so it's gotta hurt. Especially when it's Miru. In exchange, you need to switch gears once the weekend's over. That's an order from your queen. Besides, Miru asked me to take care of you after the Oops. I let it slip. Don't tell her I told you, okay? Yeah, whatever. She did it on purpose. So Miru figured things would turn out like this and asked Mao to mitigate the damage, huh? Not for herself, but for me. I'm at a loss of words. That hits home just how strong her resolve was. It wasn't just some half-hearted confession. She put an almost painful amount of thought into it. Anyway, thanks for giving her a proper response. I'm sure she'd prefer a serious rejection over saying yes without really meaning it. And hey, now she'll be able to move on too. Looks like this has taken a toll on Mao too. Not that I can blame her. It's been a pretty complicated process, all things considered. Seeing her try so hard to comfort me hurts, but at the same time it does make me happy. Anyway, which one should we start with? Funny, I've lent out a lot of the first volume, so these are the only ones we can start from the beginning. Gotcha. In a rare twist, Mel recommends some shonen manga, as opposed to the usual shoujo stuff. What's more, it's a super long series that's been going on since before I was born. I eventually give in to her whims and decide to spend the weekend reading manga and chatting with her. Okay. Skip to Divine Selection. I find myself relaxing in my room on a Sunday night, not long before this week's Divine Selection. The weekend really did end up being nothing but Mao and me hanging out. Can't say I've ever had such a lazy weekend before. I didn't even make any progress with the diary, much less spare a moment to think about Divine Selection itself. I used the fact that we still have a week left after that to push it out of my mind. Granted, I can't deny that everything with Miarun has taken a toll on me. That and hanging out with Mao did help me feel better. Hey, the homie! Miaru sends me a text around 10. She's asking me to elect her tonight. Doesn't end there, of course. She says she protects herself. Not again! This is probably our only chance to test that method. I don't need to worry about her going back on her word, and it's worth betting on even the smallest chance. As such, I send a reply agreeing to her to do so. Mao said I need to switch gears starting Monday, so I'll do that. Things won't go back to normal right away, but nothing can change the fact that Miaru is a precious friend. Good night. I say that to no one in particular. Meow. Lathe makes its way into my room just as I turn off the lights. A hint of loneliness and it's meowing tonight. Not again! I think we picked wrong. Alright, skip and... Miaru quickly declines Parka. Thanks for everything, Rinka. Wait a minute, what are you... Saying that, she closes her card book. The meaning behind her gesture is more than apparent. Here we go. Canada best! Here we go again. My 3 cards make their way to the center of the Court of Fate in response. Light pours forth from them, drowning out both the scenery and my screams. My subconscious is taking over, stealing away any opportunity to address Miaru. Oh, there's no sad goodbye or anything. It's just bye. All that's left is one single regret. The result is all my fault. It's just a bye-bye. And then this all plays out the exact same way. What a fragile heart you have. Parker's voice echoes within my mind. A voice so lonely, so warm, I can only imagine the pleasure that would come from yielding to it. I no longer carry any desire to defy her. A being who existed on a plane I can't fathom is going to overtake me. All I can do is accept it. You will not simply be my vessel. Your mind and body share the same essence as my own. Allow me to show you a true miracle. Of course, you won't have the opportunity to see anything. Something about all this seems odd. Miaru maintained her own when she served as Parka's vessel. Parka existed within her, but that was it. She never became Parka herself, but in my case, I shall become a resident of the real world through your body. She put it better than I could. And now, as if to prove that, my consciousness is I have taken over your body. Thus, numeral 1 became me. Oh, and I guess we just followed through with Parka's version of the ending, huh? And now there won't be no Miharu fix in the end. And that's the end. Except we get a little bit more. Today we make our way to the theme park. And on my birthday, no less. What a lovely turn of events. Needless to say, the 3 of us enjoy a fantastic time together. Man, that sure was fun. Yeah, I had a great time. Despite their words, melancholy hangs heavy in the air. Not that I blame them. They must be thinking of Miaru. Some days have passed since I first assessed Rinka's memories. Miaru's importance to the group has become clear as day to me. Thanks, you two. I had a blast today. My grasp on her manner of speaking has come quite far. It seems that leaving a brief pause between sentences makes things sound more sincere. I know a lot's happened, but coming here with you proves that we can overcome it. That feels like the most appropriate thing to say here. I make sure to maintain eye contact with them both as I talk. Yo, Rinny, you're still you, right? Mao poses a sudden question. One I fail to understand, which leads me to panic. Wait, what the red eyes? She has assimilated into her body fully. I think it's just getting used to it. Sorry, guess it was a weird question. You're you, no matter what, yeah? Agreed, she couldn't possibly be anyone else. Weirdos. This is how I spend my 17th birthday. Now then, all that's left is to watch the parade. Here we go again. Ooh. Big ooh. It doesn't take long for it to make the news. Oguma Mao finds herself unable to return home. The damage dealt to her heart is too much. Now Rinny's gone too? Huh? The news is reported as follows. An accident took place at Stardust Kingdom, a theme park popular with all demographics. A float collapsed during its popular night parade, crushing a spectator. What the? I mean, get wrecked, Parka, but what the? The float had a number of illuminations incorporated into it, causing it to burst into flames upon its collapse. The victim, a mere high school student, burned to death as a result. The student's name was Shishimai Rinka. In a tragic twist of fate, she had come to the theme park with her friends to celebrate her 17th birthday. Rinny. Mao can do nothing but cry. Something felt off about Rinka, but that doesn't matter anymore. How could it, now that she's gone? Her future was stolen from her. Wah! Mao lets her emotion run wild in the station that night, but her cries go largely ignored by everyone around her. Dang, so Parka's just doomed. Fixed destiny. Parka's just doomed to die. Okay. Which ending is that? Ending 4. Sucks to suck. Actually does, huh? Alright, so now our only other option here is to say just put it off for now. I can't give you an answer yet. Excuse me? Mira's eyes open wide before she freezes up completely. You'll no doubt be satisfied regardless of the answer I give you. On the other hand, putting it off means you'll want to survive to hear it, right? I promise I'll give you an answer then, so please let me keep that promise. That's cheating, you know. You're trying to sound cool, but you just haven't decided yet, have you? I can't deny that. I can't bring myself to think things through until we found a way to survive together. You're just as important to me. You even got Mao to help you out so you could get an answer from me before the next election. With that done, you'd let me elect you. You even lied about seeing what would happen if we can't elect one another. She pulls her eyes away from me. I know this is the truth after asking her how she felt earlier. Her love for me just means she'll do whatever she can to make sure I survive. Sorry, but there's no way I can forgive you if you let yourself die. So you do hate me now. Of course not. How about you? Do you hate me after having to deal with how indecisive I am? Turns out procrastinating was the right choice all along. Ain't no way this was the right choice. This feels like the worst choice. The right choice is the worst choice, huh? Of course not. How about you? Do you hate me after having to deal with how indecisive I am? Honestly, I expected this response the moment you posed your little question. Huh? Having said that, no, there's not a single thing that could make me come to hate you, especially not when I love seeing you squirm like that. Oh boy, she's making me all hot and bothered again. No need to be so blunt. Anyway, I feel kind of bad since it sounds like we're negotiating, but I'll absolutely give you a proper answer once Divine Selection's over. Until then, let's find a way to survive together. Alright, you've really changed, haven't you? Haha. I'd come back to haunt you if I died now, so I guess it's time to swallow my pride. I'm not the only one who's changed. Miru just changed a bit right now. Let me ask you though, you're not just putting it off, right? Can I take this to mean I actually have a chance? Yeah, I can't say for sure since I've never been in love before, but it could easily swing either direction. Sorry for sounding so smug despite not giving you a proper answer. Don't worry about it. I just wanted to settle things regardless of the outcome in that regard. It's nice to know I'm not chasing shadows. A good decision was much better than my Naomi and you solution. Yeah, you know, just a little bit better. Oops, just a tad bit better, you know. I think that idea still could fly though. She brushes her hand through her hair before smiling. The light from Tokyo Tower reflects off her. She's so cute. Not only that, but she's smart and capable as well. She can be a bit mean sometimes, but always thinking of her friends. She makes it seem like life's so easy, but in reality, she works hard to make it so. It's tough to take all that into consideration and tell her that she has no chance. If I'm being honest, I'm still not too sure. I really am the worst. Anyone else would have ditched me by now. Following that, we make our way back home. We have to walk back to the station together, but that's fine. Being together doesn't feel awkward tonight. Alright. How much can I skip? Skip this section? Well, technically I didn't, but we reached a conclusion for now at least. I really should sleep for now. Alright, we can skip through here. Phew. Sit down for a breather after the day's work is done. Please read the book. Shifting back into work mode is a pretty exhausting process after spending so many days with my head in the books. At least working here is really fun. Plenty of regulars stop in since it's Saturday too. It isn't busy in the afternoon thanks to the limited food menu, but it gets pretty packed toward the evening. Easily the busiest day since I first took over the store. The door chime rings when I'm relaxed. It's a customer I'm oh so familiar with. Oh. You know, maybe this is the Naomi and TR solution, huh? Oh, have you closed for the day? Hey, come on in. No need to worry about store hours when you're a friend. So sorry. I have Naomi take a seat at her usual table and then head into the kitchen to brew us up some coffee. Once it's ready, I sit down with her. Here you go, on the house. But thank you. You seem awfully cheery today. You think? Guess it's because finals are over and I got to open the store back up. I brought cookies today if you'd like some. Thanks, I really like your cookies. I can tell they're the same ones that you brought once before. The bag tied shut with a nice red ribbon, my favorite color. We spend some time chatting while enjoying both our offerings. Do you mind if I asked what happened after we left last night? Leave me alone, Naomi! Leave us alone! I explained what took place once Miharu and I were alone. Well, everything sans what Miharu shared about her past, I skipped to the part where she asked for my answer to her confession and that I couldn't give her one just yet. Naomi acts strangely relieved over it. Probably because I mentioned Miharu came to a decision to survive as well. Have you finished reading that diary yet? Nope, been too busy with finals. Chances are I'll finish it tonight, though. Okay, do you mind if I stop by tomorrow after closing time? I'll bring Miharu, too. Sounds fine. It's worth discussing, even if there's ultimately no valuable info in it. Every day you get to read about the daily life of someone from a whole... Wait, not every day you get to read about the daily life of someone from a whole century ago. You've still got one more chance if nothing gets resolved during tomorrow's election, too. Approaching things with a level head seems to be the best approach. Agreed. Also, do you think I could borrow that diary from you tomorrow? She's obviously shy about asking. I could tell it depends, and I tell her it depends, and she responds with a smile. Don't worry about it. If the past few weeks have told me anything, it's that I can focus better when reading at night. I set a cup of coffee down to the diary and crack it open. Meow. Lathe curls up at my feet. It gets pretty humid in July, so I guess the floor here is the coolest place for it to rest. I'll have no luck getting it to move either, so I bring it some milk before getting started. My great-great-grandmother is the one who wrote this diary. Her sister owned a cat named Leo, too. I wonder if she wrote the diary in a similar environment. Coffee by her side, cat at her feet. Wait, is the game meowing? I'm making the noises for the cat who's meowing in the game, but I'm voice acting it for the cat in game. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Makes me think about how, while the times may change, our actions never really do. It's kind of funny, the bookmark I'm using is shaped just like a cat. How's your Naomi book lover voice scarier than your Alon baby voice? What's wrong? I'm just properly expressing Naomi's love for books, personally, you know? You know, it'd be like that sometimes. Some people love books a lot, and I'm expressing her love for them, you know? I finished both my second cup of coffee and the diary around the same time. What the? The shock of what I just read even knocks out my taste buds. I'm immediately overcome with disbelief. Yeah, glad I arranged to meet with Miaru and Naomi tomorrow. What's up, Estelle? What's wrong? I might have forgotten to do so after reading this knockout. I'm not over-exaggerating its shock value. It's fortunate that I can talk to them about it before tomorrow's election. At the very least, it'll reduce the risk of me going wild all on my own. Unbelievable as this is, it's just what we need. As Miru said, this could very well be our trump card. Might be able to pick Divine Selection apart thanks to this. I can feel my heart racing. After closing the diary, I removed the photos tucked between its final pages. 3 in total, one of Linda, one of her family, and the third of her with another girl. Linda Harrison, my great-great-grandmother, that's who this diary belongs to. Seeing her picture isn't what grabbed my attention, it's the one with the other girl in it specifically. That girl is noted as Linda's sister. The photo isn't high definition or anything, and it's turned sepia with age. But I know for a fact that it's Diana. She's the splitting image of Parka. Her clothes are more appropriate for the time of the picture, and her hair isn't as long as it is in the dream world. Regardless, this isn't a case of passing resemblance. They're the exact same person. Every nerve in my body is telling me so. That's theoretically impossible for this to be true, but what's written at the end of the diary makes it impossible a reality. That's not all though. I somehow materialize a new card. Number 13, name, Diana Harrison. Hold up. Number 13? Doxing. True. Diana Harrison. A 13 numeral that shouldn't exist, which means it's the goddess's card. I can't help but mutter it aloud. Maybe it's my way of forcing myself to accept the truth I've just uncovered. We're doxing God, let's go! How do we tell the others this? Thank you for coming. Closing time arrives once I've rung out the last customer. It's a little early, only a bit past 4 p.m., but I've been open since 8 a.m. That's the norm when the store is open all through the weekend, really. You're such a hard worker. She sure is! Miaru and Naomi had arrived a little bit earlier. They've been waiting for me to finish up for the day. Once I'm done with my cleanup duties, I make my way over to our usual table. I hand them both a cup of coffee as thanks for coming. I'm glad I got to see the two of you before tonight's election. That's the only way I can think to lead into this topic. Following that, I place the diary onto the table and open it. The photo is what I want to show them first. Is this some kind of joke? That's Miaru's immediate reaction upon seeing it. Naomi seems puzzled, so I explain its significance to her. Should have been Fatal 13! 8 away! But true! I thought we would do this during the Alon Frederico voting. I wish she read the book, but she put it off for so long. Naomi seems puzzled, so I explain its significance to her. About how the girl in the photo is Diana Harrison and her uncanny resemblance to Parka. So she and Parka are the same person? I say nothing but offer a reaffirming nod. Now that they've seen it, it's time to show them the name card of numeral 13. The goddess has cards too. I wanted to use these to preface our discussion, but maybe I've served the entree before the appetizer, as it were. You could cut the tension with a butter knife. First things first, this diary was written by my great-great-grandmother, Linda Harrison. Now feels like the time to talk about the contents of the diary. Based on what I know, Diana died in a fire when she was 12. Linda wrote about her regret over this tragedy at the end of the diary. She regretted not being able to save Diana despite her pleas for help. The main issue is the 11 weeks leading up to her death, though. 11 weeks before Diana's death, a boy seeking to become her father's pupil fell down the stairs and died from trauma to the head. One of the assistants who had been to their home the week after soon died of food poisoning. The week after that, the mother of the boy who died 2 weeks prior died from a fever. Every week following that, someone with some sort of connection to Diana died. There wasn't any pattern behind who died. Some were close to her while others weren't. These events terrorized her family. It led them to a natural conclusion, that any one of them could be next. Their fears came true with the 12th victim. Yep, it's just as I mentioned before. The fire took not just their home, but also Diana's life. The destruction caused a bookcase to fall on her, crushing the lower half of her body. She's a Grim Reaper. Well, she died. But I guess after dying, she does this ritual of getting other people to die for her. I guess? Linda was in the same room at the time. All she could do... She did all she could to save her. She just wasn't strong enough to move the bookcase. This was 100 years ago, so they lacked the same means to extinguish fires as we do today. Upon finding the two, their mother had to make an impossible decision. But to her, the answer was clear. Even with her aid, they couldn't get the bookshelf to budge. Their father had passed out from smoke inhalation. The fire would likely consume Diana, were they to stay and call for help too. So their mother made the only decision she could. She had to save who she could. She chose to save Linda at the expense of Diana. Linda viewed it as the wrong choice. She felt a responsibility to write about these events in the same diary she received from her beloved sister. Her feelings towards Diana are penned in detail. It's through them that the entire tale feels all the more tragic. Dang. Sag, actually. That's the most important thing I came across while reading. Things remained tense as I finished my explanation, understandably so. It's hard to remain composed when you realize the cute girl in the photo died not long after it was taken. Anyway, this is a sure bet to be our trump card. Yeah, Parka was originally human, and the sister of my great-great-grandmother no less. I came to the same conclusion after listening to you, but it's still hard not to be surprised. We're all on the same page. 12 participants competing over a span of 12 weeks, so the events leading up to her death may have been the basis for divine selection. Yeah, a tragedy through and through. There's still a lingering sadness in Miru's voice. I doubt she could feel anything else in the face of this revelation. So a human becomes a goddess? Part of me finds that hard to swallow. Both the Court of Fate and Divine Selection exists, though. The rewriting of events and memories, too. We have to accept that the possibility exists based on what we know. This is just a theory on my own part, but it doesn't seem like Parka has any memory of her time as a human. Really? That makes sense. She sees us as nothing more than inferior beings. It doesn't feel like she's spitting us. It doesn't feel like she's spitting at us because she was once human either. Her role as a goddess is spiting us. Her role as a goddess is unquestionable to her. That's how I saw it before now, so I agree with Miru's theory. All three of us start to ponder on our own. Naomi eventually speaks up, suggesting that we've probably noticed what she's about to say. You should be able to... No! Hold on. I messed up. I can fix this. Put it off. Skip. 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 Boop, 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 boop. Silence for a bit. You should elect Parka. You should be able to elect Parka if you materialize a card of hers, shouldn't you? I'm saving here because I don't want to mess up again. Haha. Anyways. Both myself and Miru stare at Naomi in response. Our cards contain information that represents our past, present, and future. Most importantly, they allow us to elect and eliminate others. The fact that Parka has her own cards must mean that she can be elected as well. There are too many unknown factors, though. I've got my card book with me, but a card hasn't materialized. Odd considering I now know her name and what she looks like. Does that mean Rinka's somehow special then? I'm not too sure about that, but there must be a reason why. I've been wondering why Miyaru's card book never reacted to the information I shared. I've been wondering something else too, something Naomi picks up on as well. The circumstances surrounding Diana's cause of death have been made clear, but Rinka hasn't obtained a card for it. Based on the contents of the diary, her cause of death would be from the fire itself or the smoke inhalation. Linda didn't witness the moment Diana died, though. I think something might have happened after she was dragged away. There are plenty of possibilities then. Blood loss, the ceiling collapsing on and crushing her, and so on. It's shocking how calm we are while imagining events from 100 years ago. It's the only method we have to learn about Parker, though. This is a possibility that's been right next to us since the beginning, and yet it's one we've discovered at the last moment. Putting aside whether it's possible to elect her or not, we'd still need her to regret. That's going to be the hardest part. There's no way we can get an answer by asking her directly. Not like she'd even be able to if our theory about her not remembering her past is true. It's wanting to live longer, right? It's nothing but a theory, and yet it's one we have to base everything on, based on her actions that we've seen on other endings. I want to believe that we're not following the wrong trail. That gives me hope, though. Electing her has to be the way we both survive. I share your hope, but we can't be sure that this is the only way yet. We'll need to test it out during the next election. You want to see what happens when you can't elect one another, right? Is that what you're gonna try? We can't now. It's entirely possible it could result in a situation where we need to settle things by a means other than electing, which might result in us losing the ability to elect her. Isn't it dangerous to ask her about it, though? She could always prepare countermeasures if she knows what you're planning. That's true. That's true. Perhaps it might be best to do nothing this time around rather than rush things. If you can't figure anything out by the 12th election, then we can try it. That's the smartest I've heard Rinka be! I know! I'm so proud of her! Yeah, we can't let her know that we have her card either. You're so close, though. Naomi's words hit home. I'm getting my hopes up. All that's left is to turn my hopes into a winning strategy. It's kind of ironic, though. They talk about fortune smiling on those with hope, but we're dealing with the goddess of fate here. So, can I borrow the diary then? I can't tell if she feels guilty asking, but she can't suppress her curiosity. Sure, just remember that it's my grand's and I need it back as is.
Thank you! I'll treat it with the utmost care!
Part of me is worried you'll embrace it so hard it'll crumble. Important and valuable to my grand as it is, I'm sure it'll be fine in Naomi's hands. It's a source of information too. Naomi might just be able to pick up on something I missed. Once we finish that topic, we spend the rest of the day hanging out as normal. Both of them head home after dark. Seeing them talk to each other like friends when I see them off is a relief. I love doing the book lover Naomi voice. I can't hide my happiness, not even after getting back to my room. I never would have imagined the scenario at the beginning of Divine Selection. Not only is Miyaru looking to survive now, but we've also found a possible way for both of us to make it through. Parka, huh? It's basically confirmed that she used to be human. What happened during her dying moments then? Something must have caused her transformation. We're left with more questions than before, but it's also proof that we're making progress. I'll do this no matter what. Having stilled my will once more, I dive into bed in preparation for tonight's election. And no lathe appearance tonight either. Interesting. Assuming a lot of this plays out the same? You won't. Very well. Parker shifts her gaze to Miyaru. And yourself, numeral 2. My lovely former vessel. Sorry, but you're wasting your breath. No election on my part. Very well then. Quite the boring session tonight, I do declare. She puffs her cheeks out in discontent before making her way back to the center of the Court of Fate. Those mannerisms of hers are reminiscent of what I've learned about Diana from the diary. Innocent yet always one to act on her whims. A girl loved by cats, perhaps because she was like one herself. With no election to speak of, that means we can conclude tonight's gathering of participants. Next week marks the final round of this particular divine selection. I do look forward to seeing which of you will become my vessel. Whoever it is will no doubt have a wonderful life ahead of them. Parka smiles, pinches her skirt, and curtsies. She does this in the exact same way as when I first met her here. So, there's a question I'd like answered if you don't mind. What happens if neither of us can elect the other during the next round? That is a possibility worth considering at this point indeed. Allow me to answer you by asking you to consider the significance behind the numerals you have been allocated. So basically, if neither of us elect the other, the lowest number is given priority and allowed to live on. No way. Hard as that is to accept, it's likely what Parka is implying. That's why Parka made Rinka numeral 1, I guess. It's a simple enough conclusion to reach at this point. At first, I thought the numerals only represented the order in which we carry out the election process. It was rigged from the beginning, yeah! In case a draw did happen, it's rigged so that Parka can inhabit Rinka. Assuming no one else got not taken out. No, just through manipulating Miaru. Yeah! Placements also, dang. At first I thought the numerals only represented the orders in which we carry out the election process. But now they seem much more interwoven with our fates than before. There's no need to beat around the bush anymore, is there? Tell us the truth. Tell us the true meaning behind our numerals. You said we were allocated them right. In other words, you didn't assign them yourself. Oh? I did find it strange that I was in numeral 1 despite my death being the one to signal the beginning of divine selection. Originally I thought it was due to a slight miscalculation on the juncture of fate's part, but my spot as numeral 2 disproves that. Very well, I've been looking forward to someone asking me about this for true. Your numerals were indeed not selected by me. They represent each participant's proximity to the world's primary course. To this effect, numeral 1 is closest, while numeral 12 was the furthest. Oh, okay. Neither of us really understand what she just said. Can't say I've ever heard about this primary course or whatever before. Never mind, she didn't rig it, I guess. Think of the universe as a lake that filters into an endless number of streams. Each stream represents an alternate world that is birthed through choices made by its people. Of course, people themselves are not aware of this. The Court of Fate serves as a place to overlook those streams. I recall you mentioning that last part during the first round. Indeed. Hold on a sec, I'm not following. Let's say you think about eating bread for breakfast. In this situation, a world where you do and a world where you don't are both spawned. Huh. She tries to give me a basic example, but it flies right over my head. Her cheeks puff up, likely due to my interrupting her before continuing. What is it that leads to the creation of these two different worlds? The very moment you chose to have bread, you imagine a scenario where you do and one where you don't. The universe is not as stable as people believe. Personal perceptions play an integral part in its existence. You may have gone ahead and eaten your bread, but the outcome of not doing so now exists in your imagination. As such, that outcome becomes a reality in another world by nature of you recognizing it. That is what I refer to when speaking of the world's primary course and its branches. Going back to the previous example, having bread would become part of the primary course, the lake. The world where you didn't would be a stream that gradually strays further and further from the primary course. Are you getting this? I direct my question towards not Parka but Miaru. She nods and then goes on to explain. We could call ourselves observers of a sort. The primary course follows the most likely scenario. I expected nothing less of you. Did you perhaps remember that we've had this conversation once before? Miaru shakes her head in response. Her quick explanation helps me understand things, though. Canon event. Breads. The canon breads. If we're talking about the more likely scenario, then me having bread falls under that because it's a scenario born from my initial desire to do so. We've strayed far from the main topic somewhat. Parka forces a cough before proceeding. You all lost your lives during the juncture of casualty, but worlds exist where that never happened. Using my power of fate, I linked each world where one of you survived to the primary course. Fred will be. Leave him alone! Akira! So the primary course currently comprises worlds where we both died and survived. Not quite. That contradiction can only support itself here in the dream world, which is created from humanity's dormant consciousness. The Court of Fate is an anomaly to the world under normal circumstances. That being said, it's fine if you simply understand that one's perception of things can affect the primary course. Ain't no way you're canon inventing the breads too! The more she talks, the more lost I become. Miaru seems pretty interested in what she has to say, but it's doing nothing but confusing me. I take a chance to interrupt Parka when she stops for a breath, by pointing at the floor. None of that answers my question about the numerals, though. Not the sharpest tool in the shed, are we? The world you currently live in is one that I altered from a branch. In simple terms, your numerals represent the ease with which fate can be altered from lowest to highest. I think Parka gave up on explaining toward the end there. I get the gist of what she's saying now. So basically, you cut out whoever has the highest numeral to make the final alteration of fate easier, right? Oh, correct you are, my dear. I forgot that you tend to comprehend things that others don't. Miaru nodding from the corner of my eye. I noticed Miaru nodding from the corner of my eye. I can't deny her claim if Miaru is agreeing. Furthermore, the 12-week period represents the limit of your ability to maintain this paradoxical world, is that right? Who knows? I never bothered to go past that. What's important is that doing so would tire me much more than I would like. She pouts following that statement. I can't help but think she's exaggerating a bit, mainly because she doesn't want to admit that she has a limit, can't beat her divine pride. Anyway, that's the gist. Anyway, the gist is that she's only capable of joining the branches together with the primary course for 12 weeks. What happens to the world where each participant's death has been undone when they're eliminated? Fantastic question, my dear. While I may be able to alter the world myself, the world also has something of a counterforce that exists to return both the primary course and each branch to normal. Once a participant has been eliminated, the world in which they're still alive becomes a branch once again, and distances itself from the primary course more and more. So there are worlds out there where they're still alive. In that case, there are indeed, though I must stress that even I can't observe them once they've drifted far enough away. The juncture of casualty that ties 12 of these worlds together is what allows me to link them to the primary course in the first place. Regardless, it's about time we end tonight's session. I've carried on for far too long already. Wait! Tonight's session resulted in no eliminations. I bid you both farewell for now. She wastes no time in making her announcement after cutting the conversation short. I turn my gaze to Miaru, who calmly nods back to me. That's right, there's no need for us to panic right now. We need to throw our original...
What?
Shay! How was Fortnite? Thank you, Eggy, for shouting out Jay. If you haven't already... You leave me alone with that emote. If you haven't already, please go give Jay a follow. Jay is a VTuber who plays a ton of variety games, such as Street Fighter, Apex, Final Fantasy VII, Cloud's back on that bike, baby! Overwatch, that's dead. You and I both know that's dead. Oop! But yes, if you haven't already, go give Jay a follow. You can follow Jay by pressing the follow button right at the top of chat. Welcome in Jose, welcome in Meme God. Apex, you've played Apex more recently than you've played Overwatch, and therefore Apex. Fortnite now. Naraka Blade Point soon. Wink wonk, wink wonk. Now Naraka, there it is. We played Naraka now, there he is. But yes, welcome in everyone from the raid. How was Fortnite, Jay? We've reached a couple of endings. Not the main endings, so we're trying to hit the main ending now. But yes, if you don't know me, which I think most of you do, my channel name is Fadelessword. Most people use Fade or Fadeless. I stream variety games such as Fatal 12, Tales of Arise, Only Up, and other games as well. Sometimes art as well. But currently we're going through our Friday streams, which are just visual novels, and hopefully should be finishing up Fatal 12 today. play Fate Go. The story is amazing. You also get more Fate chords when you beat other chapters. Also the story and how it uses the different servants is amazing. Ether. I can't. The gameplay isn't for me. I'm just there for the art and summons. The gameplay is just not for me. But I've watched the movies and animes, so that's fine. Also, welcome back. Street Fighter, Apex, that's about it. It is! But Jay's currently prepping for a Street Fighter tournament, so if you want to watch Jay participate in that, go give Jay a follow. What are you doing not already following Jay? Sheesh. Anyways, how's the Fortnite boss? And yeah, we're actually stuck in canon events. We need to throw our original plan out the window based on what we've learned tonight. Jay's playing more than me, and I'm just an only upstreamer. What the? More only up than you? More Street Fighter than you? More what? What's he playing more than you? Your Discord profile picture is Miguel O'Hara, isn't it? Give me all the mouth gamer Street Fighter players. Yeah, that's a common thing you'll see. Once you like learn a general sense of like lower players, you'll be able to call out a lot of what they do ahead of time. Even if your hands can't. More games in general. Ah. Get wrecked. I mean, oh no, so sad. Well, yes, we're just reading. What? I mean, oh no. Sorry, I have to learn how to beat a 20. I have to learn how to beat a sub 20 now. Press X to doubt. Should 2 participants remain, whoever has the highest numeral will be eliminated by default. Don't worry, Fade, it's easy. I can't get the upwards, Eggy. I mean, I only like put like 4 tries into it. It only took me 5 hours. Wahoo! But yes, thank you, Jay, for the raid. Hope Fortnite was fun. Did you have fun, actually? Oh, thank you for the stretch, Jose. I think we beat this game today, and thank you for the hydrate as well. What's your record now? 1959. He's sub 20'd. And thank you for the water as well, Jose. It was fun, nice. Get any wins? I saw ATSV recently with my mom, aunt, and grandmother recently and loved it. And Miguel was awesome. Yeah, we watched it in we actually watched it with Mofu on Mofu's movie night. Very fun movie. Heck yeah, let's go. Good luck, Fade. Ha 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 ha. We got it. I just gotta learn Dino, and then I beat Eggy by 1 second, and we busted. Never seen Spider-Verse, but Miguel kind of seems like a lot to me. Oh no. Wander's right. What Wander's? Oh no, Wander's right. Oh. Ooh. Wander's kind of right. Ooh. How do I ban people? We don't talk bad about Miguel ever. You're sick. Wait. Why did Naraka give Max ability due to skin? He barely plays. Oop. This is not just a physical similarity. I mean, kind of like a hating kids type of similarity. And the might makes right type of similarity, but you know, haha, it be like that. Ahem. This likely applies to a situation where we can't elect one another too. Our only hope now is that one card sleeping within my card book. Oh, we're in the dream world. Good evening, or is it good morning? Greetings doesn't feel right either. I wouldn't mind having a catchphrase like a certain goddess, but inventing one is rather difficult. Once again, I'm face to face with this man. He speaks casually and then grins. Is he trying to provoke me? Apologies, I'll set the jokes aside for now. You've finally obtained the most fundamental piece to this puzzle. All that remains is to place it in the relevant spot. You know, this is the second time one of the mods has wanted to ban me. Oops. Only second. I'm gonna send Estelle to ads. Hold on. Y'all keep cooking. Estelle needs some ads. 3 strikes and you're out. And you're get out. You're sick. You're twisted. No! What's wrong, Estelle? Don't you love ads? You love ads, right? They're your favorite. They're your favorites. The puzzle is the one that was never meant to be completed. Allow me to guide you through the fog that clouds your memories. Oh, we get more memories? Oh, we get her memories? Flame envelops me. Gotta get ready for bed, y'all. Stay cooking. Night, Aggie. Sleep well. And sleep well with your 1959. That's a cracked run. Sleep well, sleep well. Flames powerful enough to flake the skin from my bones. I will too. Watching you from your wall. I mean, letting you rest well, Kit. Flames that produce enough smoke to smolder my lungs. Canada. My life turns to ash. My inability to move even my fingers tells me as much. Diana. Diana. Why'd you say my birth year? 1559? Or 1959? Dang. Fossilized. What the heck? You're sick. Diana. Don't leave me behind. Please, Diana. Wait. Don't leave me behind. Please, Diana. But Linda's the one that leaves Diana behind, no? Because Linda's... Ooh. Hold on. I hear someone shouting. I finally know to whom those cries of anguish belong to. Fate truly works in strange ways. I thought these were memories shared only by myself and Naomi, but I learned that I shared them with my parents, and now it turns out even Linda and Diana went through the same thing. Don't leave her behind. We're gonna leave her behind. Wait, ain't no way. But yourself. The flames spread further, drowning out the cries. Okay. So, while Linda's getting rescued out, she's saying to Diana, don't leave her behind, but Diana's, like, just dying. Okay, cool. Okay. The flames spread further down, drowning out the cries. My consciousness vanishes by the time they've become inaudible. And then I wake up in a cold sweat. Meow. Layeth must have crawled onto my bed at some point, but it's not responsible for this. So, like, I... Robot? Wait, what? I Robot? Why do you restart the game? To get other endings. To get the main ending, actually. I recall those flames. The memories sleeping within me aren't just my own. I'm not sure if it's because we're related or because I read that diary, but it's definitely due to one of those reasons why I saw what I did. New Game Plus? No, we just loaded back a save to do a different choice. What's more, I noticed that there's a new card. I noticed that a new card has materialized in my card book. We procrastinated. We chose to procrastinate, which gave us a different ending, which is giving us a different ending. Diana and thus Parka's cause of death. Poison is written on the card. Poison? That's the most common cause when it comes to deaths like this. Oh, okay. Doesn't that just fall under smoke inhalation? Carbon monoxide poisoning kills faster than the flames. No death can be described as pleasant, but Diana's case seems especially painful. Meow. Lathe jumps from my bed, probably because I've gotten up and moved to my desk. It usually runs off after I get up, but I'm not gonna let that happen today. Meow. Rather than pick it up like normal, I grab it by the tail, mainly out of fear that it'll outrun me. It was definitely about to hightail it. Meow. It turns to face me and then starts hissing. I guess being grabbed by the tail doesn't feel too good. I refuse to let go and tug it even harder. It tries to run, but I scoop it up and then checks its front paws. I knew it. It has a scar there. The same scar that Leo, Linda's cat, had. Her diary mentioned that it cut itself by stepping on a piece of glass. Naturally, you don't inherit a scar. The possibility of Lathe somehow injuring itself in the same spot exists, but I'm willing to bet that isn't the case. You're the guy that keeps appearing in my dreams, aren't you? Can't say I understand how that works, but after everything else I've seen, it's hardly surprising. I was right! Let's go! Meow? My question may make me sound crazy, but I pose it nonetheless. Lathe is always nearby whenever that guy appears. I first notice it after seeing a photo with Diana and Leo. I can't just chalk it up to them looking alike now, even if the idea of it living for so long seems impossible. Throwing away logic is a must if I want to find the truth behind divine selection. Its paw serves as my definitive piece of evidence. It only makes sense that even a cat can become a vessel for something if humans can. Maybe you can only speak in the dream world or something. A sudden realization causes me to plop Lathe on my seat. If it really is that guy from my dreams, then that means I've been sharing my bed with him. Anyway, you can understand me. You better show yourself tonight. We can talk more then. Meow. It's a simple meow, but it sounds like a proper response to my ears. Please stop showing the cat. I don't want to meow anymore. We have Monday through Thursday off from school due to midterms being over. Although it's one of the busiest times for teachers since they have to go over everyone's exams, grade them, and prepare all the different results sheets. They can probably do with as much help as they can get right now. Funny how I'm getting help from some weird guy in my dreams at a time like this. That being said, I plan on keeping the store open all day during our time off. Cat fade model when? You know, I actually could, like, just kinda... Where is it? I think it's this one, right? And then we just... How do I load this? How do you load things again? I have to set up a hotkey. Hold on. I'm not keeping this, mind you, but let me just show you something. Let me show you something. And then we toggle item scene. Pick this one. And then we do record tab, let's say 3. What have I not used? 6, 7, 8. It's 5. Unless does tab 5 do anything? Nope. Hold on. Moment, please. One moment, please. Okay, and then if I do this... Oh, it doesn't work. Oh, get wrecked. But if I do it slower and do cat... Get wrecked, it doesn't work. Ha 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 ha. Anyways. No, hold on. It's 1. Wait, crap. Whoops. I need to flip that. Flip image. And then we take a tail as well, I guess. There. You see? I can cat. And this should also work with, yep. It does. You see? What did I just come back to? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Anyways, I'm deleting this now. Get out of here. Get out. Get out.
The One Piece!
Ain't no way your One Piecing is
The
real.
One Piece is real! Can we get much higher?
Ain't no way you One Piece is real for that. Ain't no way you're shocked. Ain't no way you're shying and high. Welcome back, meme god. Cat fade. Well, it's gone now. We have reading to do. Important reading. It would seem weird to prioritize weekday over the weekend, but I'm sure the regular customers will appreciate it. The day flies by faster than expected, thus I return to my room. Lay's already curled up and ready to sleep, so I grab a blanket and wrap it up. It really does understand what I'm saying, huh? Good night. Got an early start tomorrow, so I dive right into bed once I'm ready. Well, mostly because something tells me I'm not going to feel rested at all when I wake up. Yep, looks like I was right. The fact that I can find myself in the dream world, albeit one different from the Court of Fate, proves it. Good evening. I guess there's no secrets for us now. That even covered my cat entity. Perhaps you might be wondering why you can't speak here, but it's rather simple. Unlike Parka, my previous owner, I lack the ability to manifest the Court of Fate. Maintaining your existence on a conceptual level is simply impossible for me. Stop! Cease! Stop it! Fortunately, I can intervene in your own dream world. I get that he's trying to say something important, but all these cringy cat puns make it hard to care. Manifest. Mountyfest. More like Clownafest. I'll probably force myself to wake up if he doesn't stop soon. Ah, how harsh of you. This helps prove the point I wanted to make, though. You may not be able to speak here, but your thoughts still make it to me. Puts on cat ears and tell you're sick. You're sick. Get help. Now. Did you do this? You're sick too. You're all sick, actually. So, what are your thoughts? So, what are you exactly? I'm Lathe, the river of forgetfulness that flows through the underworld. Rather, an existence given power resembling it. The details vary from tale to tale, but we can keep it simple for your sake. Lathe is a river that flows through the underworld, and those who drink from it experience complete forgetfulness. Nope, that doesn't explain anything. I'm the one responsible for erasing the memories of any paradoxes created by divine selection. You should have the now emotes at some point. It's great. No. Absolutely not. Think of me as a being that's been granted the role of interfering with people's memories, if you will. Is that LTG? I'd assume so. And so that's absolutely no. Yeah, absolutely no. Either way, I was right about you being Lathe. Actually, I guess you'd be Leo, considering the scar on your paw. Can you explain how and why you can take on human form and appear in my dreams, much like Parka? It's because I'm essentially nothing to this world. A regular cat became me, while a poor girl became a goddess. That's how the story begins. I knew it. Parka really was Diana all along. There's no denying it now that he said as much. Indeed, I knew there was every possibility you would discover this through reading Linda's diary. No crying. Of course, I would have been a tad upset if you never caught on to my own identity after all the hints I dropped. Hence, our position in the real world has no relation to our ability to appear within your dreams. Yet I made sure to always be near you when I did, no? Regardless, our power being transient means time is of the essence. Allow me to give you a quick explanation as to how I came to be. Time seems to be a concern for him too, just like Parka. Curious as I am, I make sure not to interrupt him. This power of mine is one I was never meant to receive. The circumstances differ greatly from Diana's. She lost her life soon after 11 other people. This served as the most suitable manner in which to become Parka. Whether that was by coincidence or not, I can't say for sure. Either way, her desire to live was powerful, so much so that it reached something that may or may not exist in this world. He adds that the thing could be what we humans refer to as gods or spirits, along with the fact that it's something we can't perceive. Nothing would come from the desire under regular circumstances, however 11 lives were lost previous to this one. The prospects surrounding the lives and deaths of those 11 people formed a spiral with Diana at the center, becoming a force capable of distorting fate itself. Their feelings and what they had experienced became fragments which accumulated within that distortion. On a conceptual level, these fragments serve as a form of energy. Diana's link to that something I mentioned allowed her to use that energy and cause a miracle, resulting in her becoming Parka. The 13th person involved, Linda, would become her vessel. Of course, her existence wasn't perfect. Unlike that certain something, she required a vessel and a ritual to exist. This is where Leo, our cute and lovable cat, comes in. I myself was on the brink of death due to that fire. Diana, through her desire for Leo to survive, split her power with me. She did so despite it being imperfect. To be more accurate, I was connected with the very same something by her doing so. Having been removed from the circle of fate, death became a foreign concept to me. I was given a will and human-like features, yet I cannot be classified as one. I was no longer a mere cat, and also nothing close to a god. That's what stands before you now. Diana may have wished for Leo's survival, but unfortunately that never came to be in the end. Leo's existence remains undefined. I only get about half of what he's saying, in all honesty. It's like how you can understand words but not their meanings. I'm sure what he's trying to say is simple, though. Diana's desire to live led to her becoming Parka, and her desire for Leo to survive turned it into Lathe. Now I'm even more curious. That way of thinking is the exact same as us. He still has more to say. Diana is a kind girl at heart. That's why I used my power on her first and foremost to erase almost all of her memories from her time as a human. I left just enough for Parka to retain a human-like will. Do you know why? She must bear the burden of carrying out divine selection to maintain her own existence. Doing so involves giving hope to others only to rip it away. A girl as kind as her could never live with that, thus I chose to do what I did. She never once tried to interfere with our fates. Our situation seemed entertaining to her on the surface level, but she never looked as though she was truly enjoying it. Indeed, the emotions you all experience are foreign to Parka. That's why she's been able to proceed with divine selection thus far. So divine selection is a system put in place to ensure Diana's continued existence. It sure seems that way, at least. With that out of the way, I have a request. A request? Indeed, not as Lathe, but as a simple cat that treasured its owner. Please save her. Save her? That's right, she's finally awakened to a certain ambition in her current form. That is to say, she wishes to abandon her conceptual form, not using a simple vessel, but with a full-fledged body of her own. So Diana's trying to revive herself then. Not quite. Diana doesn't wish for this. Divine selection has allowed her to create the personality known as Parka. The personality was born based on the few memories she retained as Diana. Desires and ambitions are inherently attached to one's personality. That's why Parka eventually developed this ambition on her own. All the pieces fell into place for her. This happened through her meeting someone who shares both her essence and past material form. A direct descendant of her older sister, someone born within the confines of a twisted fate. Diana's older sister, Linda. Someone born during divine selection whose existence wasn't undone. It's me! Granted, that's not too difficult to figure out when only me and Miaru are left at this point, Correct, you are. Parka, having met you through your fate, influenced fate so that you would become a participant. Huh? She opposed fate itself in doing so. Her powers remain transient all the same, thus she can never win against it. Fate in the world itself will do everything it can to return to its natural state. Hence why, when she took over Rinka, she just died. Even should she succeed and overtake your body, all that awaits her is a cruel death. Yes, that's what happened! What do you want me to do then? You're already just one step away from succeeding, aren't you? So we have to elect her. Elections are a means of averting one's fate by making everything about them clear. You can restore Diana back to her original fate by doing so. They may be different personalities, but both Linda and Parka share the same existence. Linda and Parka. I'm confused on the whole Linda Parka thing. How does Linda play into this exactly? As opposed to just Diana. Both will disappear should he succeed. They will finally be able to rest. Diana's done enough by this point. She has no reason to defy fate anymore. What about us? We're trying to do what she did. Your cases are inherently different. Surviving divine selection is a simple case of trying to influence the possibility of you still being alive in its primary flow. She was like Miaru, I think? Oh, so Linda's the body and Diana's possessing it in the conceptual world, pretty much? I guess? Diana, on the other hand, no longer has the possibility. Over 100 years have passed since her birth, after all. Her ambition is what it means to truly defy fate. Pain and suffering come hand in hand with this, however. They only continue to build up while she's unaware. And you're fine with this? Diana herself is upset by all this. It's her will as much as it is mine. Can you explain that? Sorry, but I won't be able to maintain my connection to you in the dream world for much longer. Wait, you still don't know Parker's regrets. There's more I want to ask too. Worry not, it won't be long before you come to learn the rest. You can't rely on me any further from here on out. You'll have to use everything you know to make it through. Find an outcome where the both of you are to be happy, and allow me to make one last apology. I am the one responsible for your foggy memory at the outset of divine selection. I had to remove parts of your memory to make you forget your own compatibility with Parka. I did it so she couldn't force you to win. Perhaps I should phrase it another way. Your happiness relies on surviving with your friend, correct? I know her well through you, my current owner. As such, this is the most I can do to help you. Be warned, though, the gradual return of your memories also affects Parka's. She has her sights set on you now. A way for both of us to survive. Things would never have played out like this had I known everything from the start. Though I should stress, it was by your own power that they did. I merely provided an opportunity. I guess I should thank you then. I'm the one who should be thanking you. We spent far more time together while I was a cat, but you've been a fantastic owner. Helping you out any further would be breaking my own rules, so we won't meet again until everything's over. Rules exist to maintain order and balance. It wouldn't be right for me to topple that balance by continuing to break them. Let's not forget that you still have the pleasure of seeing me in my lovely cat form. Good luck. I'm praying for your success. My mind begins to lull once more as he stops talking. Dreams are supposed to be a way for the brain to process thoughts, but I'm leaving more confused than I came. Okay. Alright, we're close then. We just have to get rid of Parka. And Layth wants that too, so it's a win-win. Upon waking up, I notice a gorgeous black cat sleeping on my bed. Thanks, Layth. Meow. I dragged myself out of bed after hearing its answer. Layth told me what we need to make it through on our own. Through the 12th election, the conclusion of divine selection. In other words, next Monday, we need to overcome all odds and reach that day. Okay, My phone goes off just as I'm about to get ready. Looks like Mao's calling me. It's not a text, an actual call. I take a deep breath and answer it. Rennie, come quick! Now rinse! Now rinse! Mao's panicked voice is the first thing I hear after picking up. The shock of what I just heard causes me to drop my phone. What'd she do? hospital. Mao called Miaru as well. So the three of us meet in the hospital lounge to talk. Based on what we know, Naomi was rushed there earlier. Seems like she collapsed this morning. She was reading at home as usual, but something seemed off. Then she said that her head started hurting all of a sudden. And she had an awful fever, which is what caused her mom to call an ambulance. They don't seem to know what the cause is either. I heard the details from Naomi's mom as well. They have no idea what happened. What's worse is that she's also unconscious. It's so sudden that they can't think of any cause. I can't blame them either. She seemed perfectly fine to me when we last met. It doesn't seem like she'd collapsed from overexhaustion, so all the doctors can do is put her on an IV and let her sleep for now. How come you were the first to hear about this? What the? Jay, no! Toxic. I called her up to ask if she wanted to hang at your place, but her mom picked up instead. This would be completely unexpected to most people, but me? I've seen her go through this before. Do you know what she was reading? Nope. Only that it was some really old book. They suggested that she could have been allergic to a mold or something since it's so old, but apparently that's not it. I try not to make a big deal out of this information. Well, there's not much we can do right now. Might as well go home and wait for the results of her scan. I head out after that, but not before making eye contact with Miaru. Back at Lionhouse, Miaru turns up before long. Guess she understood what I meant. Mao took this development the worst out of us, so I urge her to just go home. That, plus the fact that I can't really discuss what I'm about to when she's around. Do you remember what I told you about Naomi collapsing before the 10th election? I do. The time Alon helped her, right? I nod. She mentioned having a headache not before collapsing, then too. Her condition is a lot worse now than it was back then, but the symptoms are similar. She even had a fever at that time. It was due to her memories being in disarray, if I recall. Mainly because they got rewritten after every elimination, unlike ours. That burden must have led to her headache and eventually her collapse. I suffered similar headaches during the start of Divine Selection due to my own foggy memory. In Naomi's case, new memories are overriding those she had prior to the alteration. That means she's suffering twice as much as I did. It's my fault for not noticing. No, it's not. I take full responsibility for not anticipating it. Naomi's been with me this entire time. I may have chosen to distance myself from her for a time, but I've been keeping her up to date with everything since the incident with you. So basically I've been replacing her new memories with those from the alteration. Things never would have escalated this far had I been more careful. There's no point in feeling sorry for ourselves right now. All we can do is believe that she'll be fine. But tomorrow we also have our duty to think about Divine Selection. Yeah, thanks. I'm so grateful for Miru's level-headedness. Then again, I doubt it's all natural. She's forcing herself to be like this due to my own state of panic. I take a deep breath and suggest that we sit down. I can't just switch gears considering the circumstances, but the truth remains that either Miru or I will die if we don't sort things out. We need to make progress no matter what. Take a look at this. I show her a certain card. Diana's cause of death. Sit down! Don't worry about the fact that they're already sitting down, you know? Not only that, but I make sure to fill her in on what Lathe told me. Needless to say, doing so takes some time. I make some coffee to help calm the both of us down, but we drink it all long before I'm done. That answers plenty of questions. Now I can guess why you're the only one that can materialize Diana's cards, too. I tilt my head in curiosity, not entirely understanding her. You're clearly special to Parka, hence her desire for you. On the flip side, that makes her, Diana rather, special to you as well. We both share something, which is why I can materialize her cards, right? Miru nods and says that's likely the case. Anyway, trusting not Cat Lathe seems like our best bet. What he said aligns with what we know too. Yeah, if anything, I trust in the fact that he's fond of both us and Diana. It might be similar to how a parent feels for their children, considering how long it's been around. Leia just happens to pass by while we're talking about it. It flinches when I call out to it, but then it turns to face us. Is there anything we can do to help Naomi? She's been suffering thanks to what's going on with her memories. Leia should be able to do something. He might be able to know the cause. What's more, he could use his powers to make her forget one side and stabilize things. Oh, I forgot, you can't speak in that form. Could we talk if I take a nap? Layth shakes its head. Not every day you see a cat do that. I realize right away that it isn't doing so just in response to my question, though. The Layth of my dreams already told me it won't help us anymore. Consider it a request from me as well. You know how to help her, don't you? Even Miroru pleads with it. Layth doesn't respond this time, instead turning its head and wandering off. Neither of us can do anything to stop it. That reminds me of what I was told before. You can't rely on me any further. From here on out, you'll have to use everything you know to make it through. Did Layth know this would happen? It's possible that he said that while taking this situation into consideration. In that case, this is something we need to overcome on our own. Either way, we should visit Naomi tomorrow. Agreed. What about solving the issues? We split up for the day following that. Oh, okay. All that's left to do is wait. So I say, but it's pretty frustrating when we don't even have time to discuss Parker's regret. Yeah. What about Parker's regret? Layth didn't appear in my dreams last night, though that much was expected. I can't tell if this tendency to rely on others is a trait of mine or of people in general. Either way, we've made arrangements to go to the hospital with Mao today. Miroru has to work the morning shift, so it'll happen this evening. We're going... It's a lot more difficult now that Odette and Alana are dead. True! They were actually the carries! They carried us through everything! Especially Alana, actually! Odette too, honestly. Wait, no, they both were just big carries. We're gonna talk things out. We're gonna talk things out back here regarding Parker's regret once we're done too. I waste no time in getting ready to leave. They said they don't know when they'll be able to discharge her. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Livia. Mao makes no effort to conceal her shock over the current situation. Both of us sigh, prompting Mao to relay the rest of what she heard from Naomi's mom. They have no idea what's going on. Even after all the scans, it's all just so sudden. They even said it's possible that she might not wake up again. What in the world happened to her? Not knowing what's going on must have her far more distressed than me. That almost makes me want to reveal everything about Divine Selection to her. Miroru pulls on my sleeve upon noticing my expression, though. We haven't told her about anything. Wait. We haven't told her about any of this for a reason. She doesn't deserve to be burdened with the knowledge. Plus, we want her to remain as our beacon of a regular life. Poor Mao. Actually, poor Mao. I clench my fist and do all I can to hold back the temptation. Telling her won't help Naomi recover. We just have to believe in her. It hurts, but that's really all we can do right now. All we can do for now. If we get out Parka, though, maybe it'll be a bit better, you know? Parka dies, Divine Selection ends, haha. That's enough for today, I'd say. Mira and I return to the Lionhouse to talk things out. Not much comes from our meeting, though. Miroru seems particularly disappointed based on her expression when she leaves. Our discussion involves Parker's regret. We came up with a number of ideas based on what I'd learned from Layth, but none of them resulted in a card. It's Wednesday, so I'm starting to panic. I'm starting to feel like I really am powerless. Was it just a coincidence that everything else went so well prior to this? I'm sure Miroru is going to offer up her own life if things continue like this. Parka said that she had no involvement in the distribution of our numerals, but I can't help but suspect that she set things up for me to be the sole survivor should a situation like this arise. It allows her to carry out her ambition. So unfair. I clench my fist in anger. That's all I can do. Okay, Thursday. I think. Nope. Oh, no, it is Thursday. That's enough for today, I'd say. I'm forced to hear Miroru repeat the same line from yesterday. Naomi still hasn't recovered, and we still haven't made any progress with Parka's regret. So basically, we're still stuck at the same spot. Today is our last day off from school, too. We'll be back here tomorrow, forced to face our exam results. Summer holidays aren't too far off either, and yet we won't have the chance to enjoy them at this rate. Is it all over for us? My panic leads me to lament. Our lack of progress after feeling such hope for the future has taken a huge toll on me. Oh! I hanged my head only to hear a violent sound reverberates through the store. A wave of pain rushing through my cheek accompanies it. Well, I won't apologize for that one. The source is simple. Miru has just slapped me right across the face. The stinging pain doesn't seem like it'll fade anytime soon. What's left for us if you give up now? Lathe wasn't lying when he said you're standing here by your own power. Crap! I skipped! I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna lose it. I need to read that line. Take me back! Take me back to when Naomi's awake! This is why we save, huh? Anyways. Oh, this is so far back. Oh. Oh, this is so far back. Oh, man. Oh, we're centuries back. No! Skip button fails me once more. Hold on. I can do this. I can fix this. I can fix it. Okay, we're gonna save right here. She does the slappy slap. Wanna apologize for that one? Okay. Lathe wasn't lying when he said you're standing here by your own power. It's thanks to you that I haven't given up on living. You're the one who convinced me, aren't you? The rest of us are bound to fall apart if you, of all people, give up. Miru's lips quiver as she looks down at me. Now I know that she looks ready to cry when she gets angry. This may be the first time she's been truly upset with me. So what should I do? You said it yourself. We need to believe in Naomi. You remaining resolute is a requirement for us to do that. I pry my hand from my cheek and stare down at Miru down. The pain hasn't faded, but if anything, it has helped me to calm down. I'll believe in her. Not just her, but in myself as well. I will make sure we gather all of Parka's cards. Good. I've given in to despair once before, but when you killed Naomi is still alive this time around. Nami's still alive this time around, though. There's no doubting she's fighting against her own conflicting memories. We don't have any right to give up. I don't have any right to give up. Miru comes to her senses upon seeing me stand up and stretch, which leads to her worrying about having hit me. Nami's really been a punching bag of the story. She shouldn't even be part of the story, honestly. She isn't a member of our little divine selection. It's kind of funny to hear her telling me to ice my cheek down to prevent it from swelling, as well as worry about whether or not I bit the inside of my mouth when she smacked me. Don't capital D colon me. You know it's true. She's interrupting me in Miaru time. I find myself in thought once alone in my room. Lade's claim has to mean that we already have the necessary information available to us, which means we need to work to find what links it all. Lathe made it a point to liken our memories to a puzzle too. There has to be a connection. In terms of both Nami's hospitalization and Parka's secret that Lathe mentioned, I mean. It's hard to believe that they are not connected with the concept of memories, when the concept of memories plays such a big part in both. There might not even be an answer to find, but right now, all I can do is think. I continue to think until I fall asleep. Oh, I should add that Miaru sent me over 10 texts about how worried she is about me. None of them included an apology, though. She's definitely stubborn. Why would she apologize? You deserve that smack. What the? That was 100% deserved. What would she apologize for? Dude was like, dang. We really should get through all this together. And then it was like, but actually, what if I'm just sad now? Did you think about that one? Nothing new comes to mind upon waking up. Today's Friday, which means we've only got 3 days till the final round. It's still too soon to give up, though. We managed to materialize Gale's final card with far less time to spare. Now that I think about it, there may... Wait, didn't that happen last time when Naomi died? Didn't that happen when Naomi died the first time? It did, but then Mao cheered her up, you know. And then Mao got her memories of that. I'll reset. But Mao cheered her up, you know. But, you know, with only like 5 days, not even 5 days, with only like 4 days to spare, as opposed to like when they had multiple weeks to spare, this one's a little bit worse, you know? Now that I think about it, there may be another diary or something lying around in my grand's room. I'll ask her if I can snoop around once school's over. Something will come to mind as long as I don't give up. For now, though, I should focus on getting ready for school. Nothing could prepare me for what awaits me there. And I mean that in a good way. Naomi! Narin! Naomi. All 3 of us happened to arrive at the same time, only to see Naomi there. Part of me wonders when she woke up, and if she should even be at school so soon, but my relief over her being okay takes precedence. It's only natural, really. It doesn't take long for another shocking revelation to rear its head, though. One that I'm not sure how to react over.
What?
Oh, welcome in, Slime! How was your stream? Shout out. How was the Dark Soul game? Other than suffering. Well, currently, probably should be finishing Fatal 12 today, so we'll be starting another visual novel next Friday. And that's pretty much all for me. But yes, if you haven't already, go give Slime a follow. Slime does a lot of cool Slime does a lot of cool stuff in general, like making their own stream avatars, making their own assets, making their own model, doing a lot of custom programs and such, making their own game, hosting a speedrun competition of their own game. If you haven't already, go give Slime a follow. You can follow them easily by pressing the follow button right at the top of chat. They're a psychic slime VTuber who also plays a ton of variety games, but tends to steer more towards retro-style games. Please go give them a follow if you haven't already. Very simple to follow them by pressing the follow button right at the top of chat. Costs nothing, takes no time at all, and very easy. I just realized First hasn't been redeemed this whole time. First! Congrats, Chickens, on your first! I forgot that hasn't been redeemed this whole time. We died more to an invisible bridge than giant end boss dragon. Oh, it definitely be like that. Other than that, I hope you had fun. Give me RG, thank you for the RG, and congrats on your first! I was so close. You were so close. But congrats on your first, Chiggins! I forgot that hasn't been redeemed. But yes, thank you for the raid, Slime. If you do need to take a break, get some water, get some food, get some rest, it's all good, it's all good. We're actually very near the end of this game. We've gotten a couple endings, none of them the main endings, all of them the bad endings pretty much. But, we should be on the main ending route for now. And yes, we're playing Fatal 12. Interesting game. GG. Close. Close to GG. But yes, Fatal 12. And then next week, I'm still not sure which visual novel I want to start. I'm between Fata Morgana or You and Me and Her, A Love Story. That one. I'm between those two at the moment. So we'll start one of those next week. But yes, Fatal 12, towards the end. So spoilers if you wanted to play this game. Art looks very pretty. Not Clannad. Please, I've watched Clannad twice. It's so pain. Salutations, one and all. Oh, is it Parka? That single line is enough to freeze me in my tracks. The same likely appears to Miaru. Oh, well, salutations to you too, Naurin. Mao's probably the only one to adapt well to Naomi's sudden change. My sincerest apologies for concerning you. As you can see, I'm now fit as a fiddle once again. Yep, awesome. We were worried about you for a while there. Oh! Naomi places one hand over her mouth and belts out an elegant laugh. It's far too different from how Naomi usually behaves. If anything, it reminds me of a certain someone. No music. It's back now. Parka. The realization causes me to stay alert. Wasn't it my body she was aiming for? What's more, we still have 3 days of divine selection left.
遅刻してしまいますわよ。
Yeah, whenever Parka possesses someone, they always have a slightly lighter tone to them. Slightly. Come along. We mustn't tarry here. We make our way into the school upon her insistence, all manner of questions on my mind. So Parka possessed Naomi. Parka is the god in this game, pretty much. She's the goddess we're trying to eliminate because she has evil intentions. Once inside, we split up and head to our respective classrooms. Mao doesn't seem too taken aback due to her relief that Naomi is better, but I don't have the same luxury. The same applies to Miaru. What if Mao's memories have been overwritten to make her think that this is how Naomi always talked? A chill runs down my spine as I consider that. There's nothing I can do if Parka's taken over Naomi and altered the world to make that normal. Naurin sure is speaking funny after being down for a few days, but hey, it's good to see her doing better. Yeah, she looks as good as new. You're evil, Naomi. Has come through. Wait, it has! The evil mastermind! It was Naomi all along. I knew it. I knew we should have disposed of her. Sounding like a lawn right now. I do feel like she should have taken some more time off, though. Mao makes it apparent that she's too preoccupied with being happy over Naomi's recovery to care about her speech. One concern being eliminated, but the possibility of Parka having taken over Naomi's body remains. We agree to meet after school, so I'll take this chance to see how things play out. It's been a while since we were last at school, but there's nothing much for us to do other than check our exam results. I'm actually pretty invested in them this time, considering the effort I put into studying. How'd you do, Rinny? Mao wastes no time in asking about my grades, and for once in my life I can show my report card with pride. Not a single subject below 60. Shows how much I studied, huh? Ew, that's... Part of me worried you'd beat me since you studied way more than me, but I guess it was for nothing. She is happy to shove her own report card in my face. Over 70 in every single subject. She has to be in the top half of our grade with results like that. It's all about putting in the work every day. Ha 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 ha. Miaru makes her way over while I'm wincing over this harsh life lesson. Those exams were pretty tough, in all honesty. I even let someone else take my top spot thanks to not being able to study as much as I'd have liked. Her results are so incredible that I can barely stand to look at them. But just as she said, she dropped to second in our grade this time around. There are 3 scholarship positions from what I remember, so her marks shouldn't be an issue. It's a pretty remarkable jump, compared to your midterms at least. Jeez, sucks that we gotta start worrying about entrance exams soon though. Do you plan on having a thing for channel points that let you use TTS? Not sure. Maybe in the future, but not anytime soon at the moment. At the moment, channel points are for... Wait, at the moment, TTS is for bit donations and donation. Wait, no, it's for tips and bits and subs. Like a mascot? Maybe. I do have a rough mascot, but I haven't actually like sketched out a lot more of like poses and such for it, so it's like, one day, you know? One day I'll get to it. Mind if I post Ain't Got Rhythm just because? Where? In chat or in Discord? But like, I do have like a rough mascot, I just haven't like turned it into anything. It's the thing you can see on my live alerts on Twitter on the bottom left, pretty much. In chat and in Discord. Feel free to do it in Discord. Probably not chat, I think. Yeah, but I haven't turned it into anything just yet. But, not in the Discord. Oop. It's okay. If you look on Twitter on the bottom left of my live alerts, you'll pretty much see like the rough mascot I have. But pretty much, I want to turn that into something at some point. One day. Kinda not priority at the moment. What else? Gonna be the mascot? No. It's a little box thing. It's a little box pre-display pet, pretty much. You can see it in the bottom left of my live alerts, which I said. What else? No, I think that's it, right? Oh, eventually I'll add in a throwing system so you can throw things at me for channel points. We'll add in that eventually. Again, not priority for the moment. Anyways. The format of our school means that most people have already started to study for the university entrance exams the moment they entered high school. That reminds me, Naomi said she's gonna start going to cram school during the summer. I guess that makes me and Mao the odd ones out, considering Miyaru is a beast that doesn't need to worry about such things. Amika exams are pretty difficult compared to those of other schools by nature of its format. Entrance exams won't be so bad as long as you keep on top of your normal studies. There's no point for people who do poorly on exams to try and make up for it with cram school. All they'll accomplish is fooling themselves into thinking they know how to study when they don't. I realize she's trying to cheer me up, I do, but her point's so sharp that it may as well be a lethal weapon. I just pray she doesn't say anything like that around Naomi. Excellent point, Miyaru, and one that gives Queen Mao full reign to enjoy her summer holiday to its fullest. Mao declares her plans loud and proud, but Miyaru seems to have ignored them completely. There's a fireworks display in August, right? Let's keep that day free. Of course. Miyaru and I promised we'd go to it back when we were at the theme park. That's why I respond right away. Alright, let's prepare our tech plan at Rinny's place. I give Mao an affirmative nod. Are they all going to Lion's house? We only have morning classes today, so we head back to my place after grabbing some food at the school cafeteria. As for Naomi, she's still speaking like royalty. I do declare the ramen was spectacular, a culinary delight that only a commoner can truly appreciate. This sure is messing with my head. Hearing Naomi talk and act snobby like Parka is an adjustment, to say the least. Life would be a lot easier if I could just not care like Mao, but that's not an option. Oh yeah, mind if I ask when you woke up, Narin? Last evening, again, my sincerest apologies for causing you all undue concern. Both the doctors and my mother were beside themselves with worry, but upon some measurements of my heart rate and blood pressure, I was given a clean bill of health. Well, 'twas met with opposition when I voiced my desire to attend school and enjoy my final day of the semester, but forsooth they eventually relented. I can't. There's so many words in here. I am perfectly sound, as you can see. Further concern is unwarranted. Well, if you say so. Miyaru makes no effort to hide her incredulity.
Incredulity.
Incredulity. The conversation continues as we make our way to Lion House. She matches pretty well with Book Lover. She actually does. Honestly, maybe this is how Naomi should stay, honestly, you know? Alright, I'm gonna jet. Got stuff to do. Mao takes her leave before too long. The plan was to figure out what we'd do during the summer holiday, but all we did was chat and eat snacks, not much in the way of planning. Granted, this is Mao we're talking about. She'll probably come up with a new suggestion sooner or later. Can't say I'm against letting her decide what we do, either. The real issue is with this girl sitting in front of me right now. Care to explain yourself now? My question isn't posed to Naomi, but the person pretending to be her. Why, my name is Hitsuji Naomi, a lovely, blossoming high school freshman. My primary hobby is reading, and although I can be a bit shy, I am kind and earnest. Although I doubt you two can bring yourselves to believe such a claim. The mimic giggles at its own comments. Miru and I grow even more wary, but the stranger has more to say. I tease. Please accept my apologies. Trust me, though, I am no enemy of yours. My true name is Diana Harrison. I have taken the liberty of borrowing Hitsuji Naomi's body for the time being. Wait. You're not Parka? She's not Parka? Miru asked the question that is on the tip of my tongue. Wasn't Diana said to have turned into Parka after her death? Blade's explanation suddenly comes to mind. Blade said he took away Diana's memories. Does that mean you're... Rather astute conjecture, my dear. I represent the memories Blade removed from Parka after their transformation. Naomi's body currently serves as an intermediary for the personality in which those memories are found, albeit temporarily. So the Parka we know from the dream world and you are two separate entities, correct? Indeed, I'm neither spirit nor ghost, so please refrain from making the assumption that I have possessed your friend. She's not evil. I mean, she's still kinda evil, you know? Possession just means evil, right? But really, she is evil. She's just not, you know, evil. But she's still evil, so I'm still right, you know? That's all that matters. That's what I'm saying. My memories have simply been filtered into her personality, allowing her to become Diana. I completely forgot the experimental game released. Exoprimal game released. What's Exoprimal? Exoprimal game. Capcom. It's on Steam. Of being born in 1964. It's a PvP with dinosaurs. It's on Game Pass. I don't have Game Pass. Huh. Interesting, I think. I'm kind of confused what I'm watching, I'm gonna be honest. Interesting, though. $80! Woo! Hopefully it's free on Game Pass. My memories have been along... Okay, for that. I'd be lying if I said I understand. Just tell me this. Is Naomi okay? Yeah, no idea what it's about. Yeah, looks weird, kinda. Not sure. I stare right into Naomi, or rather Diana's eyes. I don't care about her identity right now. Naomi's safety is my top priority. Allow me to be honest, she was in a perilous state before my awakening. Why you... However, I can say that she is very much safe in this current condition. Does Lathe have something to do with this? Diana answers with a nod. However, a hint of sadness colors her expression as she continues. I would rather not tarnish his image, so allow me to explain things in order. I, as Naomi, was reading the diary that Rinka allowed me to borrow. Doing so, in essence, dug up certain memories that had been overwritten by divine selection. The burden forced upon her by those memories caused her to lose consciousness. While I don't understand it, she seems to think that she is an apt comparison. Imagine, if you will, a computer that has crashed by storing more data on it than it can contain. That is what happened to her. So her brain crashed? She replies with another nod and then continues. Lathe, had two options in order to save her. The first was to completely erase her memories of divine selection. The second was to lend a portion of his power to her until you succeeded in eliminating Parka. Fate will be locked into place the moment you do so. Following that, all that's required is to rid Naomi of her memories of the altered world. 'Twould allow her to retain those memories of the time spent with you, while not placing any burden on her. Why is Lade so keen on helping her? Ah, allow me to keep that a secret. Leo's quite the shy pussy, you see. I already know the answer to Miyaru's question. He just wanted us to be happy, nothing more, nothing less. Well, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a cat. Shy what? Cat. Cat. Is that a word they use in the past? It is. It is. Trust. Naomi was possessed. She is 100 years old, to be fair. Naomi was posed with the question of whether or not she would be willing to lose her memories of divine selection. She showed no hesitation in her desire to retain them, however Leo cannot lend his powers unconditionally. Temporarily, as it may be, lending his powers to a mortal no doubt conflicts with his own rules. Hence a restriction and a risk accompanied his choice. His power would be hers, but only if she accepted Diana's memories along with it. The burden that comes with doing so serves as the risk. While the restriction would be placed on her personality, any traits of her own personality will be filtered through me as long as the power is available to her. So you're telling me that she was given even more memories to deal with. Wouldn't that just make things worse? Quite so. Losing her life wasn't out of the question, a fact that Leo made sure to explain in detail, of course. Even so, Naomi's determination remained steadfast. Abandoning her memories of the time she spent with you during divine selection was not an option. Leo himself had no idea if she could bear the burden, I feel. Yet he placed his faith in her, much like she had in you. Looks like she succeeded, judging by the result. She did indeed. That much is obvious considering she regained consciousness. The issue is whether or not she'll regain her original personality though. I press her to answer me. Worry not, myself and Parka are one and the same, so her elimination entails my own.
What?
Lunar! Thank you for the raid! Welcome in! How you doing? Me. If you don't know me, my channel is Fadelessword. Most people use Fade or Fadeless. I stream variety games such as Fatal 12, Only Up, and what else do I stream? Tales of Arise, and other games as well, and sometimes arts. What up, Lana? Bye, Lana! I stream, yeah, that's pretty much it. Other than that, if you haven't already, please go check out Lunar. Lunar has been playing a lot of Minecraft and does a lot of variety as well. Please go check them out if you haven't already. You can give them a follow by pressing the follow button right at the top of chat. Very simple, easy, and costs nothing at all, and you'll get notified when they go live. Please go give them a follow if you haven't done so already. Also, welcome in, Lana. Also, goodbye, Lana. How you doing, Lunar? How's it going? How was the Minecraft? Were you playing the same server you mentioned last time with the adopting and such? How'd it go? We're currently playing Fatal 12. We should actually be finishing it today. You wanna know what's been happening? Give me the deets! What's been going on? But yeah, we should finish Fatal 12 today, which means next week we start another visual novel. Woohoo! Give me the deets. What's going on? What's happening? More adoption on a different... More on, but on a different server. Oh, okay. What was it? Was it you adopting people this time, or was it still you being adopted this time? Did it play out the same? I adopted a man that wanted to kill me in lore. Wait, kill my in lore aunt. Oh. Uh-huh. How did you resolve this issue? Conundrum? Issue. Issue. Yes, issue. How did you resolve this issue? Did you resolve this issue? Was this issue resolved? It was resolved, right? Surely it was resolved, right? Right. Right. Haha. He almost killed Banana Becca's. He was sold to Marie, my lore mom, that disowned me 80 times. Oh. Sure. That sounds lovely. I'm so glad it's resolved. Haha. Ahahahaha. But yes, welcome in everyone for the raid. I hope you're all doing well. If you do need to take a break, get some water, get some food, take a rest, it's all good. We are powering through to finish this game, I hope. I'm more confused than before. And I have a body count of 5. Oh. Oh. Okay. Good. Oh no. But yes, if you do need to take a break, it's all good. We're trying to power through to finish the end of this game. We've gotten a couple endings, but we have not gotten the main ending, and that's what we're working towards now. All shall return to normal for Naomi after that. As mentioned earlier, this is why I love raiding you, to make your brain melt. Thank you for the raid, I appreciate it, but my brain does not appreciate melting. Or does it? What do you think, brain? I don't know, what do you think? Well, I'm asking you, brain. Oh, maybe. It sure is hot outside. Ah, I see, understandable. After this, you can my Doki Doki. Wait, what? Doki Doki? Literature club? We're going back to the literature club? Play. After this, you can play Doki. Oh! I've already played Doki Doki. But I do have 2 more visual novels to go after this. We have House of Fata Morgana, and we have something called You and Me and Her, which is apparently the game that inspired Doki Doki, which is... Ooh, interesting. Have you played Doki Doki Plus? I haven't. I played Doki Doki on release, so I never did the, Plus. I never got to play Plus. Also, because it costed money, and I'm like, yeah, I'll just accept Doki Doki for the way it was, you know? I am stingy. And I will stay stingy. But yes, I did not play Plus. As mentioned earlier, her memories of the altered world will be erased alongside my own. Okay, bye. All good, Lunar. Thank you again for the raid. Take care. Hope you had fun in Minecraft. And yes, take care. Thank you again for the raid. And yes, rest well. This will provide her relief from the burden that previously plagued her. Let's say, for argument's sake, that Parka succeeds and takes Rinka's body. What'll happen then? I love spreading chaos in here. I love it too. Thank you. Thank you for the raid and take care. Oh, I was given the impression that neither of you spared nary a thought of such an outcome. Fair enough. He's right, isn't she, Rinka? Yeah, losing isn't an option for us. Splendid. As you know, personal perception plays a key part in the world's structure, thus conviction in a certain outcome makes it more likely to come to pass. Now then, I assume you've both come to realize Leo's true intention behind granting Naomi my memories. Both of us nod in sync. There's no way we wouldn't know at this point. We're missing one last piece of the puzzle in order to elect Parka, her regret. Getting to the bottom of that won't be an issue with her. I do look ever so forward to seeing what modern Japan has to offer. Huh? Satisfy my curiosity, my regret shall be your reward. Oh. I'm not leaving so I can see the story, it's interesting. Oh, okay, got you. Yes, pretty much the girl on the left is possessed by memories of someone who died 100 years ago, and we're trying to take down a goddess who's trying to possess the body of the girl in the middle through this thing called divine selection, which involves eliminating people, and we're trying to eliminate the goddess instead of each other. Satisfy my curiosity, and my regret shall be your reward. Not to be rude, but that sounds awfully similar to what Parka's trying to accomplish. Come, I was once human, after all. Rinka should know plenty about me after perusing my oh-so-personal diary. Nami stands, pinches her skirt, and curtsies, exactly like how Parka does. I prefer this Naomi over normal Naomi. I breathe a sigh of relief once I'm alone in my room. Things sure did escalate, but the important part is that Naomi's okay. What's more, now we have a surefire way to learn Parka's regret. Diana said that Naomi's accepted the most dangerous option of her own will. How do you peruse the diary? So, perusing the diary means to flip through the diary. You're perusing a very personal part of someone's life, aka their diary. No. Oh? The diary. No. Honestly, we weren't saying what you wanted to say, but you did. Oh, what I misspoke and said. Oh, the pain of my mouth not functioning the way I want it to. Of course. I don't know how that one works. Honestly, you weren't saying she was evil because you wanted to be right. You just wanted Naomi to be evil. No, I just wanted to be right. And honestly, this Naomi just works better than normal Naomi. Say what you wanted to say. My mouth cannot speak the words it reads. Sometimes it speaks different words, and I just have to deal with those words it says instead of the words I want it to speak, you know? Can't say I find that hard to believe. She always was against the idea of losing her memories from the time she spent with us. It'll work out, I hope. There's no doubt that Lathe altered her memories at the time. The only reason he didn't do so completely was out of respect for Naomi's will. He shouldered the responsibility. Can you just say it? She wanted to peruse her diary? She wanted to pursue her diary? I can't say words. It's too difficult. Thank you for the RNG. He shouldered the responsibility that comes with it despite owing us nothing too. I'm the one that owes him, if anything. How do you make out with a book? You flip it. That's probably not right. How do you make it out with a book? You make it over. You give it. I'm gonna. Oh no! Just then, I hear something thud against my door. I'm guessing it's Lathe. The door's half open, so it should saunter in soon. Or so I think, but there's no sign of it. Lathe? I open the door, figuring something's up. And I'm right on the mark. Lathe has collapsed right by my door. Lathe! I scoop it up in a panic and gently set it down on my pillow. I grab a bowl of water as well and place it by its side. Meow. Its voice is so weak compared to usual. I can tell it isn't doing well just from a glance. Thuds against my boot. Thug against my boot. No! I'm trying. Trust. 6 hours in and the words get a little loopy, you know? Not. Jam. Should I take you to the hospital? It shakes its head in response. I can assume that means no, considering it should be able to understand me. Normally I'd guess it's sick, but that isn't the case here. Instead, I think back to what Diana discussed. Lathe split part of its own power with Naomi, the same power he's been using to stay alive for so long. I can only assume that he, both in cat form and human form, grow weaker the less of it he has available. We're enjoying this. Climb is. Thanks, Lathe. I can tell this isn't easy on you. Jam into music? Let's go. Honestly, this music kind of bops. There's some music in this game that hits, especially Odete's theme. That said, I collapse onto my bed. This really serves to remind me of how much I've been entrusted with. Odete's theme in this game just bops. Alright, what day is this? Friday? Saturday. Saturday morning. My original plan was to open the store, but that won't be happening now, mainly because we need to show Diana around modern-day Tokyo. This is just like with, Sophia. Claps on my bed. I did not say that! There's no way I said that! Laid still recuperating on a cushion, and I've made sure it has plenty of water and food nearby. I'd rather not leave it alone, but it seems more concerned with us and Diana than itself. It's not the first time we've had to show someone who doesn't know much around the world about it. You almost told that. Almost, but did not. I'm saving myself. It helped that Sophia had a number of places in mind when we showed her around. Is there anywhere specific you want to go? No. Diana? The subway may tickle my fancy. Just the regular old subway? Oh right, it wasn't until 1927 that the Ginza line became available. Even then it only ran between Asakusa and Ueno. According to her diary, Diana died somewhere around 1910. It makes sense that she'd find mystique in things we take for granted. She seemed pretty amazed by everything when we met up with her. Now that I think about it, the automatic gates, vending machines, the number of trains, and even the building itself. 1908, sure. Please! I'm trying! But I can only try so hard! Her ability to buy tickets and make her way around the world. I skipped the... It's okay. It wasn't that important. May as well head to Asakusa if we're using the subway. There's plenty of new stuff there, like the Skytree. Tokyo Tower may be better in that case. Both have observatories and were built after her time, but Tokyo Tower is probably the ideal way to get a look at modern-day Tokyo. Well, you're not wrong, I guess. I don't have particularly fond memories of that place, thanks to what happened last month. Tokyo Skytree. Hey, that's still the right way of saying it. Not like Yu's attack on it even happened in the world. Not like Yu's attack even happened in this world. Maybe I'm just overthinking things. I appreciate this. I'll leave the decision to the both of you. I must admit, the very notion of walking around in an era after my time is exciting in and of itself. She flashes us a lovely, carefree smile. She's in Nami's body, but I'm reminded more of Parka. I'm sure she'd be able to smile like this as well if you'd erase that malicious side to her. After we wrap up the Asakusa tour, we make our way over to the Tokyo Tower. Both areas are packed, of course. The Skytree and Sensoji Temple were our main destinations in Asakusa. We stopped by a local market to grab some melon bread, too. I'm reminded of the fact that they built the Ark here during my younger days. Her statement strikes me as odd at first. The Kaminari... I'm gonna butcher this. Kaminari-mon was built in the Heian period from what I remember. I looked into it later though, turns out it was burned down in 1865, and then they spent some time after that building a new one. Pokemon! It's a Pokemon! They were talking about a Pokemon that burned down! Miru wasn't aware of this either, but then Diana surprises us with even more by telling us that the Ark was built toward the end of the Russo-Japanese War. I don't know if Naomi knows all this or not, but it feels like something worth telling her when she's back. Oh, and thank you for the stretch! We're almost there. The height certainly lacks something in comparison to the Skytree. Diana makes her opinion clear while looking down at the city from the observatory. While I agree that doing things in reverse order would have been better, I'm not sure how to feel about being told that after paying the hefty entrance fee. There's a certain scene you should remember, though that of Tokyo after being bombed during World War II. I've only seen pictures myself, but I'm sure there's meaning behind the construction of a massive red tower in the middle of all that devastation. The events of previous divine selections are unknown to me, but I must assume that countless were held during that time. Though anyone who survived them wouldn't last much longer after doing so. The only thing fate has in store for soldiers on the battlefield is death after all. Diana's eyes narrow as she stares out the window. We're currently participating in the 12th Divine Selection. The fact that we've reached that number despite it only being 100-ish years since Diana's death isn't normal. That'd make one Divine Selection every 10 years. Discomforting as it is, it makes sense if what she said is true. People must never become accustomed to sights such as that. What we see now is the result of countless people's efforts. Cities aren't born out of thin air. Diana's soft tone reminds us of that. Okay. Our final destination for the day is the National Park in Shinjuku. The final destination in more ways than one. It's also where everything began for me. Likewise. Naomi seems to have no memory of that, so allow me to pretend that I heard nothing. I tilt my head in confusion, to which Diana responds with a sigh. This place opened in 1906, if I remember. Did you come here before? Alas, common citizens such as myself weren't permitted entry at the time. Having this opportunity to enter has me rather giddy. Traditional Japanese gardens offer quite a different experience from the style seen in English and French ones. In an ideal world, I would have the opportunity to witness how this place changes with the seasons. Saying that, she attempts to flip her hair into the wind. She quickly realizes that Naomi's hair isn't long enough, leading her to place her hand behind her ear instead. Oh goodness, I shouldn't have existed in this time period, yet here I am thinking of this as my own body. I take a moment to come up with a good response. I'd say it's fate that you're here at this moment. Neither say anything in return. Can't blame them. No one can say that with certainty. The same might even apply for Lathe and Parka. We spend a while walking around the park until closing time after that. My body makes sure to remind me just how much I've walked today when I get back to my room. It was a pretty busy day, all things considered. We took practically the same route as we did with Sonia, but that didn't make it any easier, especially with so many people around. Miru is working tomorrow, which means I'll be taking Diana over there, obviously. My lobby. I've been there with Naomi before, but never with Diana. Seems like she's taken an interest in the eccentric side of modern Japan's culture. I'd rather stay as far away from there as possible, but I've got little choice now that she wants to go. No point in staying up any longer, so I set my alarm and get ready to sleep. As for Lathe, it still doesn't look good. Is Lathe gonna die? For Naomi. Having met up with Diana at Akihabara Station, we make our way to the maid cafe. It's kind of amazing that someone from over 100 years ago can even find their way to the station. The streets were as busy as expected. This used to be a pretty big pedestrian zone back in the day, but that ended after a certain tragic incident. Each and every person we pass has their own lives, their own stories. Diana reminds me of this fact, one that's easy to forget on our way. Welcome, milady. I don't need to remind you which menu items is absolutely off limits, do I, Rinka? Oh my curiosity is piqued. No, we really shouldn't. Just watch the other maids instead, that should suffice? Well, if you say so. There will be no repeats of what happened when I was here with Sonia. Never again will I subject myself to such an awkward situation. Well, I mean, what Miru was doing was really cute, but everything afterwards was too much. I ordered a coffee for myself and some hot chocolate for Diana. Maid cafes are, of course, all about the maids, and when you think of proper maids, England comes to mind. That leads me to ask Diana about something. Did you have maids in your house back then? We did, indeed. My father was rather wealthy, so we lived in a Western-style house. Some came to Japan along with my parents, while others were hired after our arrival. Their outfits weren't quite as bold as Miyaru's, however. A number of them passed away before my own death, alas. Ah. I nod in silent response. There's no need to apologize for it, so instead I change the subject. Oh yeah, I meant to ask, how was it at Naomi's place? What, with you speaking nothing like her and all? Worry not, I make every effort to imitate her whilst at home. Her response is so out of left field that I'm left staring at her in surprise. She seems to have been hoping for as much, judging by her mischievous giggle. Doing so is rather exhausting though, so please allow me to be myself for now. Sure, whatever. I'd rather she do that. I can only imagine how weird it'd be to hear her talk like Nami despite the huge personality gap. I mean, it's weird enough already. 1 coffee and 1 hot chocolate. Miru, clearly in work mode, brings us our order. After thanking her, we stick around until her shift's over. Okay. No maid. No fun maid stuff. Ew, I think it's safe to say I had a splendid time. Diana breathes a sigh of joy once back at the station. We make our way to Ueno once Miru gets off work, mainly to go to the zoo and National Museum there. The only issue is that we start in the afternoon, which means we have to rush. Diana seems satisfied though. At the same time, this is likely to be her final experience of the modern day. We have time for one more place if we get moving right away. Worry not, this will do. There's only so much happiness I can wish for when taking my situation into consideration. More importantly, do heed a selfish wish from a selfless lady and escort Naomi to places elsewhere when you can. We will. Let's head back to Limehouse then. Silence ensues as we wait for the train to arrive. And now she'll give us our regrets that we need. Sunday night finally rears its head. Tonight marks the end of the final round of Divine Selection. Myself, Miru, and Diana are all at Lionhouse. We're sitting at the usual table. First and foremost, allow me the pleasure of thanking you both. I had such a wonderful time these past few days. You're welcome. I'm sure Naomi will be happy to know you've enjoyed yourself. You said you're different from the Diana we know as Parka, but I honestly think I'd struggle to tell the difference. Oh, that's news to me. She giggles at first and holds a smile. The time has come. Allow me to hand you the final piece of the puzzle. Wait a minute. I noticed a certain cat limping toward us. Looking much thinner than usual, it must have realized what's about to happen. I make my way over to it and pick it up, placing it on the table. Yep, it's the ideal spot for Lathe to sit. We have a curious cat among us, I see. Diana bends down and pets it. A certain tenderness coats her expression as she does so, one Naomi has never shown before. I can only imagine that Diana would pat Leo like this when she were alive. Now then, let us discuss my regrets. And thus commence the curtain call on my fate. Oh, I guess we'll just learn it in Divine Selection. Okay. Midnight is mere moments away. Miru and Diana agreed to stay with me tonight. Lathe gets to join us too, of course. Also, we can see each other again in the morning. It's a shame that Naomi cannot emerge from me at this point. She can tomorrow at least, right? Indeed. While I may have my regret, I have no attachment to life itself. My fate came to a close long ago. Meeting a descendant of Linda has been something of a relief, though. Now I know she was able to live a happy life despite being my first vessel. She did. She makes the same tender expressions from before. We didn't spend much time together, but I've grown incredibly fond of her, perhaps because she's in Naomi's body. Parting ways hurts, but I'll never forget her. I never anticipated a night like this would come to pass when Divine Selection began. At first I was focused on my own survival, but my priority shifted after seeing you in the Court of Fates. Let me be honest, I was planning on letting you elect me, had you given me a proper response to my confession, regardless of what it was.
She did do that!
I figured as much. That's not the case anymore, though, and not just because I want to hear your response. I've come to understand the inherent value that comes with wishing for my own survival. Miru's statement makes me see her in a whole different light. I give her a tiny nod after basking in the radiance of her smile for a moment. My crown! What the? Artemis, no numbing! Are you gonna go do the thing, Artemis?
Oh, I need to stretch. Oh, I need water. Oh.
Nom. What the? Yes, have fun. But gotta nom on crown. Stop nomming on crown. Bad. Bad, Artemis. Don't do that. That's bad. It's pointy, it's sharp. It leads to irreparable damage. Yummy crown. I can't believe this. You know what, Artemis? Eat well. Eat well. I can't believe this. I can't believe this. That one sounds kind of sus. I can't win. I can't win. Can I also have a piece of the crown? What the? No, stop it! Kind of looks like the decorative cake chocolate though. Look at me. Look into my eyes. Say that again. Beck? Say that again. You're about to get the 3 strike! Oh, have fun, Artemis. But, oh, leave my crown alone. I didn't know it was chocolate cake, so yep. I can't win. I say, don't eat it, and num num num. I say eat it, and it's kinda sus. What's the right answer here? Is there a right answer? Why? I can't get the final boss bonk before I trigger Mofu as well. You're sick. You're unhinged. You're bedridden. Ain't no way you're using the God you nom. Ahem. I give her a tiny nod after basking in the radiance of her smile for a moment. I've come to learn a lot during all of this, too. I've been entrusted with plenty. There was a time where you two, Mao and my Gran, were the only people that mattered to me. I had no interest in anything other than Lionhouse and school. The things I cherish now are things I would have never considered back then. Gave her a tiny piece of the crown. What the? I never even said that! I just read! I was reading! You're sick. You're all sick. You're all bedridden. Sick. Unhinged. I better understand how much the world has to offer, even if only a little. Most importantly, though, I've come to understand and accept who I am. I see myself as something of an unstable existence. Chaos, so like, to the point where I'm worried I might just disappear altogether if I'm not with someone. But even so, I want to live. I know I'm not alone, that's why I want to live. Fade's babysitting us, actually. Oh no. I want to keep living. I want to keep on living. Keep on experiencing precious moments in my daily life, together with those I know. Meow. Lathe lets out a meek groan. It's stretching its front legs in the air despite its current state. Thanks, Lathe. That is certainly one way to bolster morale. We should do something too. Let's hold hands then. Miru grabs my hand before I can answer. I grab Naomi in response, and she turns in to grab Miru's. Don't up arrow that. What up, Draco? How you doing? One body, yet 2 individual wills are contained within it. Makes sense. We lie down and form a circle before closing our eyes. See you tomorrow. We don't need to do anything fancy or cool. All we have to do is believe. Sleep eventually takes us, our hands still joined. Not much, just woke up. Good morning. Credit card. Wiggle. Nom. What the? I glance around the court of fate. This marks the 12th time I've come here. The sight that greets me is one I've become accustomed to. Hope is well on your guys' end. Doing good. Nearing the end is what I've been saying for the last 2 to 3 hours. But this time for sure, we're kind of near the end. We're right there. A number of gears float amidst an infinite darkness. I gaze up and notice a faint ray of light piercing said darkness. The circular platform I'm on is about 3 meters in diameter. A witness stand, like one you'd see in court, is attached. This is just like one of the 12 platforms, all of which are arranged within a larger circular pattern, like a clock of space. In the center of these concentric circles are massive clock hands slowly ticking away. There was a time when 12 of us were gathered here together, but now there are only 2 of us, Miru and myself. I turn to face Miru in the endless darkness. The time's finally come. Indeed. Needless to say, Naomi and Lathe aren't with us here. The Court of Fate is a place reserved solely for participants. So we got jamming, we got cat gun, and then one spinning into the guitar who's getting then Jonah walled, so then someone starts attacking so that they can eat up some food, and then they arrive, but then they also leave, so then someone else starts spinning, but then someone starts beating up the spinning child, so then the credit card leads to someone overheating, but then the money stops flowing, so then they slow down a little bit, and then it really stops flowing, so then they start wiggling, and then they start... Crap, I've read down the... I made the wrong connection to this. Okay, well, then they start, picking up dancing to make ends meet. Perfect. The Court of Fate is a place reserved solely for participants. They may have special powers of their own, but it's irrelevant to this place. It wouldn't matter if it was. We're the ones who need to settle things with Parka, not them. Good evening, my lovely little slaves to fate. The girl in question wastes no time in entering the scene, accompanied by her usual haughty tone. The goddess is all smiles like always. Pardon me, perhaps there's no need to make such a grand entrance when only 2 of you remain. If only you knew how much it pains me to part ways with one of you tonight. Do allow me the pleasure of bearing witness to the conclusion you have reached. Mind if I ask something first? What might that be? Can you see what fate has in store for us beyond this point? If it's all predetermined, then what was the point in all of this? A fine question. Very well. If it's answers you seek, then answers I shall provide. The way in which I see and understand fate differs greatly from you. I observe a number of potential outcomes simultaneously. Let's say, for example, that all 12 of you were still present. In that case, I would see individual futures where each of you arrived at the final destination. That's too much! So we got a jamming, we got someone DJing, the people are dancing, but then things go awry and someone starts shaking someone, and that someone starts beating them up. So then they eventually go back to dancing and breaking the wall, but they decide not to talk to each other, so they're just stonewalling each other. But then they're also waiting for their third friend to show up, but they're really late. But then their friend who didn't show up was actually just blowing up the place. No, their friend who didn't show up was blowing up like they didn't know nobody. And they offered to pay food for everyone, so everyone ate together very nicely. And then someone else arrived. So then 2 other people left. But then the person who arrived started kissing a homie with friends. So then they also started spinning together, but then one of them was on their deathbed with copium because they swallowed a fish. How? Who knows? So then they got a lot of head rubs and annoyance. But then they were really pensive about what's going on. So then they resorted to watching Poggies, which caused them to overheat, but then they slowed down and decided to go party on the bed before nighttime. So, after that, they started vibing together, but then death came for them. All 3 of them, in fact, and they all started dying together. Well, one was just dancing on their dying bodies. And then they stopped, and then the person dancing stopped to think for a moment. Why am I dancing? And then the 2 gave them a bow, gave them a hi hello, and then they got out of living. Anyways, I love this. It doesn't fit in the chat display. I'd imagine so. Let us, for example, okay, final destination. You'd be right. You'd be seeing right now. Indeed. One where numeral 1 reaches her final destination, and one where you do. Clap, thank you. I will not do another one of those. Because we have a game to beat. One of those outcomes will separate itself from the primary flow upon your elimination. You will, I won't. Here we go with the primary flow talk. Fortunately, I understand the implications thanks to her explanation last time. The world as it is right now is in a stable disorder. Only by removing one or more potential futures can it return to normal. Thanks, you've helped me confirm there are outcomes even you can't see. Oh, I hesitate to ask, but do you have a brain? Or are you being dense on purpose? You're our numeral 2's elimination. Those are the 2 possibilities that exist here. Even should you choose not to settle things yourself, that just ensures numeral 1's position as the final survivor. Nope, nope, nope. I was gonna do it. I can't. I must read. She doesn't believe for a second that she's wrong. I shake my... Okay, I'll do it, but this is the last one. Aliens are jamming. Then the FBI, who are also cat apple people, show up to take him hostage. But then they start jamming out too. And then one of them starts playing the guitar. So then the other two start jamming out even more. But then they take a second to think, wait, what are we doing? But then they ignore all their thoughts and go back to breakdancing. But in this confusion, the alien takes this opportunity to start shaking up one of them. But then they start beating up the other one. They start beating up the alien who starts shaking them up. And then the other one's just still dancing, not noticing what's happening. So then the guy who's beating up the alien starts calling for help, and he's like, maybe later. So the guy's just looking at his watch like, come on, it's almost later. So then he arrives, ready to help, but then he also leaves, giving his friend a good wave of solitude as he walks off into the distance, not helping him. So his friend, who is now beating up an alien and fighting with an alien, is yikes jamming at the fact that his other friend just left him to find love with Shrek. But along the way, he swallowed a fish and is once again on his deathbed, having copium to survive. This causes the alien to be ecstatic and starts beating up the other guy, but the other guy's not having it and starts dancing really fast in multiple positions, and the alien could take it and sends himself to jail. The end. I shake my head at her before responding. Forget all that, then. This is the final election. Let's get on with it. Agreed. Revolvo, Clock of Fate. The Court of Fate rumbles, prompting the clock hand to move. Parka's smugness will make this even more satisfying. It is. Am I still sleeping? Is this a dream? What's going on? Don't worry about it. I'm just turning the emotes into story. Other than that, we are about to end Parka's existence. Will there be an election on your part, Number One? He stares me down while posing her question. Her eyes are crystal clear. This is probably how Diana looked when she was still alive. It suits her high-class image rather well. And it helps reaffirm that Parka really is nothing more than a girl. A girl who wished to live. A girl who wished to a girl whose wish resonated with something in our world. Kind of difficult for me to do emotes because I'm on mobile. Oop! All good, all good. A girl estranged from the concept of fate, yet inextricably bound by it. How will you respond? She urges me to answer once more. Oh no, it's just on mobile, you can't see the emotes, so you don't know how to like type them out is the issue. My answer is obvious. After a brief moment of reflection, I state my intentions. Alright, here we go. There will be. Let's end it here. Not just this round of Divine Selection, not just Divine Selection as a whole, but the suffering you've had to endure by the hand of fate itself. Goddess of Fate, Parka, Diana Harrison, I elect you. My eyes remain locked on hers as I announce my election. What? You idiots. Elect me? Come now, that isn't an option. Besides, I am Parka, Goddess of Fate, not this Diana Harrison you refer to. Her usual smile has been wiped right off her face for once. It's not? Ah, so you were in on this shenanigan as well? This entire situation has blasphemy written all over it, my dears. Parka being unfazed in the face of this leads to further panic on my part. We have all our cards, all that's left is to elect her. Lade said that he took Diana's memories from Parka. Is that why? Wait, no. He's never too clear about what he says, but he always makes sure to leave a hint in there, much like he did while restoring my memories. Credit where credit is due, of course. You had a clear and concise plan and tried to carry it out without hesitation. Might I assume that you caught on to my true objective? I give Parka a nod. Shaken as I am in the face of this, I can't show any fear now. Miru showing no signs of concern herself. I'm very keen on taking your body as my own. You and I seem to share the same essence. The affinity I feel toward you is unlike what I experienced from the other participants. It's the last one. I promise, please, fine. Last one. So we got a DJ jamming, but the DJ kind of doo-doo, so everyone's going to bed because of that, even the birds. But eventually someone claps, waking up the bird with its egg. So then it starts jamming, realizing, actually, the music ain't that bad. And then the cat starts spinning in the venue as well, because it's also realizing if the bird's jamming, I have an opportunity to eat the bird. So the cat gets the Glock and then arrives, but before it can make use of the Glock, it faints. And the DJ swaps to being a musician instead. But the people don't like this change in career paths, so they start shaking up the DJ. And the DJ pleads for help, but they're donawalling the DJ. They don't care about his pleas. So the DJ, seeing this insane situation, starts pogging and then leaves, but comes back because he still has a job to do. And this time he does it well, and everyone starts jamming. Everyone comes back and starts jamming, but the venue starts getting cold. So in order to heat everyone up, they start spinning. But eventually it gets too cold, and they all get frostbite, so they're put on copium. And frostbite in this realm starts causing fish to spawn in their mouths, which leads to more copium. Eventually they settle on trying to use bread to suffice their illness, but it's not enough. And they get more copium. What up, Naga? How's it going? Don't worry about anything that's happening. How are you doing, Naga? You and I share the same essence. Okay. It's the same. Your existence is one warped by fate, much like my own. In other words, you were born with the same power as I, albeit a tiny amount.
These hands of mine have been dirtied for a long time now. You coming to face me now doesn't faze me at all. Hell, I welcome it even.
Jono! Thank you for the
19 months of tech support, Kung Love.
Never mind, get out. Welcome in, Jono. Thank you for the 19 months of tech support. Oh no. How are you doing? Perfect TTS timing. Every time this happens, I think I'm getting a strong chillaxin. Glad you're relaxing. Welcome in, Jono. How you doing? Should beat this game today. By the way, if you don't know already, next week, minus a day, Jono is celebrating his birthday stream. Definitely not belated birthday stream, but you should go check that out if you haven't already. Jono will be live for 24 hours, and Jono is a White Tiger VTuber, and Jono will be live for 24 hours doing a multitude of games and collabs as well, and also other things as well. So please go check out Jono when they go live next week for a whole 24 hours. But yes, welcome in, Jono. How you doing? We are trying to finish off Fatal 12. Hopefully. Oh. Thank you for describing me correctly. A tiger VTuber. Yes. A tiger tuber. Don't want to torture Fade, plus I got a dip in a bit to start cooking lunch. Ooh, good luck cooking lunch. What are you planning on making? But yes, check out Jono. I might also be in there at some point. Wink wonk, ha 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 ha. But yes, we're trying to finish off Fatal 12. And we've been hard at work. We've gotten, how many endings have we done? 3? 3 endings. Trying to get the main ending. Beef shank soup. Wait, I can't believe. Beef shank soup. Nice. I have not had that before, but sounds interesting. Hope you enjoy it. Hope you enjoy cooking it as well. But TY, yes. Happy early birthday. Even though early, haha. Why are you sweating? Early, haha. Anyways, most of all, however, is this brilliant heart of yours, one truly worthy of being the final survivor. I'm not helping you in the game. Okay. What say you, Numeral 2? Will you elect her? Not even you could fish up a world where I say yes to that. I love these emotes. The cat's going to work ones and doing stuff is so good. That leaves us with no one capable of carrying out an election. Parka's voice echoes throughout the Court of Fate. The grin on her face is one of pure evil. As stated before, Numeral 1 will remain as the sole survivor by default. Saying that, she stops the clock and makes her way to the center of the Court of Fate. You want to do one last one? No, I'm good. I have a game to beat. Once there, she pinches her skirt and curtsies. I hereby declare divine selection to be— Oh, you naughty child. Weren't you taught to follow proper protocol when elected? A voice ever so similar to Parka, yet inherently different, makes its presence known. Good evening, my elegant and haughty self. In front of Parka appears none other than Diana. I didn't even notice her arrival. Two girls with identical faces, although Diana's expression is much more stern. What? The tone of her voice says it all. She's shaken. Oh, that's the OST! What's this one called? The Girl's Song. This is the first time she's ever shown the side of herself. Who are you? Why are you in my court of fates? A little birdie told me that this place was never really mine to begin with. In fact, the court of fate was given to me as a means to carry out the system known as divine selection. Jam, this is actually a bop. You speak nonsense. Even if another goddess were to exist, this domain remains mine. No one may enter without my permission. Oh, you're quite right. That's why I gave myself permission. Parka stares at Diana in disbelief. She probably can't even begin to fathom what's going on right now due to her lack of memories. What's more, she has to be feeling a strange sense of familiarity with Diana, much more than the one she feels with me. Am I to take it that we are one and the same? Indeed, I am, though. Thou art I am thou art I. Born at different times, yet equal nonetheless. Equal? You would do best not to forget your place, child. A kind and compassionate goddess I am. Not. Take your leave or else. Persona? That's what I was thinking. Parka reaches out toward Diana, who simply shakes her head. There's no smile on her face. If anything, it looks like she feels pity for her. Worry not, I carry every intention of doing so. However, I'm afraid you will be joining me. Neither of us have any right to exist in this world any longer. Parka lacks critical information. True! Diana extends her own hand. The palms of their hands make contact. What are you? Let us return to being one. We must accept what is to come. Their fates. A bright light envelops them both. Good evening. I've come to face my true fate. Parka emerges from it. The change wasn't worth all the theatrics, really. In an instant, Parka's forgotten memories of Diana flowed back into her. She's still very much Parka on the outside, but there's something different about her. Fade, I'm not doing it. That's not the Parka we know, is it? Please, no. You said last one. I agreed to last one. Diana said they'd return to being one. So she must have given Parka all her memories. It's strange. I never realized just how painful memories could be until now. I don't know what she's referring to. All I can say is that she looks upset over whatever she remembers. Nearing the 7-hour mark, I know I need bed. A moment of silence follows as she closes her eyes, almost as if to control her emotions. What she's thinking is anyone's guess. She takes a deep breath, once done, and then proceeds with her announcement. Numeral 1, and myself. Allow me to begin the election procedure. My platform begins to move in response, just like in previous elections. Time for me to settle things. Yes, I have something to say to Parka, or rather Diana, before you do, though. We've been together ever since I can remember. We never became close, let alone friends, but I'm sure you were necessary to me. Things never would have ended the way they did for me without you. I doubt we'll ever meet again, but allow me to say this nonetheless. Think of it as my own magic phrase. See you next time. Thank you. Farewell for now. We've already begun to move by the time Miru finishes saying her piece. Wait, don't end the song? What the heck? What the heck? I like that song, bring it back! Kinda hard to believe that we've reached this stage, huh? We arrived at the upper stratum of the Court of Fate. I'm the only one standing on a platform this time. Parka's standing on nothing at all, as always. She's even taking a big stretch. It comes as quite a shock for me. Who knew I had so many memories? I always thought I was a mere system put in place to ensure my own survival. That wasn't quite the case, though. A system with no emotions would never attempt to take your body for its own. Perhaps I should have realized my human nature the moment such a desire sprouted within me. I have a question. What'll happen to us after your elimination?
I see, Leo skipped over that part of his explanation. Both yourself and Numeral 2 will remain upon my elimination. That being said, the world will attempt to ensure that only you survive following that. Do not fret, though. You have the power to cause a single miracle. Fragments of what people have felt and experienced are gathered in the Court of Fate as a form of energy. Had things proceeded as normal, I would have used the energy provided by the 11 eliminated participants to turn the sole survivor into a vessel for me. My elimination assures that won't come to fruition, of course, thus leaving all that energy unused. Instead, I would like you to make use of it. Make it so that this world, one where Numeral 2's death has been undone, becomes part of the primary flow. Use that energy to alter fate. While it may be impossible to bring back a world that has split from the primary flow, that has yet to occur tonight, a power that allows me to exist within the real world should have no trouble merging two intersecting worlds into one primary flow. Of course, we can't forget the role that perception plays in the world's existence. Myself and Leo, not to mention Naomi and Mao, are thinking of a future where both of you are still alive. Or both of you are still alive. You aren't alone in that regard. A simple push is all that's needed to alter fate, though. The idea of pushing a concept may sound odd. So I just need to wish for it. Indeed, you will become the closest thing to a goddess in this realm upon my erasure. When all is said and done, this place remains a facet of your dreams. Your perception can easily change the world, so please, wish for the future that you desire most. Now seems like a good time to continue with your election. Parting ways may become too difficult if we talk any longer. I nod at her and open my card book. This is probably the last time I'll see this book. All the cards I've acquired thus far float out from within it. It's been a long road, so very, very long. Your name is Diana Harrison. Yes, I may have become Parka, but that name still feels most appropriate for me. It is the name given to me by my father, one I treasure dearly. Poison was your cause of death. It pains me to even think back on those events. Linda must have been heartbroken over her inability to save me. I never once resented her for it. Even in those final moments, I wished for naught but her happiness. Both their mother and Linda had no option but to abandon Diana, their own flesh and blood. I can't begin to imagine how much of a relief it would be for them to hear her say that. Your regret comes from a desire to redo your life. Quite so. Diana herself made this known to us. The desire is fueled by her thoughts towards those who had passed away. Diana was a special girl. She told us about how she felt personally responsible for the deaths of those 11 people. Her desire to live was what caused them to face their fate originally intended for her. A time came when she was unable to escape it any longer, though. Still, she was able to live on through twisting the same inescapable fate. I had one desire during my final moments, to redo my life, and accept what fate had in store for me at that time. Lathe may have taken your memories, but that one desire remained within you. That's why you wanted to take my body and live your life. Correct you are. While I wished for my own survival, I wanted others to die, a selfish slave to fate. That is Diana Harrison. My cards make their way between myself and Parka, emitting light along the way. Allow me to apologize for everything before I go. There's no need for you, Diana, to apologize. Oh? You may not have realized it, but you've long since been forgiven. Are you sure about that? I've made countless people suffer under the false pretense of hope given to them as Parka. I can't speak for others, but you're no different from me. You just wanted to live. That's been my wish all along. A wish so simple, so obvious, that no matter who you may be... Leo was who asked you to save me, wasn't he? How bold of him. Regardless, I never anticipated hearing that from you right at the end. Goodness, that's the threatening side of you. You try to keep it an appearance-only trait. Light begins to engulf the Court of Fate. I'm sure this is the right thing to do. Saving someone is far beyond my capabilities. What I can do What I can do is come to know them and give them all I can. The ending of this song is really jammable. I agree. Big jam. Thank you for everything. I'm the one who chose to part ways with you, but you're thanking me? You have no idea how much of a relief that is. We get to... Do we still get this recap of her death? We do. Okay. I find myself in a sea of flames once more. A scene I've witnessed countless times now. Ironically enough, this is where it all started for me. Diana, Parka. They're no longer around to hear me mutter their names. I can only assume they've returned to their original fate and faced their death from long ago. They were never inhabitants of the real world, so nothing should have been altered following their elimination. Part of me considered the possibility of Parka's actions all being undone, but I don't see that as being the case. Seems like I was right. Divine selection itself would have been undone if things played out like that. But I'm still here in the Court of Fate, which proves my point. That's good. My relationship with Miaru, Naomi, and Mao would have changed in that case. I should go. My platform begins to descend in accordance with my thoughts. I still have one last thing to do. Confess! Oh, dang. Oh, what the? Oh. Everything was supposed to go well after this. I'd returned to the lower stratum after seeing Parka off and used the energy there to alter fate, just as she told me. That's how it was supposed to go. What the hell? Fate doesn't have the capacity to be kind, though. Black flames besieged the lower stratum upon my return. Miaru. Miaru seems to have stayed put while I was gone. Rather, she had no choice but to do so. We have no freedom of movement here. It doesn't apply to my current state, though. I take a page out of Parka's book and run across the abyss toward Miaru's platform. I guess everything's on fire because the person running this place is gone. Rinka. She had been at the mercy of the black flames. The damage isn't to her body, but her soul. I'm able to see Miaru's condition despite the lack of physical damage. It proves Parka's claim that I have become the closest thing to a goddess here upon her elimination. Over there. Sounding ever so weak, she points toward the center of the Court of Fate. That's where the source of the flame seems to be. Ah! There sits a girl wailing in pain. She is holding her head while sobbing, her throat being roasted beyond repair. What's going on? Parka's still here. There's no doubt that I eliminated her. I saw her final moments with my own eyes. Can you give a fun visual novel for free, not including... Oh, like a recommendation? Lucid 9. She would have told me if there were any special exemptions due to her status as a goddess. I don't understand. The flames came out of nowhere. Sorry. It's fine. Don't force yourself to talk. Her condition is similar to when someone inhales too much smoke during a fire. It sounds like her lungs are giving her trouble. These flames are bad news. That's the one thing clear to me in this situation. Meanwhile, Parka sits at the center of it. I need to save her. My body moves before I can think. Running on absolutely nothing is frightening, but I make my way to the center regardless. Parka's small enough that I should be able to carry her on my back. Yeah, if you want a cool free visual novel, one's called Lucid 9. Very long as well, so very fun to play. I need to get away from her. I need to get her away from there, first and foremost. I'll take her over to Miharu's platform. There's no heat to the flames, so I should be able to make contact with them, if it's brief. I need to do this as fast as possible, leading me to get as close to her as I can. Ah! Parka continues to cower and wail. Seeing her pain, I hug her. It's okay. You're going to be fine. She really does resemble a girl stuck in a fire. Do I? No worries. It's like Diana's death. The situation closely resembles it if you ignore the place and color of the flames. I have no intention of abandoning her, though. I'll do everything I can to save her. Parka seems completely unaware of my voice, though she continues to cower in fear, refusing to budge. You seem to be in a spot of trouble. Lathe, why are you here? This is the first time I've been able to speak with a human Lathe. That doesn't matter right now. I've come to view my own disappearance. I'm afraid using my connection to Parka and her erasure is the only way to accomplish that. I'll do everything I can to assist you before that, though. Lathe knows far more about the dream world than I do, so his timing is perfect. There's no one I can rely on more than him right now. First things first, you should get away from her. He speaks in a calm and composed demeanor. She is indeed the source of the black flames consuming this place. But you have every intention of saving her, don't you? I can only assume you think she's the same Diana you've come to know. Get to the point. Apologies, she may be Diana, but one you're entirely unfamiliar with. I told you once before about how I took most of Parka's memories. Well, most is the key word. I left the bare minimum of memories in there in order for her to remain as Diana. In other words, you can think of her as a representation of the memories I left with her. Parka continually gave people false hope and used their lives as a stepping stone for her own sake through divine selection. Those memories left within her created a personality that grew sick of those actions. A personality that split off from Parka herself and remained hidden all this time. This is just mere conjecture, but I assume the side of her somehow remained separate even after Parka regained the memories I had taken. Thus the girl you now hold in your arms is an entirely unique existence. But how? I'm surprised you need to ask. It's only natural to wish for one's survival regardless of what happened before. Diana's attachment to life was so great that it transformed her into Parka upon death. These black flames represent her mental state as her desire to live, the greatest desire of all humanity. Her continued wish for survival never faltered, even knowing what awaited her. She's trying to recreate the scenario that led to her becoming Parka in the first place in order to achieve the same result. It just so happens that the feelings of 11 others have gathered here too, one which happens to be the same essence as her own to boot. Wow, unbelievable to think she was this attached to her own survival, simply astounding. Lathe? Do excuse me for that outburst. Things have taken a turn for the worse, though. I'm on the right train of thought, then. The situation is eerily similar to the scene of Diana's death. Diana, calm down. There's little point to that. Then what should I do? I don't know, honestly. Lathe of all people says he doesn't know what to do. How am I supposed to figure out anything? How am I supposed to figure anything out, then? No, I can't give up here. Lathe did all he could to help us, to the point where he became nothing but a frail little cat. Besides, he told me once already. I need to handle things on my own now. I need you to take Miyaru back to the real world. Can you do that? Already been taken care of. I glance over to numeral 2's platform. Miyaru is nowhere to be seen. Naomi still has a sliver of my power remaining within her, enough to remain connected to this place. No Rinka, bad time to be big dumb. Oh no no no! Much like how I was able to use my connection to Parka to come here, she must have sensed that what was going on and dragged Miyaru back to the real world. My will remains connected to hers, which is what made that possible. Even as he says this, the panic on his expression remains. Let me be blunt. My existence won't last much longer. As I said, myself and Parka are connected. Her erasure entails my own. This was my true goal all along, and the only means I had of accomplishing it. I apologize for keeping it from you. Why are you telling me this now? My desire to help you was no facade. Secret though my intentions were, I made sure that my actions would never burden you. Don't worry, I trust you. Time isn't on our side. I don't have the ability to help you much more. You can return to the real world while I remain connected to Naomi. This is your only chance to do so. What will happen to Diana if I do? I can hear her groaning even now. The black flames continue to wash over the Court of Fate. She will become the goddess once more and seek out 12 people connected through the juncture of casualty. She will continue to carry out divine selection. Electing her will be in I never should have told you. You would have had no issue with returning to the real world. Never have I regretted something this much. You probably saw the expression on my face as he explained things. One glance was probably enough for him to understand what I'm thinking. After having spent so much time with my family. You know me too well, don't you? Sorry, my time seems to be up. Lathe's body begins to shine, similar to when our cards would shine during an election. Thanks, Lathe. If anyone should be expressing their thanks, it's me. There's still... Lathe disappears mid-sentence. He returned to his original fate, death, in much less flowery terms. I'm sure he's happy if he's able to be with Diana, though. I'm willing to bet that was his wish all along. The issue I face now is the Diana before me. Okay, Rinka's theme. The flames continue to spread, dyeing the Court of Fate jet black. This is a reenactment of Diana's death. Not just the events themselves, but the fear she experienced during it. I take a brief and yet definite look at her. Blade understood my intentions. Yes, my desire to save her. I have an idea about how to do it. Parka herself told me. She holds no resentment toward her mother and Linda for abandoning her. Is it possible for a person to hold no resentment whatsoever, though? Is it possible for someone who's been abandoned to hold zero animosity toward those responsible? It was Diana who split from Parka, not the other way around. Animosity is sure to have built up within her, slow but sure. The cause came down to one thing, her grief and hatred born during her dying moments. In that case, there's one simple way to ensure that the scene ends differently from when she died. Don't worry, I'm right here with you. I just need to stay by her side. I hold her close and offer up a single prayer. Please save her. Set her free. One wish. I'm consumed by black flames. My body is charred. Smolder fills my lungs. They burn away my very existence. That seems like the most accurate description of what's happening to me. I'm being erased in my entirety. Not just from the world, but from fate itself. But despite that, my soul refuses to pass on. I persevere with my earnest wish in my heart. I wish for the salvation of a girl once abandoned by those she held dear. This is the only way I know how to do things. It's just who I am. And then a voice calls out to me. Can't say I know much about you, but hey, keep it up. You're doing great. It's a voice I've heard before, now that I think about it. Did I meet this woman at some point?
I must admit, the idea of saving Parka has never occurred to me.
Another voice I've heard once before. Well, we never had a conversation, our paths crossed here. Standing tall, even within those flames, you really do live up to the name your mother gave you. Now this is a voice I could never forget. My will lived on thanks to you. Well, that's how I chose to see it anyway. I don't know what name my son was given in the end, but everything you did helped me to accept my fate. I want her to know that her son has been named Haruki, just as she wanted. The thought never turns into words, though, no matter how hard I try. Rinka! A cheerful young girl's voice calls my name next. Thank you so much for making my wish come true. The truth! The true seed of the power of friendship, yes! Yeah, that's right. Son, I believe that we could both survive until the end, right?
Oh, as soft as ever, I see. A time might come when you regret it, but that certainly isn't now.
You might want to try saying something nicer. Next up is that unmistakable duo. Judging from Yu's attitude toward Shigetsugu, they're back to their previous relationship. You accepted me not just as a tool, but as a person. That's why you tried to save me till the very end. You've overcome a lot since then, but I'm glad you haven't changed yet. You're still the Rinka I knew.
You're fibbing. You honestly think she hasn't changed at all?
Yeah, you're right. You've learned how to move forward in life no matter what. Their voice suddenly grows distant. What am I hearing now? Diana's attempt to turn into Parka once more. There's no doubt I'll use this energy to accomplish that. I'll become cinder and disappear from the world, with my last moments serving as nothing but fuel. And yet...
Come on, kid. You ain't gonna kick the bucket after squaring up against me, of all people, are you? Or so I'd like to say, but I guess there ain't no need. You ain't nowhere close to giving in. Huh, good. That's what I like to see.
Something tells me I won't disappear, even in these circumstances. I'd like to say, it feels like I'm being shielded with something, but it's more than that. It's almost like I'm recovering from the effects of the fire.
I have nothing in my heart for you but hatred. Just watching you make your stand right now freaks me out. If hearing that bothers you, then you'd better stick to your guns. There'd be no point in using my life as a stepping stone if you'd end up just like me in the end.
Amazingly enough, even Scale's voice reaches me. I can feel my body return to normal each time this happens. I'm not imagining things.
Pretty grateful to you, Squirt. You gave me the opportunity to finally come out on top of that asshole. And hey, props for making an impression on Adete. That proves you're stronger than you look. Well, that's enough from me. Tell me, Aru, I said hey.
My existence is a fragile one. How others perceive me is what's helped to maintain it so far. I lack the means to prove who I am on my own. There may be countless versions of me existing in all the worlds out there, but they may as well not exist without that. In the same vein, the possibilities can be Nothing but unattainable dreams.
Your disposition to help others and never give up borders on ludicrous at this point. I can't say for certain that Amrita would make the same decision as you. There's little else for me to say at this point. If anything, though, I advise that you prioritize your friends. Everything will be for naught if they lose you, correct?
Now that I think about it, yeah. There's bound to be people who can accept their own existence based on my perception of them. That's not but a big stretch to believe. Miaru, Naomi, Mao, and even my gran. They all have a side to them that only I know. What would happen if I disappeared? Would they follow suit? Good evening, my dear, reckless as ever, I see. I must apologize for causing issues at even this stage. Have you been questioning the nature of those voices you hear? The energy gathered within the space comprises fragments that contain the residual feelings and experiences of those eliminated. The fragments hold no sentience of their own, however. You are aware one's perception of others is what allows them to exist at all. Thus, your perception of these fragments bestows them with a fleeting sentience. Brief though it may be, you granted it to them in their final moments. But enough with the overly obtuse explanations. In layman's terms, they are all cheering on your efforts to save me.
Got chips, what did I miss? A lot. Pretty much the people we eliminated up till now are cheering us on to save Parka. With all the energy gathered here, you should be able to make use of their support. So please, wish for a miracle. I can't do that. I've already made my decision to stay here with her. I can prevent her death from being recreated by doing so. She'll be able to fade away while remaining human if I do that, right? If that's all I need to do to save her, then I'm more than willing. Yes, you are correct, however. My death can no longer be reproduced, you see. One miracle has already taken place. Free of my headache? Welcome in, Samurai. How you doing? Glad your headache's doing better as well. Her voice vanishes when she finishes her sentence. Figured out what was causing it? What? A noise? Also, good morning. Good morning. And in its place, my vision returns. I see a girl cowering amidst a sea of flames. A black cat braves the fire and approaches her. It reaches out its paw and touches her cheek. My ears need to clean them. Oh, I see. Glad it's fixed, though. Noticing the cat, she raises her head. Her distraught expression melts into a calm smile, and the black flame soon engulfs them both. It's amazing how much of an effect something that significant can have. That's all I can think as my consciousness begins to fade once more. Then again, it's not right to call it insignificant. My brain connected to that while I was like partially asleep, partially awake. Yeah, sometimes you just think of things while you're like falling asleep or just about to sleep. You think of so many ideas. Knowing for sure that you're not alone is a miracle in and of itself. None of us are alone, although it's not quite that simple. The fact that you're not alone is something, ironically, you must believe all on your own. That's why I think I'm just talking in circles. There's no point in thinking about it right now. There's only one choice left for me. I want to live. I voice my deepest desire, one that is simple and held by everyone. It's an achievement. 12th week. Prime dot connecting time. True! The brilliant summer sunshine burns its way through my curtains. What are we doing right now? We are finishing up a visual novel that we've been doing for a couple of weeks. Hearts, thank you. So we're right at the end of it. As soon as I wake up, I can tell I'm drenched in sweat. Even the mornings are unbearably hot this time of year. I throw open my windows and bask in the sudden influx of fresh air. Morning. Good morning. Good morning to both of you. Ah, it's classic Naomi. Yes, it's been a while. Good to see you faring better. Thank you. The three of us are able to exchange simple greetings. My eyes drag themselves toward my clock. It's Monday, July 23rd. The day after Divine Selection's final round. I threw up and that's messed up. We did it. Both Miaru and I were able to survive. My excitement over that is soon interrupted as I take a good look around my room. Yeah, makes sense. We never really expected a big happy ending. Thank you for everything, Lathe.
I expressed my thanks to the small corpse curled up on my bed. I'm not quite sure how things ended, but it's certain that this cat's fate is now sealed. After over 100 years of caring for its owner, it was able to finally pass away. Its peaceful expression in death says it all. This is the first death I've witnessed that can't be undone. Now I understand just how determined you were. Miru drops to her knees in order to pet it. I didn't know that this was his plan. Nami sits down, tears welling up in her eyes. Soon enough, the tears begin to stream down her face. Do you not remember anything that happened? Wah! You two can head downstairs first. We'll talk about what happened there. I offer up a silent prayer for Lathe after they're gone. I cry too. It's been with me ever since I was a kid. The memories flood back, causing my tears to follow. After my tears run out, I wrap it in a blanket. I need to explain things to Miru and Naomi. I brew some coffee and explain the events that took place in the dream world while we all sip away at our drinks. The discussion isn't a fun one. No one likes talking about goodbyes. I can vaguely remember what happened while Diana was inhabiting my body, but nothing about the events during the 12th election. How do you feel? Are your memories fine? They are, yes. I probably don't know about the current world state as a result, though. All I remember is the time I spent with you. Aha. Ahaha. Sounds fine to me. We're all in the same boat, so we could rely on Mao if anything comes up. How much do you remember, Miaru? Everything till those black flames appeared. It feels weird to say that I blacked out within my own dream, but that's what happened. I was here with you two when I woke up. I see, I'm a bit hazy on what happened at the very end, truth be told, but I'll do my best to recount everything that happened up until this morning. And thus begins a long, long story. It would have been shorter if I didn't have to struggle with so many fuzzy memories. Sounds like me talking about my lucid dreams. Not much time has passed, but it's so hard to remember everything, considering just how much has happened. Once done, we make our way to a certain place as instructed. That is... Final destination? Oh yeah, Frederico said hi too. Yeah, Frederico was saying hi to you, by the way. Anyways, our final destination. We came here on Saturday as well, but this time it's for a different reason. I make sure shall return, hopefully. I must get breakfast. We might end, because I am 7.5 hours into stream, but yes, it's all good. Have a great breakfast, Samurai. Take care, take care. I make sure to inform my gran about Lathe before we leave. That prompts her to say that she'll leave tonight to come home for a bit. Makes sense. She spent even more time with it than me. I'm sure she wants to say her goodbyes. I've made a place for it to rest using a basket and some blankets. It's a bit simple, but it's the best I can manage for now. Ideally, I would have brought it along with us, but that wouldn't be appropriate. I couldn't stay behind either. Heart 20 minutes. We have no choice but to come here today. That's our fate, it seems. The weather's quite lovely today. That's right, there isn't a cloud in the sky. The sun is as bright as ever thanks to that. Just keeping my eyes open is a struggle, but I'm fine with that too. It's kind of like a sign that we've won. I'm not sure how far fate's role extends across the world as a whole, but at the very least, we can say we prevailed over the deaths it had planned for us. One could say that our being alive now is fate. I think that feels like a positive spin on things. Yeah. We stand together, surrounded by a sea of green. So many people worked to save me over the course of all this. I never once expected that I would die during it. Oh, that was not me. Anyways. You're the same as us then. We must live with the memory of our own deaths. That's rather frightening, haha. Doesn't matter now, it's all in the past. What does matter though? I extend one hand in front of me, reaching nowhere in particular. There's no deep meaning to it. It's just a simple gesture. A number of people have entrusted their feelings and desires to me. More than I could ever have anticipated. I'm here right now, and that's all thanks to them. Thank you. The only thing that lay beyond me are the sun and blue sky. If anything, this feels a bit underwhelming as the ultimate reward for living through those 12 turbulent weeks. But I don't mind. So, who's up for taking a look around since we're here? Me. Yes, that sounds nice. I'll gladly accept whatever's in store for me in this place. Now I'm confused about the ending with all the participants in the park. What about it? They just reset, and since this is just a fateful meeting place, everyone fatefully meets here. But in this case, since the two participants left are Miyaru and Rinka, they fatefully met here, technically. You know? The final destination, pretty much. I'm glad it's final destination no matter what happens to the timeline, I guess. I'll gladly accept whatever's in store for me in this place. Is that the end? Woo! I wonder if there's anything after the credits. Let me just remove this from the VOD. I wonder if there's anything after the credits. I prefer that ending over this one. I think I liked the way this ending went. Especially with everyone's like thoughts and feelings. Good song. With everyone's thoughts and feelings at the end pushing Rinka, I think I preferred that idea over everyone just coming back alive and everything being solved. This feels like the true ending. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is the true ending. I actually like this ending, I will be honest. Other than like the ending with Naomi just existing and Miyaru not getting a confession answer at all. Other than that, I think I like this ending based on like the whole resolution of Parka and Diana, the whole resolution of the book, the whole resolution of like everything. Is this a different ending song? It is. It's actually different. I'm jamming to this one. Are there more endings? Yeah, we did them before. We did the other endings before. But yeah, this is a different song. I like this one. This one is pretty nice. Look how smooth this one sounds. But yeah, I think I prefer this one just because it's more definitive and wraps a bow on everything. It doesn't just plot convenience. Everyone's back to life because Lathe used his powers. Let's go. I guess that's how I'd put this ending. Specifically. I wonder if we have an after credit scene. Last emote story? You can give me one. Even though you said two lasts ago. Stare. People stare. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum, bum. This is a bop. What the heck? This is so good. Still like everyone. Wait. Still like everyone being alive, even though the character development's gone. It's nice seeing everyone alive, but as a perspective of like character development necessary, I think I prefer this ending just because of that. But I like seeing everyone alive also, so it's kind of hard to like pick one. And that one also ended with like getting to like have a final like resolution with Miyaru as well. It's hard to say one way or the other. Two DJs are having a jam battle, and one's like, "Hey yo, you take over my territory." So then they start getting into a fight with guns and shaking. But then they realize everyone's breaking down. So then but then the people seeing that the music stopped went from just normal jamming to super jamming because they're angry. So then they go home and start partying on the beds. But a lot of the people weren't invited, so they get sprayed. Wait, I'm missing emotes. So then they're jamming on the Rio. So then they go home, and in this party, they start playing some guitar. But even then, that guitar kind of doo-doo. They kind of suck at the guitar. So they start spraying each other in the face, and then they start writing a twit longer about how they got sprayed in the face, which causes their stocks to go exponentially up. Which is quite clowny, which proves their clownery. But anyways, then they start wiggling around at this resolution, and they think, maybe writing twit longers isn't worth it. So then they all resort to dancing. But then their past of writing twit longers won't leave them alone. So they're like, leave me alone! Thank you for the yippee slime. And they're like, wow, that's crazy. And then they're like, dang, that fish. Who let them write a twit longer about a fish? So then they go back to jamming. And some person's out there licking some baking soda. So they have some they have a meeting about this whole baking soda licking issue. Well, some of them are smoking some good, and then the cops show up, and then they show up in jail, and everyone's sad. The end. All right, let's end this game good with this final bit, right? Thank you for the yippies, by the way, Slime. Finally time, baby. I was the first to show up. We're smack dab in the middle of summer vacation. We've made plans to go see the fireworks display. Sure is hard to plan things out when you're busy with the store. Miura is busy with work, and Naomi's busy with cram school. That might just be the first time we've all gotten together. This might just be the first time we've all gotten together since your birthday. Huh? I think you're right. The last time we were all together was July 27th. I'd completely forgotten about my own birthday, so I opened the store like it was any other day. The three of them came around as a surprise once I closed up. Funnily enough, Mao was convinced that I would forget. Miura made dinner for us, and Nami brought a cake she baked at home. Miura was worried because she didn't know what kind of food I liked best, causing her to make a number of Italian dishes. What the? I never really bring up my favorite foods now that I think about that. I never said that! This is slander! The patenescence was, I give up. The pot she made was good. Nice and red. Lunar gaslighting me every time they had dash pay. I know, they're gaslighting me too! Naomi, remembering that I'm not too big on sweets, made a chiffon cake. It was decorated with cream, but one that wasn't too sweet. Gotta say, it was some impressive work. The flavor was tea-based, which led me to think that she might have been influenced by Diana somewhat. Well, maybe. I was just overthinking things. What's more, all three of them got me individual presents as well. Miru gave me a rich bouquet of flowers. Red's my favorite color, so the store felt even more Rinka-esque after putting them in a vase and using it as a part of the decor. What the? Leave them alone! Akira! Naomi got me a book, a hardcover version of a foreign novel that Naomi loved. While simple to read, it also posed some philosophical questions. Even had a nice cover illustration. Mao gave me an assortment of hand lotions and stuff. I spend a lot of time washing tableware here, so it's perfect for keeping my hands nice and smooth. She even made sure to pick out scentless ones so they won't stink up the store. Seeing how much thought they put into their gifts made me happy. My gran even gave me a call that night, so suffice to say it was a great day. Oh, yeah, Naurin said she's gonna borrow a yukata from home, so she'll meet us there. That means we're waiting on just one more. Sorry for the wait, you two. Miru appears 10 minutes after Mao. Any idea when Naomi will arrive? Oh, we were just gonna meet her there. Oh, what order should we do this in? We all agreed to wear yukata. You're sick, bedridden, twisted. Seeing how much they messed up. If there's one appropriate time to wear them, it's during the fireworks display. I'm borrowing one of my grand's old ones while Miru and Mao got theirs from a place Miru knows. And on the cheap, thanks to an acquaintance of hers from work. You should change first, Rinka. Then you can come and help us pick ours out. A solid plan. Might be a bit annoying to walk around in, but hey, take one for the team. Okay, mind coming to my room to help me put it on, Miru? Why, no, not at all. They apparently had a yukata uniform day or something at her work, so she claims to have gotten used to helping others put them on. Oh, I see. You come too, Mao. You have the crucial task of getting some pictures of her while she's freshly dressed. Huh? Me too? Rare for you to say that. X to doubt. I still haven't given Miru my response to her I'm gonna lose it. She hasn't rushed me for one, but sometimes she does shoot me with puppy dog eyes. I think I'm pretty sure about my answer though. All that's left is for me to find the right timing and the courage to overcome the slight awkwardness of bringing it up. I can't believe it. I'm just reading, Lunar! Funny how I don't have the courage to respond to one single confession after everything I've gone through during Divine Selection. I just chuckle at myself as we make our way to my room. Aw, they have a fireworks CG. Aw, look at that. Oh, thank you for the stretch.
It's fine. Okay. I can do this. She doesn't have glasses.
I can do this. I can do this. What? Wow, amazing. It's so pretty. Yeah, I was entranced for a moment there. I'm glad we came. The display is packed as expected. I never even said that. I'm getting gaslit. Leave me alone! Akira! Akira! We aren't able to find a spot to sit and watch because we start looking too late into the evening, but we do find a place with a decent view. You'd think we would be the only ones there since it was a bit out of the way, but nope, plenty of others have flocked to the same area. The display itself is enough to make us forget about everyone around us though. I've been looking forward to this. It hasn't been on my mind every day or anything, but the realization that I've made it to this day has left me speechless. We probably could have sat down somewhere if Miyaru didn't take forever picking out our yukata. Wait a minute, don't throw accusations at me when you took even longer. My favorite character showed up. Background girl! Background character girl, let's go! Aunt Cheryl. Who? Sorry. Sorry, my short-term memory loss is at it again. Haha. Haha. More fireworks. I don't think I've been out and about in a yukata since elementary school. I remember not being too fond of the idea back then, which led to me being forced into it. Then again, I might have thought they looked pretty back then too. How far in are we? Mao's yukata has a fairly flashy design. The kind you'd expect for people our age. Only about halfway. I'm sure they'll get the rest ready right now. The next batch should be even more amazing than the last. Meanwhile, Nami looks more mature than usual. I think it's because she borrowed her mom's yukata, which has the adult charm to it. I figured she'd trip at some point and break the illusion, but miraculously enough, that's yet to happen. My little girl's come so far, is what I'd say if I was her mom. Apparently, they use around 15,000 fireworks in the display, so that means we've already seen 7,500. I can't believe this. How about it, Mao? Up for counting them all to see if I'm right? Miyaru's yukata has a nice harmony between design and color. It goes well with her usual look, making her seem a lot older than she is. Most people would be surprised to hear that we're the same age. Pass. Maybe next year. Yeah, next year. Maybe that's why her rare smile every now and then makes her look younger. We'll definitely come back. Won't you have entrance exams to worry about? Ain't a problem. We'll have time to come if we keep our heads in the books, yeah? Agreed. I'm just being gaslit. I have said none of that. I'll start thinking about that once our summer holiday is over, so please spare me. Ha 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 ha. Now we lets out a forced laugh, and then the crowd around us starts to get noisy again. The second half's probably about to start. Wow. Amazing. Said some crazy things this stream. I don't even remember saying half these crazy things this stream, and I'm not even drunk! The second half manages to be even flashier than the first. That display doesn't let us look away for even a moment. What? Oh boy. I hear Nami and Mao's utterances between the pop of fireworks. It's then I notice that they're trying to distance themselves from us. Why did you turn? Don't worry about it. Mao's face contorts into an indescribable expression when I make eye contact with her, but then she sticks her tongue out at me. You can't fool me, kid. I know exactly what you're trying to do. Ah, man. Couldn't even create the ideal scenario without Mao's aid. I look up to Miyaru while still feeling sorry for myself. She definitely noticed them sneaking off too, but her eyes are glued to the trails of smoke left behind by the fireworks. Most of the time, that is. She sneaks in a quick glance at me every now and then, her face beet red. She's far more aware of these sorts of things than I am. It's no secret that she knows what's going on. I turn my head away for a moment out of embarrassment. I see Mao and Nami come into view when I do. They make no effort to remain hidden, and they're practically biting their nails. I inhale as I try to organize my thoughts. Miaru already took the plunge back when she confessed, and now it's my turn. Miaru. What if we have the option to resonate? No. Please, give me the ending I want. I turn to face her and then call out her name. She turns to answer, although it's obvious she's trying to act oblivious. There's no doubt in my mind about it anymore. I love you too, Miaru. The loudest firework of the night just has to go off at that very moment. I know. Maybe this is down to fate as well. Future. That was a good ending. Get to ending 1. She overpowered the firework trope. Let's go! Can I send a link in chat? Yeah, I just have to permit you. End prologue. No, please. Please, no. We did it! We're free! Yes, Discord is just 2,000 channel points. Not too hard to obtain, but yeah, it's just there. I'm sick. I'm bedridden. I'm twisted. That's honestly, okay, I wasn't digging the game too much at the start. I wasn't digging the game too much at the start, but by the end, that was really good. I really like that. That was a good game. We had lots of fun. I think. What is fun? You know, it's almost 8 hours. I've pushed far, but we finally beat the game. Isn't that great? Alright, tomorrow we'll do Tales of Arise. Next week, we're gonna start a new visual novel, so more story game, haha, if you're interested. We're gonna be rating Estelle. Estelle's doing karaoke, and I need sleep, so this is a very simple choice, you know? Can you do the other endings now again? No, I've already done them. You can watch the VOD if you're interested, though. They'll be in the VOD. They will be in the VOD if you are interested. Tomorrow we'll do Tales of Arise, so that'll be pretty chill, I think. Probably not a long stream, I think. I've done too many long streams this week. But yeah, more streams next week. We're gonna be rating into Estelle, who's currently doing karaoke. Be nice to them. They're gonna do karaoke and then Doki Doki.